David, how's it going?
Great. I loved yesterday, man. That was great doing all the being able to do the stuff right in front of you and getting everything done. That was awesome, dude.
Good deal.
Definitely the best webinar I've been a part of for sure.
Awesome. Love it. Tara, how are you doing?
Good. I had a great time yesterday. Learned a lot. Not quite where I need to be. I don't know. I just had a mental block last night. So none of my peeps answered me. So that's kind of weird.
What do you mean?
What is it? The
The ad?
Yeah. So that I responded to 5 and I got to the point.
Okay. So you got some leads in, but nobody responded after you sent them the Tony Robbins link?
Exactly.
Okay.
So,
what time was it that you did that?
At lunchtime.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of surprised, really. But you know, that can happen. I mean, you know, they are on a different time zone. So let's see, noon, your lunchtime, we were like 2:00 your time, right?
I think so.
Because you're Eastern time, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So let's see, that would have been like, I don't know, it's still pretty late. Let's see what happens today. It'll happen. They'll get back to you. I mean, some of you guys who else got a bunch of responses to their Upwork ad?
I did.
How many did you get?
I got like 12, but then Upwork sent me a email saying they removed my job posting.
Why?
Because I violated their terms of service. Says because you requested that a freelancer engage in deceptive marketing techniques, which includes things such as spamming another website, creating fake followers on social media, etc.
Your ad didn't say anything like that, did it?
No, only thing it said is, I think I posted something like a job description to post Craigslist ads. So it said specifically, the job posting was requesting for Craigslist ad posting services, which is a violation of Craigslist.
Okay, take that part out and repost the ad today.
Okay.
But you got some responses before they took it
yeah,
out.
and I got like 5 disc reports.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna hit them back. I mean, I still got their contact information.
Okay. And then so Tara, I want you to repost your ad today at some point.
Okay.
And see if we can get some more people coming through. And then hit those people back. If you don't hear anything from those 5 people, hit them back maybe at lunchtime.
Okay.
See if make sure they got the message, got the link. Let's see.
Hey Matt, some people they did their disc test like January 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Should I make them do it again, or should I just take the same? It's a little different format.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I don't know. If I would just. It doesn't hurt to have them do it again. Part of the reason we're having them do that is just so they follow directions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What? So Jeff, how is everything going for you?
Well, not too good. Not any fault of yours, my fault. I was trying to get to the videos. It sounds like an excuse, but it really isn't, because I'm an old timer and I've got AOL. I've also got Gmail, but my links are coming, or Google links were coming through AOL. And I'm hitting that, trying to get these instructions and all this stuff to open up, and it's spinning. So I've been playing with that. I was playing with this morning. Bottom line, I didn't get it going. I started sending those Tyler's email that had all the the links that you guys Google Doc links that you sent us. I sent it to my Gmail account, and all of a sudden it works. It opens up. So I'm.
Why don't you delete your? I mean, was there a reason why you have? I mean, I didn't even know people
had
did
it for years. I've had it for years, and when I get crazy emails regarding training and this and that, they come through there.
So one thing you can do with that is you can set it up where you're all the emails that, so I used to have an mchsi.com email.
Okay.
And it was terrible. It was like AOL. I mean, I got that email back in like the 90s.
Oh,
And it was doing the same thing. A lot of stuff just wouldn't work or go to
yeah.
spam or whatever.
It's
So
spinning.
I ended up
Spinning.
forwarding anybody that sent me an email. You can set your Gmail, your set it up where it anybody that sends you an
Okay.
email will automatically forward to your Gmail account.
Yeah, but it was amazing. You know, and I said I got to try it again. So early this morning, I got on it, and all of a sudden, boom, the links came in, and I would hit the button, and within a number of seconds, it opens up. So I guess Gmail likes Gmail, you know, and AOL, it doesn't like it, so it wasn't working. But I'll just have to work on getting it set up. Let me ask you a question. There's something that concerns me regarding the virtual assistants. Okay.
Yep.
I know I can do it. I know I can do everything that you've suggested and what other people are doing here, but I have an apprehension about hiring somebody at this point when I don't know exactly really what I want to hire them for yet. And I know that's kind of like a avoidance mechanism, but does anybody else feel that way, or is it just me?
I would say go, you still got to start the interview process and start looking for that person.
Okay.
You are going to need, you know, Jeff, one of your, you know, we can go through your list yesterday that you said, you know, stuff that you love doing,
Right.
stuff that you don't like doing. And you're not, based on the conversations you and I have had on the phone, you don't like tech. You're not a techie guy, right? Neither am I.
Absolutely not.
So all the stuff, think about some of the stuff that Amanda went through yesterday with polling lists and stuff.
Okay.
Is that something you're going to want to do?
No.
Okay, so there you go.
I'd rather though call, you know, as far as
exact data.
yeah, because call them up and say, here's my parameters. Boom, send me the list.
Yep, you could do that. What if you have to skip trace that list and cold call the list?
That I don't know how to do it.
There you go. There's a virtual assistant deal for you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Every single piece of the process that you don't like to do, you have to force yourself to get a virtual assistant going on it. Okay. Yesterday, you guys remember Josh, he's not on right now, but Josh was on yesterday, and I've got a little bit of a jump. Josh is in my high level mastermind. And so Josh and I have been working together with his first virtual assistant. And it's tough when you haven't ever used a virtual assistant before to kind of let go of some stuff and start giving them stuff. But once you do it, it frees up so much of your time. Here's what I discovered, you guys. Let's start with this. Here's what I discovered when I went from 80 hours a week to 5, doing no less deals, probably doing more. Here's what I discovered. Because I was looking, I mean, you guys, I have been very, very, very aware of how I spend my time for a really long time. And I just didn't think that there was a way for me to get out of that 70 to 80 hours a week. And I just remember thinking, I'm just not doing anything that's sucking up all my time. I don't understand it. And what I found was there wasn't any one thing that was taking up all my time. It was 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there. It was, hey, I could push this over to somebody else, but I'll just do it myself. I could, what happened was all these little 10 and 15 minute segments throughout the course of a day was how it zapped all my time and why I was working 80 hours a week. So simple stuff like Amanda's on here right now. Simple stuff like every time we buy a property, I add that property to my overall personal financial statement. Okay, we have a spreadsheet that I've built for my personal financial statement. And every time we buy a property, I would go in there and add that property. And all that required was me to put in the address, figure out the property taxes per month, figure out the insurance per month, figure out we use a maintenance number, property management fee, and then it has a cash flow number that will automatically figure. And that process of me entering a property would take me about 5 or 7 minutes. And I would always do it. And I was thinking, why? I could have Amanda do it, but it's so quick. I'll just do it myself. So you end up buying 2 or 3 properties in a day. And I got, 15, 20 minutes gone just like that. So I decided one day I'm never doing that part again. I'm just going to, Amanda's 10 times, she probably does what that took me 5 to 7 minutes. She probably does in 1 minute. So I just sent it to her. So she's done that forever, ever since probably 6 to 8 months ago. And that saved me, call it 20, 30 minutes a day. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I protect my time like nobody's business. I don't want my time being gone for any one thing. Like I'm so programmed to save time. I figure out mathematically in my head when I'm going to go do something, like just around the house. If I have to go grab something and then walk over here and walk over there, I mathematically figure out the shortest distance for me to grab the 3 things that I need. I don't make second steps.
That's something.
So for me to save 5 or 10 minutes is a really big deal. So all those little things that you think, well, I could just do it myself, get that out of your head. I'm just telling you guys.
I get it. And I think I'm going to be very excited when I get my first virtual assistants and find how easy it is.
So like for example, today, I was texting somebody back and forth, and they were like, hey, I need to optimize my email and do a bunch of stuff in email. And I was like, okay, well, they're asking me, well, who should they hire? And I was like, why wouldn't you just go on to Fiverr and do a search for email optimization? And I did that. I literally did that search. And what this guy said, it'll probably take me a couple hours to do it. Just be easier for me to do it myself. I did a search and I found somebody with over 50 ratings, 5-star reviews that would do it for $15.
Wow.
So if a CEO of a company, which you guys are all CEOs of your company, you need to figure out what in the heck is your time worth. I mean, we have exercises we can do. I don't think we're going to do it, but what do you guys think your time's worth? I mean, literally, Bader, what do you think your time's worth?
I mean, if you just break it down to a per dollar per hour, and then I kind of reverse engineered it last year of the hours I worked. It was around 500 an hour.
Yes, exactly. $500 an hour. So what that means, so just so you guys know, I charge, so my time, I have my time based around $500 for every half hour. That's what I value my time at. That's not me being like, oh, I'm a big shot and I'm worth all this. No, it's just based on the amount of money I make, divided out by the number of hours a year that I work. That's the minimum number. Like I gotta make $1,000 an hour. So like, for example, this week, somebody reached out to me and wanted to jump on the phone with me for, I don't know, 15 minutes or something like that. And he's like, can I pay you $250 to jump on the phone with me for 15 minutes? Sure, I'll do that. So, and I helped him a lot. I mean, I probably, it would be a big deal to his business. I had done it for $500 for 30 minutes. So that happens all the time. If you want to take me to lunch and come fly, if you want to fly to the Quad Cities and take me to lunch for 1 hour, it's $1,000. And I don't like mess around with that. That's what my time's worth. So I protect my time very, very closely. And right now, my real estate, and that doesn't matter if I'm only working 5 hours a week in my real estate business. It has nothing to do with it. It's I want to do with my time what I want to do with my time. And if I want to sit on the couch, that doesn't matter. That's still what my time's worth. So what you guys have to, so think about all these billionaires that live around the world. Think about all these billionaires. I saw something the other day where The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, the guy that was in he was the WWE wrestler and all that. You guys know what I'm talking about. Great big muscular dude. He made $60 million last year. Okay. He made $60 million, and that was his income. Okay. That wasn't net worth. That was his income. So you think about that, that's $1 million a week the guy's making. Okay. More than that. So how did he do that? How was he able to, and they say most of his time is spent with charity work. So how is a guy making $1 million a week? He's spending a lot of his time on charity work, and he still runs multiple businesses. He's an actor. He's a WWE guy. He's got charities. He's got businesses. He's got a new tequila company or something like this. How is he running? How is that possible? You can make $1 million a week. Well, it's because he has what I'm teaching you on a small scale, he has put in place. Take Richard Branson. Richard Branson's his businesses do $23 billion a year in sales. $23 billion. And the guy does 90% of his time is spent with charities. Well, how can the guy, he owns 500 businesses. That's no BS. Richard Branson owns 500 businesses. How is that possible? How is the guy making $2 billion a month? Well, he's got this bigger version of what I'm teaching you. If I was working 80 hours a week and I could make a couple $1 million a year in my real estate business at 80 hours a week, how could it be possible that I could double my income and still do the same things I'm doing right now? I can't, not at 80 hours a week. You can't do more. You can't double, you can't go to 160. Okay, it's impossible. You have to figure out a way to get the same amount of work done or more while using less of your time. And that's what we're learning right here. Stop being part of the system. So what I mean by that is if you have a process and that process is 10 steps and you say, hey, I'm really good. I'm gonna outsource 9 out of these 10 steps because I'm gonna be efficient. There's still no exit. As long as you are one piece of a 10-step process, you'll still never exit that process. Does that make sense? You have to be 100% out. You have to build a system that you're not a part of. That's the only way you're going to increase your income. All right. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Jeff, to circle back around and just answer your question, you don't know what you're going to have the VA do. Everything. Your VA is going to do everything. Okay.
Okay.
Figure out how to get every single step off your plate. I mean, I'm just guessing here, you're probably the oldest guy in this group that we're in right now. You should be more protected of your time than any of us.
I am. I'm concerned that I've got less time left than anybody on this Zoom webinar here. And so I really need to maximize the use of my time so I can go out and play pickleball and have a business running at the same time.
That's right. So every single day, all of you guys, I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. Carry a yellow pad around with you all day long. This is how I went from 80 hours to 5. I carried a yellow pad. Every time I did something that I was like, man, this ain't freaking $1,000 an hour for me to have this done. Write that down, okay? If my time's worth $1,000 an hour, and I can hire it out for $20 an hour, $8 an hour, $3 an hour, why in the hell would I ever do that job, right? It just doesn't make any sense. If you can hire it out for less than what you're making per hour of your time, then get rid of it. Maybe there's a few things that you love to do and that you want to do, and when you do those things, you're making $1,000 an hour, $500 an hour, $250 an hour. Okay. And if that's the case, then do them. Why do I take a call that somebody wants to jump on the phone with me for 15 minutes for $250? I think that's worth it for me. Or half an hour for $500, or lunch for $1,000, and I make them pay for lunch. I think that's worth it, right?
Yes.
So figure out what your time is worth. And just so you guys know, I have a sheet in your VA guide that's in your folders. There's a sheet in one of the first few pages that literally helps you dictate. It's all written, fill it out. We're not going to do it right now, but you need to do it tonight or as homework. Figure out what your time is worth and then start getting rid of everything else off your plate that does not pay you that amount. Okay?
Okay.
So imagine that, like, pretend one of the things, so I'll mention this guy's name again because I pay this guy $35,000 a year to be in his mastermind. And this is Mark Evans. But Mark always said, Matt, if imagine you're on a desert island. You can't communicate with anybody. You can't do a physical one piece. You have a cell phone, you have no internet. You have no internet. How are you going to do a real estate deal? That's how you build your company. You build it by not being part of it. Okay?
Yep.
So it's pretty freeing, you guys. I'm just telling you right now, so many people are BSing out there. There's so much BS on the internet. People are lying, and they're telling you that they're working very few hours, and they're lying to you. I know, because I know behind the scenes stuff. I've been in the business long enough. I know who the people are that are BSing. I've been behind this backstage and talking to these people. Okay? But I'm telling you, I work less than 5 hours a week on my real estate company. And the day I got to that point, my whole life changed. All of a sudden, I don't have to stress. I don't have to do these pieces. It's a big deal. Okay? I went on last December, I went to St. Thomas and was on a yacht. Between being on the yacht for a week and being gone for a week, we were in a really bad area with terrible internet. On the yacht, there was no internet and no cell phone service. And it was cool to see during that time frame, that week that I was on this yacht. First of all, you guys, every single one of you guys needs to make it your goal to make so much money that you can afford to pay $35,000 to be on a yacht for a week. Okay, that should be a goal of yours, because it was the most amazing vacation I've ever taken. I will do it forever, once a year for the rest of my life. It's that amazing. Very expensive. But during that yacht trip, it's pretty neat. I had guys like Tim Bratz. Do you guys know who Tim is? Yeah. You guys should follow on Instagram. He's Mark Evans, Austin Rutherford, young guy. Fathi said, these guys were 5 of us. We had 5 of us, and we had our wives or girlfriends with us. So there's 10 people on this yacht. Everybody paid, I think, 25 or 35,000 a piece. So this was 142 foot. I mean, this thing was beautiful. This is the most amazing trip I've ever taken. So we're down in the British Virgin Islands. There's no internet, and you can't even make a phone call. Like, there's just nothing. You can't. Like, every once in a while, you could be at a port and maybe make a phone call. There's just no service. So it was neat to be hanging with these guys, not only just talking business all day and all night, because there's really nowhere else to go, right? You're on this big boat. But it was neat to watch. Two things was neat. One, in a 2-week period, I did a total for my business. And this just speaks to the level of my team, people like Amanda and Tyler. In a 2-week period between texting and emails, total in 2 weeks, a company flipping 20 to 30 houses a month, I had 4 total between texts and emails that I had to handle in a 2-week period. Okay, that speaks volumes of systems built, deals being done. I'm not there. Secondly, it was neat to watch guys like Mark and Tim who teach they're preaching the same thing, and they're not in the corner on their laptop or on the corner on their phone, like having to handle stuff. They're not involved in any of it. They're hanging with me. They didn't answer any of their phones. They didn't do any emails, right? It's like it is reality, you guys. You guys can put this together. This is like, it's the greatest accomplishment I've ever done, was being able to build a business that runs without me. It's literally the greatest thing I've ever created. And I want you guys this event is so important that I just can't even emphasize. Like, you guys are the smartest people on the planet for being here, because this is going to change your life. But you have to be disciplined enough to say, I could go do that. I could go get that done in 15 minutes, but I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing to have my VA do that. That's what you have to get to. Okay?
Okay. Well,
so it takes discipline. It takes discipline. But here's the other thing, guys. I don't want to mislead you and think that, sometimes VAs it'll be hard. You'll hire the wrong one and you have to fire them. That happens sometimes. It happens to us sometimes. Sometimes you hire somebody. I know Josh. Josh, he's not on right now. He'll be back on later, I'm assuming today. But he went through like a couple, and he had to fire them. They were terrible. They just weren't responding fast, and just weren't good. That happens. But now he's got one that's decent. But is he still having to train? Yeah, you still have to do some training. You've got all my systems you can send over, but you're going to have to take some questions sometimes. Not everybody's going to get it the first time they look at it. The main thing is don't ever repeat yourself. Okay. Like I was literally texting Josh last night. He was so excited about yesterday's training. He was like texting me last night, like, man, I just love it. I'm going to do this. I'm doing that. But he was like, hey, he's like, in the texting, I'm sending my lead Sherpa text out to my VA. And he's like, I'm having to help her figure out how to respond. And I'm like, okay, so remember, first of all, guys, one thing about it, you won't find any of our text response in any of my training. Like I'm not going to tell you what to respond. And here's why. Because if we all do the same exact texts, it'll all get flagged and will be considered spam by the cell companies. So that's the one piece I can't, it's not like email where you can copy and paste basically the same thing. With texting, you can't do that. So I just told Josh, I'm like, listen, never repeat yourself. Every single situation you see that a seller responds, create an FAQ and a response for that thing. And then once you create it, if you go in there and do it, if you go in there and just do it yourself, because he's like, I have to go in here and respond and do these things, but like, no, build a response and save it and hand it off to them, and you never have to do it again. Does that make sense? Never repeat yourself. Like, there's just have people learn and create a resource for them. So anyway, I just wanted to cover that. It's really, really important, you guys. I mean, this is the most important training you've ever done. This is freedom. This is your time. Okay. We don't have, nobody in the planet has an advantage on you on how many hours a day. You got 24. Okay. Don't waste them. Don't waste a minute. So, okay. So let's jump into, does anybody have, I want to start out with, I know Brian emailed me, we're emailing back and forth. Brian, you had a couple questions, I think. Does anybody have any questions on anything that we discussed yesterday that you want to ask Amanda? So just so you guys know, Amanda's on right now. Tyler's sitting right here. Amanda has to leave at a hard stop at noon today, my time, Central Time. So I'm going to have her teach a couple things this morning, but before she goes. But do you guys have any questions for me, Tyler, Amanda, anything right now?
I have two questions.
Yep.
So you said that if you don't have to go to the house, or you can't go to the house to have the seller take the pictures, but what if the seller's out of state?
Well, then the question is, can they get you inside? Is there a way to get inside? Typically, when somebody's out of state, they keep the keys with somebody. Okay. So you could, they almost always have the keys. If not, put the keys in the mail and overnight them to me, and I'll go put a lockbox on your house for you. You know what I mean? But typically they have a neighbor that has keys, or somebody, a family or somebody has keys or something. Get the keys and then have them do a lockbox. Or you can help them with the lockbox. But we are going to be talking pictures today and how to do all that stuff in more detail.
Okay, and my second question is, you said to have the buyer do the inspection. Does that mean just go through the photos and they have to do that immediately when they sign the contract, or they don't get a chance?
So they're gonna look at your pictures. If the house is vacant and there's a lockbox on, or there's a way to get in, great. 50% of the time right now, even with COVID-19, you're still getting into the house. It's like, to be honest with you, I don't know what you guys are seeing too, like David and Brian. But if Josh is here, but we're still getting into houses, you guys. It's just, we're getting into the vacant ones. The ones with the tenants, we're not typically going into, but you're still able to get into the houses. So part of it is, get the buyers into the house if they need to, but first send them the pictures, right, and make sure that okay. So I always like to say, hey, before we waste a bunch of time with kicking the tires here, how does the price look based on the pictures that I sent you? Okay. Let's not let's not waste a bunch of time and go look at the house. And, you know, I like people that can make fast decisions. Those are the types of buyers. And that's the type of buyer that's coming out of the woodwork right now. Two buyers I haven't sold a house to since 2014 are now emailing me, hey man, market's down, I'm back in. They bought from me from 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, kept everything, prices got too high, they stopped buying, they sold everything, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, made all their money. Now guess what they're doing? They're sitting on cash, market dropped, I'm back in. Okay, those are the types of buyers that move quickly. So a lot of buyers buy without having to go to the property. We do it. I mean, I still send somebody through now, but for a long time we bought sight unseen. But I don't do it personally anymore. I have somebody do it. So think about auction buyers, people that buy from auction. They never go into any of these houses. They can't legally, right? They're buying, they're making fast decisions based on pictures they have, looking through the windows and numbers. Those are the types of buyers we want to work with. And that's what's coming out of the woodwork right now. Make sense?
Thanks. Yep.
Two things, Matt, real quick. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. One, did you say yesterday, and I know we can go back and review the day, which I will, that you have a non-refundable deposit for your buyers, you know, so that if they decide to fool around, take time, they're under the gun, they know they're going to lose their money, or how do you do that?
Yeah, so think about it. What's the one, so if you set up this right, there's one thing that can get you out of most of your deals, and that's an inspection, right?
Right.
Hey, I did an inspection, it didn't come back the way I hoped it, and now I don't want the house, or I want a price reduction, right? Well, what if you remove that one thing? And you said, Mr. Buyer, you know, I've got 14 people that want this house. You know, I can't mess around with a bunch of messing around stuff. And go check out the pictures, check out the house if you want. If you want the house, you've got to do your inspections now. After that, if it goes under contract, there's no more inspections. You can do that.
Okay.
Now, once they do that, yes, I want the house. Okay, let's do earnest money, and you know, you can make it whatever you want. We do $4,000. Then there's no out. The only out they have now is if title can't clear, and that happens sometimes. If they can't clear title, of course you're going to give them their money back. That's not their fault. So we don't refund their money unless it's something that it's their own fault. Now, one exception I'll do, if I've done deals with somebody a lot and I know they're legit and they close, I'll let that stuff slide a little bit. I want to be easy to work with. But if it's somebody brand new, first of all, if it's cash, you've got to be upfront. I need to see your proof of funds. I want to see a bank statement, you know, black out your account numbers. I don't give a crap about, but I need to see your name or your company name with an amount in the bank that you have the cash to close. So do that part and do inspections first, and you know, go from there.
I found that and I'm sure everyone here has done this to people or has had it done to them. You know, I've got some properties that I didn't touch. I owned them outright, but I wanted to sell them. And, you know, I know these guys are coming out of the woodwork with, yeah, I can do it. And this, you know, and they want to hold me at bay for, for 30 days. Oh, I need 30 days to sell this thing. Well, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to sell it, not my problem.
Right.
But I said, no, not doing that, you know, because what it does is it takes it off the market.
Yep. So you can do, you want to be working with, first of all, have an amazing deal that just is like blood in the water. Like these people have to have it. Like that's step one. Just get such an amazing deal that you're selling it at such a great price that everybody wants it. That's step one. Don't sell marginal deals. Marginal deals don't sell, especially right now. The one shift, I'm selling a ton of houses, you guys. So, but the one thing that I'm doing, I'm selling them 20% less than what I was selling them for pre-COVID-19. I'm selling at a discount, 20% less. And how am I able to do that and still make money? Well, because I'm buying them at 20% less. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we're buying them cheaper and we're selling them cheaper. So with that, just have an amazing deal that you can sell.
Okay.
That will have people fighting over it.
Here's something you may know that no one on this call knows, and I don't know if you know this or if you've got a clever way to do it. And we'd all really benefit from it, is right now, at least in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I live, and in Indiana, we're doing the shelter at home thing, and the auctions are closed, as you said. And who are some of the best
Mhm.
buyers? Those institutional guys and guys in the auction who will buy stuff sight unseen. So that's a good thing. How
Yep.
can we, sitting at home using our computers or whatever, if we don't even go to the auctions, if we never went to the auction, how can we cleverly find out who these auction buyers are? How can we
Start searching for
search that
cash
out?
transactions. Start searching cash transactions.
Okay.
There's a couple ways you can do that. One is sometimes you can do it through the county site. Now, in our county, you can't do that here, but some people are able to do that. Secondly, you heard Amanda mention yesterday, Exact Data will sell a cash buyers list.
Okay.
Find out all the get a hold of Exact Data and say who paid cash in the last 90 days, 120 days, 6 months, who's paid cash for multiple properties. So that's one way you could buy that list. Third thing is we have Amanda can send this too if we need to, but we have you guys ever heard of, so there's software that you can buy that you can easily pull up cash buyers. Okay, you can just we belong to a website. It's like a real estate real network. I don't know. Amanda
Real
has
Wealth
the
Network.
link.
Real Wealth
Yes.
Network is what it's called.
Yes, we have that.
That's
And so
awesome.
we'll just do a search in our county. Like I have one of my VAs is doing this right now. She's going through pulling all of them and then download. Literally, I answered an email this morning from her. She needed help on one piece of it, but she's going through it. She pulled 660 cash buyers this morning in my area that she's now uploading into a website that then we'll skip trace, and then we'll contact and see if they're still buying, all through with VAs. And then we'll add them to our list if they want more properties, and then they'll get an email and they'll start buying houses from you.
That's perfect. That's perfect, because I think I've even got that source, and I haven't used it for that.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, Matt,
So-
just curious.
Yep.
Yeah, I pull a list of Indianapolis deeds sold. And Jeff, we can talk more. I can send you a link to where you can actually download that. But I'll
Okay.
pull the cash solds from the MLS, and then I pull them for the auction and the tax sale.
There you go. Yep.
I'm curious, do you have it kind of mapped out, like the steps on when you reach out to them? Kind of like the scripts of what you say and kind of how you how you kind of vet those buyers. And I still use the priority squeeze play a lot.
You guys want to know how I do this? I try to do this through, to be honest with you, it's so simple, but most people won't do it this way. I try to do it through Facebook Messenger.
I gotcha. You just you friend them on
Find them,
Facebook
I
and then
find them on Facebook.
gotcha.
Because now I'm a legit dude, right? They can see my profile. I'm always posting about real estate.
Yep.
Right in my bio, I say I'm a real estate investor. I've closed all these deals. You guys can do this exact same thing. So then you pull those lists and search for them on Facebook. Now, not everybody will be on Facebook, but 7 out of 10 will, right?
Yeah.
So just send them a quick message on Facebook. Quick question. You still buying in Indianapolis?
Gotcha.
Super simple.
Makes sense. And then you just set your VAs up to do that.
Yep. And then
Cool.
here's the other thing is I have an app that we buy. Let's see here. It's called Land Glide. Land Glide.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
You remember that, Ryan? So
Yeah. What was the one? I'm going blank. What's the one guy's name from Carolina?
Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob Mullins.
Jacob showed that to me. So that Land Glide app, when we close something, I've wholesaled properties because of this. Because when we close something, now I'm going to hand this off to Leslie, my VA, one of my VAs. I'm going to have her start doing this. I'm trying to figure out with Tyler, because Land Glide it's an app, right? It's not a website.
Yep.
So I want to see if Leslie can log into a big iPad that we have, like we do with the Team Viewer with the computers.
Yeah.
And then every time we buy a house, one of her processes is she goes into Land Glide, types in the address, and then anybody that's got an LLC near that property we are going to contact to see if they want. Hey, so then you find that person on Facebook. Hey, I've got a property under contract 2 houses down from the one that you already own. You interested? The other thing is you can type in every single person's LLC and know, like if they have a company called Home Buyers LLC, you can type that in and see every single property that person owns everywhere.
Nice.
So I was looking at a house and I was texting back and forth with the realtor, and this house was on 3rd Street in Davenport. And this realtor said, hey, if you buy this one, he's got 17 more he'd be willing to sell. And I'm like, yeah, right. Everybody says that. I said, give me what's the name of his LLC? And he gave it to me, and I jumped right on my Landglide app and I pulled it up, and sure enough, 17, and I knew right where they were.
Nice.
So that's a good, it costs like $100 a year to have that Landglide app, but it's powerful. So just, people love proximity, right? And people love having houses near the houses they already own. They want to take over certain areas.
Yeah.
So it's just another one of those tools that you can use to really dial in the buyers.
Makes sense.
Hey man,
Yeah,
what's the name of that?
I actually have a couple of deals that I'm going to use that on today.
Yep. What's that, Rod?
What's the name of the answering service? You said Nexa. How do you spell that?
Nexa. They're formerly Answer One. I've been using them for probably, I don't know, 7, 8 years now. 6, 7, 8 years, something like that.
NEXA.
Nexa. And if we've got, I don't know, is there an affiliate? Amanda, do we have an affiliate with them that gives everybody a better deal or not? Do you know? I don't know if I think
and we have a representative that we can refer everybody to also, Sandra. So I think that's in our how-to on how to contact her and get everything set up.
Cool.
There's a link in there.
Cool. Any other questions before I have Amanda jump on? I don't want to lose. She's only got so much time today, you guys. Amanda, are you ready to teach?
Yep. I think I'm good.
RVM and CallRail. Any other questions before Amanda jumps in?
I just have one quick question. So
okay, Tara, you go, then Robbie, you go. Okay, go ahead, Tara.
Okay, so Nexa will fill out your form, your intake form?
Yep. You got it. Part of the deal. And then Robbie, what's your question?
Okay, after they fill out the deal it's in the Podio, who do you have an outside like third-party service for qualifying the lead as well? Like lead manager?
No, we're gonna cover more of that today.
Okay.
You're gonna have your VA do it, or you're gonna. I want your VAs to do that, but it's gonna take a little work. We're gonna go through that today.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Amanda, do you want to go ahead and start with RVM?
Yeah. Let me just share my.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my.
Okay. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. This is the ringless voicemail campaign. It's the campaign that we use where it just drops voicemails into people's phones without them ever ringing. So it's a lot better than telemarketing, because when they actually listen to voicemail, they hear you. And then, when you get a lead calling you back, usually it's a pretty good lead. I found that they usually only call back for 2 reasons. Either 1, they do want to sell a house, or 2, they're asking to be removed from the list. So you will get both of those. Now I did put here on our how-to for assistance with your account, contact the support line. So once you have your account set up, if you have questions, obviously come to us and ask us. But a lot of times if it's like a support or technical thing about their website, they're gonna have to assist you because they only have that capability. I've had that a few times, so I just wanted to throw that out there for you guys. But to set up the account, we did just create an affiliate with them. So this is pretty new, but we have the link in our how-to. If you just click that link, it should bring you right to the page to sign up for your account. And over here on the right-hand side is where you would create your account and put in your email address. And then you would be able to set your account up from there. And there is a 10-day risk-free trial, so you can test it out and decide if you want to keep it or not. And then once you have your account, you would just then log in. And you do have to go through these steps every single time you log in. You have to agree to the terms. So there's no way around that. And then the main things you're going to be looking for over here on the left-hand side, this is going to be all of your setup. And there are a few things initially you will have to do, but once you get your campaign set up, it's a set it and forget it type thing. So it's a lot easier once you set all of this up initially. You don't have to do this every time unless you're creating a brand new campaign. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is record a voicemail. So to do this audio button here, if you click on that, you'll see that we have all of these voicemails that we've recorded in the past. They make it really simple for you. If you just click create recording pen, you'll give your job a name. So here I'm just going to put test. And then you can either create a pen. It doesn't really matter. So I just leave the generated pen that they have there. And then if you click next, it's going to give you all of the dial instructions. And this is going to be how you or your virtual assistant, or whoever's going to record this voicemail, will follow these steps to record the voicemail and save it. So for example, if you were to record, you would dial this number, it would tell you to enter this PIN. And then it would say after the tone, record your message. You would go ahead and record your message there. And then I think it's like the hashtag or the star that you would push to save your message. And from there, it would appear in your account. And that's really all you have to do to get that voicemail in your account. So really simple. And then you want to upload your list. So you would click phone list on the left-hand side. You would click new phone list here. And then again, I'm just going to put test, but usually we name all of these items based on the campaign that you're running. So if it's your exact data vacant list, that's what I would name that here. And then you want to make sure that you highlight for ringless voicemail in green. Make sure that says yes. You can add landlines, but there is a disclaimer that it doesn't mean you're going to get an increased result, but it doesn't hurt as well. Scrub against the national DNC and Florida DNC, and we leave those checked too, just because we want to follow the rules and make sure we're not contacting anybody that is on those lists. Then you want to find your file. So I'm just going to use one that I already have on my computer. And then click next, and you're going to match these just like you did on like the skip tracing or any of the other tools where you upload your list. You match the columns. So once it's uploaded, we'll do that. Here though, it's not as important to match every single column. You want to make sure that you get the name and the phone number. But it doesn't really, it's not like a CRM that, you know, you're gonna need to search by address or anything like that. So once we get there, I'll show you guys, but you don't have to match every single column on your list. So here you can see this was my list and there are a lot of columns. So lead phone, you would find your phone number. And again, you do have to skip trace before you get to this point. So you would use like Data Finder or Sherpa to skip trace. And then extern ID is also going to be the phone number. So those are the most important two columns you need to match. And then from there, I just usually match the first name and the last name. And you can go through and match the address as well. But again, not really that important. You're not going to be searching by this information. And then after you've matched those columns, you'll click save. And then you can see right here it's processing. And just keep in mind, so you have your list that you bought. Let's say it has 5,000 names on it. You skip trace it. Now you might have 4,000 leads that came back with a phone number, but keep in mind when you upload it here, it scrubs it against the national databases for the DNC. And it also, your list probably include like VoIPs, landlines, that sort of thing. So just because you had 4,000 leads, it may come back that you have a much lower number of actual leads here to drop voicemails to. So, and if you ever have any questions on your list, you can always click on it and it will give you the breakdown of that information. So here you can see we supplied 5,001 leads. There's 305 loaded. There were 356 duplicates. The malformed, the support helpline can help you with this, but usually it's like the phone numbers were bad. or they weren't entered incorrectly, that sort of thing. Invalid, again, not good working numbers. Suppressed, so this is a big number, and that probably includes a lot of names that was on the DNC, and that sort of thing. And then remaining, so you see how it dwindled down quite a bit. So you're going to need a lot of leads to upload here to reach. So if you're trying to drop 5,000 voicemails, you're going to need a much bigger list than a list of 5,000 names. Does that make sense? Because of all of these things that were removed here. Okay, and then if we go to, so we have our list uploaded. Let's see, caller ID. So we're gonna need to go in between two sites. If you already have CallRail set up, that's where I'm going to go. You don't necessarily need CallRail for this next step. The most important thing is just new caller ID, and you'll need a phone number here. So this phone number is going to be the phone number that appears when you drop the voicemail. So like if you checked your phone and noticed you had a new voicemail, you would see this phone number to return the call. So you want to make sure that it's a local number. It's a good number to call back. If you left like your personal phone number and you dropped all these voicemails, your phone is going to be on overload and you're not going to be able to handle all the leads. We actually did that when we started this, and we even had it go to our call center, all of the return calls, and they got so overwhelmed that they couldn't even take all the leads. I think that they didn't have enough people answering the phone, so a lot of leads were getting missed. So that's why we use CallRail, because we actually now set up a call flow so that all those incoming calls go straight to voicemail. So then it does two things. It allows us to catch up and not be overwhelmed by all the incoming calls, but also we're able to just call back those people that are showing motivation. So if they leave you a message, you can screen the message first of all. And if they say, yeah, I have a house for sale, then you can take the time and call them back. So you're not wasting your time on the phone. And then obviously if they say remove me from the list, you can do that. Or if it's, sometimes you'll even get voicemails coming back from, you'll get spam yourself. Let's just say that. So you'll check a message and you'll have a call recording from some random person. But anyway, that's why setting up that call going straight to voicemail is really important. And that's where this caller ID comes in. So phone number. I'm going to kind of do a split training here. So CallRail. Does anybody have CallRail set up? Nobody has CallRail? Okay, so they do have a free trial. It's 14 days, so it's plenty of time to set up and decide if you like it. But basically you can have, I'm going to sign in really quick so that I can show you guys. You can have a ton of different local phone numbers, and you can choose the area codes, so you don't have to stay in your area. For example, by creating a new number, you can see here we have a ton of different numbers. So anywhere from Des Moines to Chicago to the Quad Cities, and you can have as many phone numbers as you want, and you can forward them, each individual ones, to whatever number you want. So all of these numbers, these 800 numbers, are a call center. And then this is what I'm referring to with sending them straight to voicemail. So these I set up, and we'll show you guys how to do that. And if you click down, you'll see we have a ton of different voicemails to use in our account. So what I would do is to just take the tracking number. So for example, if I'm setting up ringless voicemail for the third notice and apartment list, I would take this tracking number here and go back to my account and put that number here. And then for notes, I usually name the campaign. So I would just name that one, third notice and list source. Sorry, this little button's in the way here. Let me see if I can do that. And that way here, I don't know if you guys can see this, it's a little grayed out since I'm on the screen, but the notes here, it just shows my campaigns. So that's how I keep track of where these incoming calls are coming from. I'm just gonna label that one test so I know for later. And then you click save. So now you have your list uploaded. You have your audio recording, which is the voicemail that they hear when you drop that initial voicemail. And then you have your caller ID. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to show you guys how to have return callers go to voicemail. So you're not finished there. I'm just going to go through the entire process of creating a new number so you guys can see over here in CallRail. Well, let's say you were setting this up initially. We use this offline. It tells you a little bit about it down here. So direct mail, ringless voicemail, that sort of thing. You want to choose offline, and you'll again label your campaign. So test campaign, and then forwarding calls to. So even if you plan to send all of your leads to voicemail, you still have to have a call forwarding number. So you can use your, if you have like a call center set up, you can use that call center, or you can just use your personal phone number or Google Voice number, because nobody's actually gonna go here as long as you set up that call flow. And then here, there are toll-free numbers. We don't use those, and it actually costs more to use the toll-free numbers. We choose a number in a different area code. So here, you can just search by your location. So this is a number that I use pretty often, and then they give you a few different options to choose from. Number features. So you can play a message before the call. I usually don't do that. Call recording, I do that very often. You do need to check though, here's a legal note in your area if it's required to play like a little note before the call to make sure that the other person knows the call is being recorded. So just make sure if you're gonna remove this note where they don't hear that message, that it is legal in your area to do that. And then you just activate your tracking number. So really simple, that number is now live. If you called this number right now, you would be forwarded over to our call center. But if you want messages or incoming calls to go to voicemail, you're not done yet. So that's where you would set up your call flow. And if you click set up call flow, it'll bring you to all of your call flows here. And then you would just create a new call flow. And you don't have to, let me just say, you don't have to necessarily do this every time. So if you're going to use the same message, just a different caller ID, you can come here and select, see how this call flow here, generic voicemail, there's 10 numbers associated with that. So you only need to do this if it's a brand new message and call flow. But
so Amanda, the call flow is like the process the caller goes through as they call that number?
Yeah, so just if you want to do something different other than your basic call forwarding to one number. So there's a few different options here. I haven't used most of these. We use direct to voicemail a lot. So that's the one that I'm showing right now. So that when, like, if you called, when I'm finished setting this up, if you called that tracking number, instead of it going to the call center, it's going to go straight to like Matt's voicemail, where it's like, hey, sorry I missed your call. And then they leave a message from there. So that's what I'm setting up right now. And then you would just like direct to voicemail and configure call flow. And then it's going to bring you the options to set that up. So up here at the top, you want to make sure you label this. So when you saw like Matt's generic voicemail under that drop-down menu, that's what you're going to see here. So I'm just going to label mine test. But this is, we wouldn't label it by like your campaign. This is where you would label the actual voicemail. So if it's like your generic return voicemail, where you're just saying, hey, this is Rod, sorry I missed your call. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. You would just say like generic voicemail type thing. And then you can select record recalls, but we actually already did that before. So I usually just leave that alone here, and they're going to voicemail anyway, so not a big deal to record those. And then down here is the actual voicemail part. So it can read a message if you want to type it out. It'll be like one of those robot type things. You guys have all heard that, but we don't suggest doing that because we always want someone to feel like they're talking to a real person. So under play recording, this is where you can either choose a recording on your computer. So if you already have one, you can upload that. These are all of my existing recordings, but you can upload a file here. Or since you're brand new setting this up, you'll probably want to do create recording. And they make it really easy to do that straight from the computer too. So if you click this message, and then you just talk, and then when I stop talking, just so you know, it is going to start playing this message, click stop recording. Okay, I stopped it in time. But you can play that back and just make sure it sounds exactly like what you want. If it doesn't, you can re-record as many times as you want until you get it right. And then give your recording a name. So again, just whatever you want that to say, and then create recording. And then after you review everything here on this page, up here at the top, you'll want to make sure that you click save. And then activate your changes. And now you have your voicemail set up and that call flow, but it's not connected to your tracking number just yet. So you want to make sure that you go back to your phone numbers and find the campaign that you just finished setting up your phone number. And I think I labeled that one test. Yep, test campaign. So you find your campaign over here where it says forward calls to. If you just click that drop down arrow, you will see your new voicemail under these options. See how you see the test voicemail here? That's the one we just finished setting up. So if you click that, you'll save and update your call flow. And now it says forward calls to test voicemail. So if you call this tracking number here, you'll hear that portion of the voicemail that I just recorded. And then what happens from here is all of the incoming calls go to the voicemail, and once they're recorded, you should get an email letting you know that you have a new voicemail. But to double check, you'll want to go to your account settings, or actually it's under notifications, and just make sure that you have everything set up. So under here where it says calls and texts, you'll create a notification. And I usually leave it as all companies because I want to know anytime any voicemail from any of these numbers or any incoming calls come in, I want to know about it. So if you have multiple users, you would just select a user here or leave it as yourself. And then make sure that email address on file is the one you want to receive the notifications to. And then I have calls and texts both checked because you can also get text to this number. So just keep that in mind, and you'll always know because you'll get, as long as you have this set up, you'll get those notifications to your email. And that's really all the setup is for CallRail there. But if you go back now that you have your phone number set up, you're ready now because you have your audio, you have your caller ID, you have your phone list. So now you're ready to actually set up your campaign. I just make sure all of the pieces are in line before I go try to set up my campaign because it will take you to a million different screens if you don't do that first. So it just makes it a lot easier. And then here are all of our current campaigns. To set up a new campaign over here on the top right, you'll click New Ringless Voicemail. Give your campaign a name, usually list plus card or whatever, usually list because you're not sending a card. So let's just say exact data vacant list. Use that as an example. I leave it paused. You'll unpause that after you get everything set up, but I don't want anyone sending dropping voicemails when I'm not ready yet. So I just leave that paused. And then select audio. So you recorded your audio message earlier and it should appear in your screen here. And then you'll just double click that, whichever voicemail that you recorded. Click next. And then test third notice. This is the one we just set up. So you see how it appears over here on the left-hand side in our page. If you just double click that, it will bring it over here to the right-hand side of the screen. And then use a blocked caller ID. We don't want to do that. Again, we want these sellers to think we're the most real person out there, and we want them to return our calls. And because we all get like the telemarketing calls and things like that, and I send everybody to voicemail. If I don't have your name saved in my phone, I don't answer the phone. I screen everything, and if you don't leave a voicemail, you're not getting a call back. So we don't do that. We want everyone to see our caller ID, and then click next. Here, start date. So it uses today's date, but it also ends today. We don't want that. So it doesn't matter what date you use here. I usually date it further out. It's just when it would stop sending messages. So when that end date comes around, you'll just have to come in here and just push it out a little further if you're still using this campaign. Local time. So we leave this alone where it says relative to lead. So just because you're in Chicago, if a lead is in maybe California, we don't want to be bothering them, you know, when it's 4 in the morning or something like that. So we want that to stay relative to the lead. And then your hours. So this is when your campaigns are going to be running, and you can choose these hours. So if you, not necessarily, you want to be respectful of everybody else's time. So you don't want to maybe be dropping voicemails Sunday night at 9 o'clock. But also you have to keep in mind, if you do, you're going to be getting these leads, and you don't want to sit on these leads too long. So you want to be responsive as soon as they come in. And to do that, you need to make sure that you're available or your VA is available during these hours. So I always center my hours around when I have somebody to actually return or follow up on these leads. So you would just move these bars wherever you want those hours to fall. And then you can even, if you say, I don't want to get any leads on Saturday, you just click that X button and it'll show you're closed. It won't drop any voicemails. And then if you click next, this is where you're going to choose your list. So we just uploaded the test list, and you can do multiple lists too. And then click next. Now this step is targets. So if you have a list of like 5,000 leads, you don't want to drop those all at once because you're going to be very overwhelmed trying to get to everybody who calls you back. And again, we don't want to sit on leads for too long. So you want to make it manageable. And what we do is we do successful drops. You can do attempts too, but it doesn't necessarily mean those voicemails were actually dropped. So we leave it as successful drops. And then here you can choose whatever you think you would be able to manage. So whether that's 50 a day, 100 a day, we usually do minimum 100 on a daily basis. And then you just click add. And now it has that target. So once it reaches 100 voicemail drops, it won't drop anymore for that day. And you can also choose to get an email every time the target is reached, just to be notified. But it also gives you those statistics up at the top too. Now, if you click save, it's working on setting up your campaign now. Sometimes it takes a minute.
When that's going, you guys, I just want to jump in for a second. Remember that in your folder, you have a replay of this entire section. You can also replay this section tomorrow, watch it as many times as you have to, make it make sense. It's a lot of information at once. I've never seen RVM set up before, and even I think it's a lot, but, watch the training again and maybe it'll make sense.
Yeah, and let me just go back and see if I can, I don't know why it's not highlighting here. Maybe it saved it already. So let me just see if it did and didn't notify us. Nope. So it shouldn't give you this problem. It's never done this to me before, but it is going a little bit slow today. So let's just cancel out of there. Basically, that's the last step though. When you did click save, it would appear here in your account. Let me see if it just is in here somewhere. Okay, I'm not seeing it. But under ringless voicemail, under those that main page there, that's where all of your campaigns are going to be. And you can search it by just clicking these up and down arrows. And then if you ever need to change anything in that, if you double click, it'll bring you to all of your options here. And this is where, so for example, if we just had that one we set up, it would still be paused. You would need to come into this and just select activate so that it would start sending your voicemails. And then if you need to change anything, so you want to change your message, you would just click there. End date, again, if you have to come in here and push that out, you could just do that straight from here. Caller ID, again, everything you just set up is going to be in this area here, schedule. So if you want to change anything there or add a list, you can just click assign phone list, pick a new list, or change your target. So if you decide you're easily managing 100 and you want to up that, you could come here and change that there. And then you just click save after you're finished. And that's pretty much it on setting up ringless voicemail. It seems like a lot. There's a few different steps, but once it's all set up, all you have to do if you're going to use the same campaign is come in and go under phone list and upload your new list each time. And then make sure you come into your main account and go to phone list and just make sure you assign that and save it. And that's really it.
Okay. Amanda, just to clarify, I had a question.
Yeah.
We set up a voicemail in CallRail and we set it up in Stratix. Which one is which in the sequence? Like, are you hitting the CallRail one first or are you hitting the Stratix one first?
So that's a good question. When you set up the campaign under the Stratix, that's actually your blast email. And I call it blast because that's the one that is being dropped into people's actual.
So everyone gets the one in Stratix delivered right to their phone. And when they call back, they're hitting the CallRail one.
Yeah, and the one that's delivered right to their phone, that one's going to be your hey, like this is Matt. I think I remember that you had a house for sale. It's one of those kind of things where you're making it personable. So you want to sound like a real person, obviously, but you also want to say like something along the lines of, I saw that you had a house for sale, or I think I saw that you had a house for sale. If you do, give me a call back type of thing. Those are the recordings that we're blasting out and dropping on people's voicemails. The one in CallRail, that's more of the incoming voicemail that people hear when they call you back. So the return voicemail.
Hey, sorry, I'm busy working with other sellers. I'll give you a call back as soon as I can. Or no, was it Matt? What was the call to action on that second voicemail?
Yeah, just saying just what you just said.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we had a few under our how-to also, like a few scripts. Yeah, so like here, intro blast to seller leads. Hey, this is Matt, and I was calling about a house that you may have for sale. If you would give me a call back. Here's another option here that you guys could use. And then we also do follow-ups. So we've been doing follow-ups for a while now, and we've gotten actually quite a few properties under contract because of that. So you would just follow the same exact steps that we just went through for follow-ups. You would just take your list. We pull our dead lead Podio list straight from Podio. But basically, it's all of the people that you've sent some type of marketing to, but they either haven't responded or you couldn't make a deal work. Even if they have responded, maybe you were off by just a little bit and it's been a few months. So we want to make sure that we follow up on those. And you would just set up the campaign the exact same way. Pull that follow-up list. See, that's actually my very first campaign because we do that very often. And then your voicemail might sound something like this one here. So, and then same exact call flow, have those go straight to voicemail, and then just return their calls and follow up with them.
Okay.
And this is in our how-to, so they have access to all of these, right, Tyler?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. As long as it's in the folder. So on the return calls, just to clarify, they're leaving a message with their name, phone number, and lead information. So if they made it to that point where they left you a voicemail, they're most likely a qualified lead. Who's following up with those again? Is it?
So we used to follow up those directly. Like first it was Matt, then it was me, and along the way we slowly passed those down to the VA. So right now I still get all of the incoming leads just because I want to screen them. I want to make sure the marketing that I'm sending is working because I don't want to be completely out of the loop. But what happens is after I screen those, and let's say I listen to the voicemail and it is someone wanting to sell their house, I'll forward those over to Daisy. And there's two things. If it's a new lead, she'll add it to Podio. But she always searches Podio first by either like the phone number or the name.
Then it just goes through normal acquisition process, right? Like Eric will reach out to them and make a call. Okay.
And for follow-ups, she just searches and finds the lead because it's already in there. It's a follow-up. And that's when she'll usually tag me in there, and I'll go through, and because once it's in our Podio system, there's a few other steps. If it's a new lead, like looking up to make sure it's not in a flood zone, that kind of thing. So I do all of that. And then once I know it's a good lead, I'll assign it to Eric from there. And then it follows, the rest of the acquisition process.
Got it. So Daisy goes to CallRail to collect the voicemails, right?
No, I have those come right to my email. So you saw how, under the settings, the notifications, they all come to me.
All right, I missed that step. So, all right. You guys have any questions or? Yeah.
Oh, do you know the cost per lead for
VBM
drop? Is there the cost that the charge per drop ringless voicemail for?
Oh, that's a good question. So we actually pay, I want to say it is like $297. Let me see, I can actually go right now. So I don't know if you just saw that. Sorry, can you guys see this little box that's right here in my way?
No.
Okay, it's like that stop share screen, so it's not letting me click on. All right, so under my account, that's where you can go and you have your subscriptions, orders, info, payment methods. So when you create your account, you'll go through the setup process of putting your personal information, putting your card on file. But under subscriptions, and they have a pricing tab too, so we can look at the different options. But we pay, so $308 a month, and that includes unlimited everything. and 100 HDR ports. So what that is just how many drops can be going at one time. So for example, if you have that list of 5,000 and you drop them all at once, they won't actually go out all at the same time because you only have 100 ports available. Yeah, exactly. But it's unlimited. So I could sit here all day and continue, sending out voicemails for that amount. Let me see if I could find that pricing page though. I think there are other options.
Probably a cheaper version.
Yeah.
There must be.
Yeah, but that's just what we use, and I haven't been to their pricing page since we actually set this up. So yeah, I'm not seeing that on here, but I want to say they have to have some other options. I think when we started, we paid for like certain amount of drops, so we didn't necessarily have that subscription. It was price per drop. So we can find that out.
Matt said he remembers it being pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Like less than $100 cheap, or like 100 something bucks, something around there.
Yeah. I bet you anything. I could even send a email to Chris. He's the support guy over there, and they usually respond right away. I don't know about on the weekends, but we could get an answer for that.
Amanda, do you have our Podio campaign list, like what our RBM response rate is?
So I pulled a list this morning. I didn't know exactly what we wanted to look for, so I'll just show you. This doesn't have all of our campaigns, just our latest ones right here. And I was looking at it earlier. So it's in order of closed contracts, and you can see the third notice and vacant house is number 1, but you have to keep in mind too, we started the street view probably about 6 months ago or so. And we've been doing third notice for probably, I don't know, a year and a half or so, maybe even longer. So you have to keep in mind that these numbers are always changing. So the longer you do something, you send one of these campaigns, you're going to have more data to base this on. So this is what it looks like right now. Just with our last few campaigns, I wanted to show you guys. So Sherpa, that's pretty new to us over the last couple months, and it will take a little bit to build your pipeline and get some of those deals closing. I know we have quite a few in our deals pending that are under contract for that and for our RVM follow-up. Even though it doesn't say that we have a cost per deal, which means we haven't closed anything, these are pretty new. So I would say over the next couple months, that's gonna change a lot. But this is the one that we recommend a lot, and I do really like the third notice card too. That response rate is pretty good. So what was the specific question on ringless voicemail response rate?
I just want to see if we had any like historical stats on like our cost per lead and cost per closing on RVM, but it looks like it's new. So
yeah.
Well, Amanda, wasn't it the first time we ever sent RVM? We did like $136,000 wholesale deal.
Yeah, that was the apartment list. So that was not actually even on here because we have like over 100 campaigns in our Podio account, and I couldn't possibly put all of those on. I mean, I could have, but it would have been way.
You were just pulling. You're just pulling here, just the cheapest cost per leads on the stuff we talked about yesterday.
Well, this one is just, I wanted to do a little mix. So we have one of our texting, one of our ringless voicemail, and the follow-up. We have cold calling. So this internally, we started this like 2 weeks ago with Hazel. Before that, we were doing lead mining, street view, and third notice. So this is literally just a handful of a few.
We have over 100 ways right now.
Probably more than that. So I didn't want to pull all of that because it would be super overwhelming. I just thought people would like to see just a little bit of how this looks in our Podio system. This is all straight from Podio. This wasn't me like crunching numbers. I couldn't have done that. So again, Podio, Tyler, I think you're going over that, but we make it really.
What do you guys have any other questions on anything Amanda just covered?
Yeah, so is ringless voicemail ever your first initial contact with the seller, or do you do your direct mail first and then you'll implement the RV?
We do it all at the same time, actually. So I'll get a new list. I'll skip trace that list. I'll upload to ringless voicemail. I'll put it in Sherpa. I'll send direct mail. And then we'll have Hazel cold call. So there's like 4 different methods that we're doing for one list. You don't have to do all of that initially, but we want to make sure that we're hitting every single list as best as possible, because for example, if you pull a list and you skip trace it, that number might not be correct. There might not even be a phone number. So that's why we also want to send direct mail. But if you send direct mail and they don't live there, they might not get that, but they might get the voicemail. You see what I mean? So it's just a bunch of different ways that we want to make sure we're trying to contact these people.
Gotcha.
So in order to do your Podio old leads, is what I want to do. You just go to export. I can export that list from Podio and put it in a Excel sheet, right?
So if you wanted to export that same list I just had?
Well, like my Podio.
Wants to export his leads to download.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you would need to use a filter. So over here, all seller leads, you would click every single one of your leads that you have. And as long as you're marking these correctly, so after a lead truly is dead, if you mark it dead, you should just be able to do like a filter here. And then let me move this box that I'm seeing all of you guys. Okay, and then if you go down to status or stage of lead, however it appears in your account.
I think it's similar to that.
Okay.
Stage of lead.
Yeah. I have limited visibility because this box here.
We actually can't see that box.
I know, but I can, and it won't let me like do anything underneath that box. So, okay, so bad dead lead here. If you click that, it added a filter. And now you would just need to see how the number went down from like 5,000 something to 3,811.
Like
You would
1,200.
need to, save that. And you could just say like bad leads. Or you don't even have to save it. This is just if you want to come back and pull it over and over and over again. But here is all of those bad leads. And if you just click this box, it'll select everything. And then you want to make sure that you select all 3,811. And then if you go to this little wrench right here, you can do an Excel export.
Are in the folders.
60. There's supposed to be 76 or something.
And then if you just click those little boxes that appeared, here it's processing. So it's getting that entire list together for you. And when it's done, it'll appear right here as complete. And if you just click on it, it'll download that to your computer as a Excel or CSV file. And then you just take that list, and it already has phone numbers on it for you. So you would then take that and put it in the ringless voicemail campaign.
Does that help, David?
Yeah, and the other quick question I have, can you use like Rev to upload the audio? Or do you have to use that site to upload your voicemail?
No, so you can record your voicemail through anything you want to and then just upload it. They both have options to just do an upload.
You wouldn't want to use Rev because that's a transcribe. That's
just, like any other voice memo.
Your voice memo, yeah. Amanda, you sent me a phone number that I called into, and then I could record it, and then I could listen back if I liked it, or I could delete it. It's super.
Yeah, we went over that. That was in ringless voicemail as the audio setup. That's exactly what the setup is.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's super simple.
Basically, what I'm trying to do is I just want to hire a VA to do all this from my old leads, and all I want to do is record my voice.
Correct.
Yeah. And
I haven't. I've never done any more than that in mine.
So David, if she does your like ringless voicemail setup when she gets to that point, did you remember how there was a phone number to call and a PIN number that we went over? All she does is copy and paste that. She can email it to you, and you just literally call that number, put in the PIN, and record your voicemail, and tell her when you're done, and then it'll go to the account.
Good call. Okay. So it works better to do that than just record something and have her upload it.
It's totally up to you, but I think it's super easy that way because it goes right into your account and you don't have to worry about anything else.
Okay.
Anyone else got any questions?
Nope.
No.
Hey Amanda, so we were gonna have one of you guys. We were gonna pull some of you guys' lists and actually do an RVM and walk through the steps. And we can. I don't know if we're gonna have time for that. That's the only thing.
I think we might end up doing that on a follow-up.
Yeah, maybe on a follow-up call or something. But for right now, Amanda, I want to go through the transaction coordination. Are you ready for that, or?
I think I have some of that pulled up. Let me see.
Do you have the graphic we created?
Yeah, I do. Where is it at? Might be on my other account.
Tara, what's your thoughts there? What's your everything we just covered there with them?
My thought is that I'm going to have to rewatch the video.
There was a lot of moving steps.
For sure. Take it one step at a time, go back, do it again.
It's all good.
Okay, Jeff, how you doing?
Where's he at?
Is he on?
It's great. I'm looking forward to getting this going because I know it's very effective.
Okay, good. Okay, Amanda, why don't you so what Amanda's going to talk through. So Amanda does all of my transaction coordination with all the deals we close. And you guys, it can be kind of, there's a lot of steps to it. It can be kind of time, take time. So this is something that you can have your VAs do. This is another piece that you'll teach your VAs, and we have it lined out step by step, so it's easy to teach. Now, one thing to remember here, as she's going through this, every single area is different. You will probably have to modify. We do deals in Iowa and Illinois, and every single state, every county does deals differently. So there might be some modifications you can do, but one quick little cheat way we did this was we actually just jumped on a call with our title company and had them walk through the step-by-step process. So you guys can do that too. You can take mine as a template and then jump on the phone with the title company and go through step by step and then make changes to just mine to fit your area. Does that make sense? And then once you have it created, then it's simply you push it off to your virtual assistant to make sure they're doing all of these steps for you with you watching in the background, with you being copied on the emails. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you guys, so what time is it right now? I don't even have my 10:30. Okay. You guys need a break quick before she goes into this? Are you good? We'll keep going.
I'm good.
Good? Okay. Amanda, do your thing.
Okay, so transaction coordination. Basically, it starts with you marketing properties. So once you find a deal through your acquisition pipeline, you'll want to market that to buyers. So create your brochures, send that out in the various different ways that you're going to market, whether that's Craigslist or Facebook, direct mail, any of those options. When you have your buyer, you'll want to create the purchase agreement. So you can have your title company create this, but we have our template, and for all of our off-market deals, we just create that ourselves using the template. So I'll create the purchase agreement. And again, we did go over that with our title company before we started using it. So if you're going to use that template of ours, just make sure you run it by your.
You much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
Somebody got Alexa on?
It's Jeff.
Sorry.
Jeff, hit your mute. Hey, you guys, real quick, as Amanda's going through this, Tyler, where's this located at in their folder? This, because it's really hard to see from looking at it right here.
I don't know if I can open it bigger.
There you go. You guys have this flow chart in your folder, okay? So don't think you have to take a ton of notes here, although I want you to take some notes, but this is in your folder as well.
Okay, so like I was saying about the purchase agreement, if you use our template, just run it by your title company or attorney to make sure everything in your area still looks good. It's pretty generic, but you always want to make sure that, you know, a legal document that's going to be signed is going to be okay for wherever you're doing deals. So we use our template. I create all of the purchase agreements. Then we need to get signatures. So I get all of Matt's signatures on ours, and then we'll send that over to our buyers. So I use HelloSign, which we went over yesterday, to get the signatures. Makes it really easy and really fast. So we usually have a time requirement too. So 24 to 48 hours is the time that they have from the time they get the contract to sign it and send their earnest money in. So we'll get those signatures. Once I receive the signed copy, which if you're using anything like HelloSign, you'll get an email notification showing that the document's been signed. you'll take that and send that to the title company or attorney. And I usually just include the buyer with a little note like, hey, thanks for signing. Here are the wiring instructions, or you can request those from your title company. Please let us know when you've sent your earnest money so that we can just make sure that's been received. And that does two things. It notifies them we have the signed contract, gives them the reminder to send the earnest money, but also it's a call to action so that they actually do, because a lot of times if you aren't kind of holding their hand, they tend to forget, and then the title company usually can't do anything until they have that signed contract and earnest money. Both of those things are really important to go forward in any of the deals that you do. Okay, so when you send that signed contract and title company, you can either include the buyer or you can send the buyer's contact information, and you'll need their attorney information. So if you don't have their attorney information, you'll just need to request that, because once it actually goes to the title company and attorney, they communicate with the buyer's attorney. And from there, that's where all the communication should be. You'll probably still get a lot of follow-up from your buyer asking for status updates and that sort of thing, but their attorney really should be in contact with them. It's just a legal thing to keep everybody safe.
And just remember, you guys, you're closing on these, on anything that you're selling, you're closing at your title company, right? You're buying from your title company. You're buying with using your title company, and you're closing with using your title company, because you have to, if you're going to double close it in wholesale, you have to keep the same title company for both transactions in order to make the double close work. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, and just make sure in the contract you state where closing is going to be held. So make sure you put your title company there.
You guys have my contracts. There's a specific purchase agreement contract, and there's a sales agreement contract.
And then the next step, so after you've sent the signed contract, like I said, I usually will include in the email about sending in the earnest money. But if you don't want to include your buyer on that email, you can always just send them the wire information, separately. However they get that earnest money in, it doesn't really matter, but you want to make sure that they do. Not only does that make the deal get started, but it also holds them liable. So if they back out, and it's, it is their fault, they just don't want to move forward, you get to keep their earnest money. And then the next step is the title company begins the title work. So they don't start this step until they have the signed contract and the earnest money. So you can bet that, like, if it takes, a week or two for all of these steps to get done, you're not closing next week if they haven't even started their title work. So if you're looking to close fast, you need to make sure that you get that signed contract and earnest money in right away.
The biggest thing, you guys, of this process you'll see is that we documented every step, right? Yours will probably be different because every area is a little different, but we've documented every step. And with a documented step-by-step process, you can teach anyone to run it. Does that make sense? You've got a step-by-step process. One is follow-up is key. You'll notice that we've realized that if we don't follow up with people to get purchase, doesn't matter if we're buying the property or selling the property. It's follow-up, follow-up, follow-up. If you don't stay on top of people from either the seller or the new buyer, you will lose days in that process. People won't get stuff signed in time. They won't get earnest money in time. So the whole idea behind this is, one, to have a step-by-step written process that anybody can be taught. And two, by having that, your VA is following up, because I'm just telling you guys, you start growing and doing more and more deals, you will miss steps. And next thing you know, you lost a week because you don't even have a purchase agreement done. Does that make sense? Cool. Well, keep going, Amanda.
Yeah, and usually, just to add to that, I've found that if they sit on the purchase agreement for, a week or two, they're probably just going to back out. So then you lose even more time because you have to find a new buyer. So I'd really push them getting that signed and back to you right away. Okay, and then so they begin the title work. And I know in our area, so Illinois is usually about 10 days for title work. And then Iowa requires an abstract to be updated. So the entire process takes about 10 to 14 days, I believe she said. So you're looking at, once that process begins, at least, a week and a half, 2 weeks for them to be ready. Sometimes they can rush it, but it's not always guaranteed. So just something to keep in mind again if you're looking to close really fast. If title is clear, so everything comes back good, then the title company is ready to set the closing. If it comes back and they can't clear title, then your deal would be dead. I mean, you don't want to close on anything if you can't get clear title. And then the title company will then set the closing date once they're ready. And that's when your buyer would place insurance on the property. So we actually have a lot of turnkey buyers that we manage internally. Once they buy the house, we we do all the property management and stuff for them. So you might not necessarily need to walk your buyer through the insurance process. That will be all up to them. When you're wholesaling deals, you just kind of step back and let them take over. But for us, that's why we have this step here, is we want to make sure that they are insured. And
but with that said, sorry to interrupt, Amanda, but with that said, you guys, that's another step you should have your virtual assistant learning, because man, these buyers sometimes move fast too. And even if you're not, not managing the property at the end, and you're just doing a simple wholesale deal, by reaching out to that buyer and just saying, hey, I just, if your transaction coordinator, which is going to be your virtual assistant, reaches out to that buyer and says, hey, just wanted to make sure, did you put insurance on the property we're closing? A lot of times they'll say, man, I totally forgot. Thanks for reminding me. And you become a rock star because your team never misses a beat. And the easier it is and the more comfortable and safe people feel like doing business with you, the more deals they're going to do with you. Does that make sense?
And then the next step, so once the property, the closing date's been set, the title company will do all the paperwork. And for cash deals, you're just going to have the HUDs and the seller. So the initial seller, if you're wholesaling deals, there's going to be two parts, the seller to you and then you to the buyer. So the initial seller is going to have to sign the warranty deed. So you won't have to worry about any of that. You'll just be electronically signing these HUDs. So you can do everything remotely. You don't have to worry about getting any notaries, which, we also have training for that if you ever do need a notary. But with these cash deals, you don't need to worry about any of that. So you'll review the HUD, make sure everything looks good to you, and your buyer will do the same. You guys will both sign the HUDs and send them back to the title company. And then your buyer will just need to send the closing amount, which the title company will have for them. They'll need to send that. We usually require our buyers to send the wires usually the day before closing, or we'll at least give them a reminder and make sure they do it that morning, and keep following up until you have confirmation, because the title company can't actually record the closing or fund the closing until they have the signed HUDs and that closing wire. So once your buyer sends the wire, the title company will then do their back end stuff. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that we don't see to make the recording legit. And then that title company will disperse your funds. So you'll give them your wiring information or your address, and then they will make sure that you get any of the funds that are coming to you. And then that's it. The deal is closed from there.
Is this flow chart in the training resources #1 that Tyler sent out?
Video.
It's in the video folder.
Oh, the video. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Just so you guys know, like I'm really big on I'm visual. I really like visual training. So that's why I read books. I don't listen to books. I like visual stuff. And this is the type of thing, like we built this for our internal use. We're sharing it with you guys because it's part of this training, but you can send this. How much did it cost for us after we built this, Amanda, how much did it cost to have somebody from Fiverr make it look pretty like this?
$30, and that was because we got it the very next day, so less than 24 hours. If we would have been okay with waiting a little longer, it would have been so much cheaper.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just real big on visual and having easy to learn processes. So we send a lot of this stuff to just Fiverr to make it look pretty and clean it up. But see how easy this would be to follow for you to train somebody? Like we try to do this on everything we do. And again, you may have a step in here that's not needed. You may have to add a step that we haven't had here based on your area. So you need to have a call with your title company and just go through this. And they might say, oh, no, in the state of Connecticut, we don't do it like this. We just go from here to here. See what I'm saying? So build visual training like this. Use my stuff as much as you can, but you may have to tweak. And then when you go to train somebody, it's so easy to understand. It's easier to train people. And people have to know what it is that the end result needs to be so that they can put the pieces together. So, but you guys have this in that video folder. And any questions on the transaction coordination? Does any of you guys, David, do you use a virtual assistant to do your transaction coordination?
No, not right now.
Okay. Is that something you think you're going to put in place?
Yeah, I mean, this is, at least with all the utilities, I mean, I used to have an in-house assistant, but she's gone now. But at least, I mean, with all this insurance and utilities and all that, that's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
We should be doing that.
By the way, speaking of insurance, we work, and I can give you guys my contact for insurance. I think he can insure in about every state. He happens to be a good friend of mine, but the pricing's amazing. And the thing I like about what he has is the website. You can put insurance on a property and take insurance off all yourself. Right,
Really?
Amanda?
Yep. Yeah, all that was set up through John.
So if you guys want my insurance guy, because like I said, Amanda, he can do almost any state, right?
That would be a question for him, but I want to say he can, because we do insure all of our buyers through him. He's able to help, I think, pretty much everybody, no matter where they're at.
Yeah,
So
he's helped, but he's done insurance for people. Like some of the people we sell to, they have houses in other states like California. He's insuring them for them. So if you guys, is that a resource you guys want? I mean,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll have John, I'll make sure we give you John's contact, and you'll get I'll make sure he gives you the best deal possible. I know, I recently set somebody up with him, and John saved this guy $30,000 a year in insurance costs. So it's a big deal. So not only can you provide, again, I'm very big on solving problems for everybody. So imagine this. Imagine John, like say David, you got a hold of John and he was able to save some money for you on your properties, and then you wholesaled the deal, and you told the guy you wholesaled to, hey, by the way, who do you use for insurance? I might have a guy that can save you some money. He just saved me, $2,000 a year on these 5 properties or something. You know what I mean? Like, you're providing value, and the more value you provide, the more deals they want to do with you. So that's the type of thing. But I'll make sure I'll get John's contact over for you guys, for everybody, and just have him quoted if maybe he's more expensive. But he usually typically saves everybody a lot of money. I think when he quoted Dean, I had him quote all Dean's stuff across the country, and Dean was like $137,000 a year in savings or something crazy. So,
hey Matt,
yeah,
real quick, when you're training your VAs, and you probably got this in your recordings and information in the links, but are you doing like Amanda does for us, a verbal recorded training with pictures and graphs and all this stuff for the VA, or are you just sitting on the phone with emailing back and forth? How are you doing that?
First of all, the phone's the devil. We try to avoid phone calls as much as possible. It's a time waster.
Agree.
So yeah, we don't do a lot of phone stuff, but so what it is so you guys have in your folders, you guys have every single process we've built. You have it in video format, step by step. So now all you have to do, and I think a lot of most of them, you have them in written format as well. So you have both. So we typically send the written version, but because it is step by step, it's screenshot by screenshot, step by step. It's just, if you got a C personality doing your personal assistant stuff, they'll figure this out. They'll put the steps together. That's how their brain works. But they have the video too, so you can do both, Jeff. You should You should let the heavy lifting be done by my training and do just the tweaking that you need to tweak with each virtual assistant yourself. And by doing that, again, never repeat yourself, right? So if you find yourself having to, if you've got a question, your virtual assistant asks you a question, hey, how do I do this part? And you notice that it's maybe your area is a little bit different and that's not in my training, you need to document that step, okay? So that if you ever have to hire another virtual assistant again, you've documented that step and you don't have to repeat yourself again.
Very good.
The least amount you can be on the phone, the better off you are. I just do not, I don't like phone calls. So any other questions on that?
I have a quick question. So when you have your VA contact the buyer, do you have them do it by email or text, or just so you have a paper trail?
Email.
Okay.
Yep. So our transaction coordinator, so Amanda does all the transaction coordination on the purchase, okay? We do enough volume, guys, that it can't be done by one person. Like Amanda's got a lot on her plate. She's really, really efficient, but she's still one person. So we have a separate transaction coordinator that her name's Bianca that does the sales side of things for us. So, but everything's done through email. It's all email. All of this can be done through email. So you got all the steps. Good question. Any other questions on that?
I have one more question. So you're doing the double closing so that neither the buyer nor the seller know what your take is? Is that what?
Yeah, we do assignment of contract on very small fee deals. Like if it's under 10 grand, we'll assign the deal. Okay. Because most people don't have heartburn when they see you making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. But if it's going to be more than that, I personally, we like to double close it. Now, with that being said, our transaction fees are very low in Illinois and Iowa. The cost to double close is very small. So for us, it makes sense to do that. You might have a higher threshold. You might say, hey, anything that's under 15 or 20,000, I'm going to assign it. Anything more than 20,000, I'm going to double close. What happens, you guys, is every single state has different taxes that they charge. So, but Illinois and I is pretty cheap. So, somebody just said, I'm not finding the contracts. Tyler, can you help Brian with the video, the contracts and forms?
Yeah. Is that a chat thing?
Yeah. Does that make sense, Tara?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's do this, guys. I want to take a 10-minute break. Let's start it. We'll take a little break here. We'll jump back at 11 o'clock on Central Time. Okay, so grab bathroom, grab snack, grab water. I got to fill my water up. See you in 10 minutes. You guys back in action?
Yep.
Any questions on anything we've covered so far? You good, Ravi?
Yeah.
Rod, good to go? Okay. Amanda, do you need a little bit of time on the comms thing, or are you ready?
We could just wing it. I'm ready.
Because I have one quick thing that's going to take about 5 or 10 minutes that Tyler's going to do. You want me to have him do that first, or?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody here? Everybody back? A lot of you guys have like your cameras off and stuff, which. Let's give it a couple more minutes, Amanda. Jeff, you're back. You're good?
Cheers.
Coffee?
Tea.
Okay.
I had coffee earlier. I'm drinking some tea now.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, I think let's go ahead and start, Amanda. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay, so let me share the screen. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to go over is running comps and finding the ARV. So we used to use Zillow quite a bit, and we still do for areas that don't fall under our like MLS jurisdiction, I guess. But I was just actually in Zillow, and it's changed quite a bit. So we're going to go over like the basics of how to actually find the comps through Zillow, and that will always be the same, but the process to actually get there might be a little bit different because Zillow has probably changed its format, I don't know, 5 times or more in the last couple of years. I mean, they're constantly changing. If you guys use it, you probably know that already. Oh, yeah. So does anyone already use Zillow for comps?
It's not my main source of comps, but I do use them.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is not, we're not talking Zestimate here, right? We're talking pulling their sales data and
Right.
pulling comps. Most of you guys will have the ability to pull from your realtor, right? But you need to have a backup source because, again, are you going to do this, or are you going to have a virtual assistant do it, right? And that virtual assistant you can teach that virtual assistant to reach out to your realtor to have you pull, but not everybody has an amazing relationship with a realtor. Some realtors won't do this process for you for free. So we want to have a source and a process to do it, even if you don't have a realtor. That's why we use some of the sales data that Zillow has, but we actually run comps. We're not using their Zestimate. We're using the comps criteria. You've got to teach your virtual assistants this exact process.
Yep, so before we get started, we just have a list of our comps criteria. So when you're pulling comps, you want to make sure that they're actual sold properties. So a lot of times if you request comps from a realtor, you might get active properties or pending properties. You want to make sure that they are sold. That's the only way you can compare your property and decide what it's actually worth is what other houses have closed for. So again, no active, expired, or pending houses. Sold in the last 90 days. So we'll actually go back as far as a year if we have to. And the reason we pick a year is because we find that appraisers will usually go back within a year's time when they're pulling comps if they need to. Now, if you're in places like the Phoenix area, or, there's a ton of houses around here, especially like houses. So you don't run into that problem as often as we do sometimes in the Quad Cities when they're a little bit more spread out and there's less comps to choose from there. So 90 days is ideal, but again, if you have to go back further, it's totally okay. Within a half mile, so again, that's ideal. We do go out as far as a mile if we have to. So you always want to start with a tighter search, and then if you don't have any comps, you can start expanding some of these criteria from there. Same bedrooms and bathrooms. So you want to, again, apples to apples is what you're trying to do when you're comparing houses. But if you are limited, sometimes you will have to compare a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. And that's where eventually you're going to need to do some adjusting. And you'll rely heavily on your realtor for that, because a bed, an extra bed in Phoenix, or, you know, a pool in Phoenix is going to be different than, let's say, in the Quad Cities, you know, or somewhere up north. So they're not all going to be the same across the United States. Square footage, plus or minus 20% of the subject home. I think this is one of the most important things. So if I can't really find, like, for example, if a 3-bedroom is only, you know, 850 square feet, pretty small, sometimes I'll throw in a couple of 2-bedroom homes, because you can find a lot of 2-bedrooms in the 850 square feet range. And then I can easily adjust for the bedroom. But square feet, you really want to kind of stay close to the same amount of square feet per home. And then same style of home. So we try not to compare like a ranch 1-story home to a 2-story home. That's pretty important too, because the people are going to pay probably more for the ranch than they would the 2-story. And again, the areas are different. So in some areas, it might be the opposite. Age of homes. So you want to stay around the same era. You don't want to compare newly built homes to homes built 50 years ago. So those are the main criteria that you want to look for when you're pulling your comps. And then if we're going to learn how to pull the comps with Zillow. So if you go to Zillow.com, just a disclaimer, I don't know if I already told you guys this, I was telling Matt, but we use MLS a lot for comps now, but we didn't always. In fact, when we first started pulling comps, I relied mostly on Zillow for comps. And then we would ask our realtor to send us comps, and I would just compare the two. So that's kind of what we're suggesting here. Maybe not fully rely on Zillow, although they're sold, they are recorded sold. So if you find comps that are on Zillow that were sold, you can totally use those and your value would be good. But we like to compare the two, because you're not always going to find solds on the MLS found on Zillow. They're going to be two different things. So Zillow is going to be a lot of like the off-market deals. Sometimes you'll find the MLS solds, and then again, the flip side, on the MLS, you're not going to find for sale by owner solds. It's only going to be solds that were actually sold through the MLS. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
It's good to have two venues, is what I'm trying to say, so that you can really get a good value of your property. So this is just an address I picked just now. So if you put in that address, and I want to say too, Zillow again has changed its format quite a few times. So even if you go back to, we just did this not long ago, this little how-to, and we'll probably have to now go in and re-edit because this morning as I was pulling this up, it looks a little bit different. But the main thing you're looking for on Zillow, again, is the solds. So however you have to find those, and I'll show you how to do that right now. We put in that property address, and here up at the top, you can see home value, owner tools, home details. So if you want to know a little bit more about your home, especially if you haven't really been there, you're wholesaling it, you can find more information here or on the tax website too. And they usually include a link on Zillow. Neighborhood details, and if you just click these, it'll bring you down to each one. So this is where we want to be here, similar homes, and you can see the similar homes for sale in the area. And if you just click this arrow, it'll take you through everything that's currently on the market or being sold for sale by owner on Zillow. And then scroll down, similar recent sold homes. So again, we're not looking for the active homes. We want to know everything that actually sold. So this is going to be what you're looking for. No matter how Zillow looks, you will be able to find the recently sold homes somewhere. And so you can see those here. Now, when you're looking through these, you will have to probably click on each individual link. And if you right click and open a new tab so you don't lose your place here, you'll want to make sure before you choose that comp that it is retail sold. So this one, we can look through the pictures and see what it looks like. And then usually there's some home details, so it'll explain. And you can see here, I mean, it needs some work. So, and it makes sense because it was only sold for $52,000. So if you think something was sold too cheap, it probably did need work and that sort of thing. And we don't want to compare those. Again, we want to compare retail solds. You're trying to see what your house is worth after it's been fixed up. So this would not be a good comp for that one. So you can do that. Another way, so it kind of stops there. Used to, you'd be able to click a link and it would take you to all of the solds and give you a little map here. It doesn't do that anymore. It kind of stops there. So what I would suggest doing from here is click out of this box, and then you'll see this page here. and you see some filters. So this is what I would do. You have, you know, your address. You could even do Davenport, Iowa, and then give it a second there. And now filter down from here. So you want to click this box, make sure that the only box here that is checked is the sold box. And then price, we're not going to worry too much about it, but you could put a price in here if you know foreclosures for your type of house, you know, is 50,000 or below, like all the houses that need work type of thing. You want to filter those out right away. You could put in a price range, but if you want to see everything, just leave that open. And then this is where we get to the actual home details. So if your house is a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom or 4-bedroom, you could select that here. It doesn't give you the option really to do a lot else. If you want to use exact match, it will, you know, you can filter out like any 2-bedroom or 4-bedroom. It's going to depend though. So like I was saying earlier, let's start with a tighter search. If you have to come back and remove that, so that maybe you can pull some 2-bedrooms to compare, you can do that later. And then bathrooms, if you want to just search the 1-bathrooms, this one doesn't give you the option to do the exact match. So leave that as any. Houses. So if you have like single family homes, you're going to want to leave the houses box checked and, you know, not include manufactured condos, apartments, lots, that sort of thing. So uncheck all of those boxes. And then more, this is where you can put in like the square feet of the house, or you can leave it open if you want to see everything there. You could start with that, you know, plus or minus square, 20% square feet. So let's just say, let's do this for now. That's a little wide range, but I'm going to show you guys how to pull these comps here. You're built, so if you want to filter down further, so I think this house was built 1900. So that's why I'm using the 1950 or 1960. And then leave everything else open there. Okay, and as you're making these changes, I don't know if you guys saw over here on the right-hand side, it was already updating this for you. So you don't need to click like save or search or anything like that. It was automatically just updating this as you went through it, and you can sort these too. So you can sort low to high, high to low, newest, bedrooms, if you want to sort these comps. Now this is where you would kind of start your research on and pull in your comps to choose. And how you do that, like I said, right click, open a new window, and then just compare. So you would take your house and see if it's similar. That's really all we're trying to do. It's not very complicated. You want to make sure that the pictures look good, that it does look like it's fixed up, doesn't need a lot of work. And then you can click this link here for home details, and it will tell you a little bit about the property. So you can see this one was sold 136. It looks like it's fixed up, looks like a retail sold, 3 beds, 2 baths, 1,100 square feet. So what I would do then, if I like the comp, I'll usually save the link that takes me, or you can click the share and get a link. And then down here, so this one I actually used comps from the MLS, but let's say I didn't, I do the exact same thing. I'll write out all of the details of the subject home. That way when I'm going back and forth, I can just check, just like you saw me do with the year built. I just come back here and check and make sure that it is similar. And then under each comp, so this one will take me to all 3 comps. Zillow doesn't do that. You can't save and then just have one link. So with Zillow, what I would do is take each comp, list out all of the details of the home, and then under that, I would just put the Zillow link. And I would do that for each comp that I have. So as you go through these, you would just select your comps from there and write those down. And I don't know if you guys saw, after you're done writing in these details, and you have your 3 to 5 sold comps, you're going to want to find the price per square feet. So that would be the next step after you actually go through and find each comp that you like. You would take the sold price and divide that by the square feet of the house. And that gives us this number right here, which I write out by each comp. And that's again the price per square foot. And then down at the bottom, the average is 82, and I get that by adding up all of these numbers, the 88, the 90, 74, and 74, and I divide that by the number of comps. So if I only had 3 comps, I'd divide it by 3, but I have 4 here. So I take that number, divide it by 4, and that gives us an average. We take that average and multiply it by the square feet of our house, which is actually up here, the 990 number. And that gives you your ARV. Okay, and ARV, you see underneath, I put a little note probably around, and that's because I know the area. If you don't, you know, you might have to dial it in a little more. The more you do deals, the more you'll get familiar with ARVs and how to just kind of know what the going rate, I guess, in your area is. But it's really subjective too. So we've even had appraisers that'll appraise the same house, different appraisers, and they come up with totally different values. And it all really just depends on what comps they use. So you can see it's a little bit of a range, 87, 105, 110. The one we had over here, where is it, right here, 136. So it's a wide range. That's why we like to choose 3 to 5 comps, and I like to do a mix. So I like to have, like, I'll pick one on the lower end, I'll pick one on, you know, in the middle, or 2 in the middle, and then one maybe a little bit higher. And that gives me a pretty good average for the comps. Let me see what else is on. Does anyone have any questions so far? I kind of ran through that a little fast, so let me know if you want me to stop and explain anything any better.
Very good.
And I just put this up here because this is the quick math that I just did for each of the comps. It explains it also on how to take those numbers and turn that into ARV. And then, so like I kind of mentioned before, as far as making adjustments, it's really common to have to make adjustments, especially if in your area you don't have a lot of comps, or if you're buying in an area that doesn't have a lot of comps available. That's where we rely, even us, we rely on either like a realtor, or we'll look at past appraisals to see how they adjusted things. Like, so if you look at an appraisal, you'll see if they compare like a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom, it'll have like a plus or minus sign with the price that they actually deducted from that. And so that's how we found our numbers. So we'll usually do, I think it's like 5,000 for a bedroom, and then a bathroom and that sort of thing, garage. We usually like to use like the $5,000 to $10,000 range, depending. So any questions on that?
What about if there's like a house has a garage and one does, well, if your subject property does not have a garage on the other comp?
Yeah, so that's where I would get with like your realtor and see what they suggest. In our area, I usually deduct about 5,000 for 1 car and 10,000 for a 2 car. So just each car, I usually go back, because the reason we use that amount is, like I said, I looked at past appraisals, and that's really what we're looking at, because that's how you get the ARV. Not you personally, but like when you go to get an appraisal, and you know, they're the ones looking at giving you your I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but that actual value. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's what they do. So we just look at those and go by what they say.
Yeah, every single area has, the reason we can't just give you the exact numbers, because every area is a little different. You know, if you're in an area where houses are worth 500 grand, that number is going to be different than, if, you know, our area that the average house is worth 135. So.
Can I share something?
Yep.
So, I'm a realtor, and one thing that I do that I find helpful, sometimes they won't accept them, but I usually bring 3 comps to the appraisal. And, you know, like I said, sometimes the appraisal will take it, and, you know, they'll be, you know, psyched about it, and sometimes they just want to do their own thing. But more
that's a great idea. We actually do that as well. We bring appraisals. We actually bring somebody meets the appraiser with our comps.
Yep, we actually create an appraisal package.
Do you ever share the comps with the seller, like maybe if they're overvaluing their property?
100%. You should have every single appointment you go on, acquisition wise, You should be you should have an iPad on that iPad. If you do an in-person, if you're not buying sight unseen and you're actually meeting the seller now, I know things are a little different right now, but you could still do this over heck, you could do it over a Zoom if you wanted, but you could do it online. But we bring an iPad for two reasons. One is every single seller on the planet thinks that their house is already in perfect condition. Like if it's not, like if the ceiling's not collapsing in and the windows aren't all busted out, they think they've lived there for 30 years or they owned it for 30 years and they kept it up and it's not broken. They think that it doesn't need rehab, right? That's their thought. So we like to bring an iPad with pictures of the property, of a property we just recently rehabbed to make it look real nice. So then we show the seller, listen, and my goal is to always push the blame onto somebody else when I'm working with a seller. So I don't go in there and say, Mr. Seller, these are the rehabs that we do, and this is just how we do it, and these are expensive, because then the seller's like, well, you're over improving the property, right? Well, what we do is we say, Mr. Seller, unfortunately, the millennials are the main people buying houses right now. And the millennials are very demanding. They want these houses to be in perfect condition. So here, let me show you some pictures of the rehabs that we do to a finished rehab, so you can see how nice a quality is for what we have to do to be able to buy your house and resell it. And then they see
so true.
They know what their house is, and they see it, and all of a sudden they didn't realize how outdated it was until they saw the pictures of you scrolling through it and how nice it is. So that's one thing that you have to do. That will massively drop the price that you can get the house under contract for. And secondly, you want to have comps with you. You want to take comps of what properties are selling for in perfect move-in. We're talking, you can't bring comps of something that's okay rehab. You've got to bring comps to something that's been totally massively improved, okay? And then they can see, okay, this makes sense.
Ooh.
That help?
Thank you.
Yep. What other questions? Does anybody have any other questions for Amanda on anything that she's trained on? Geez, Amanda, you must have done pretty good. Everybody knows everything you showed them.
She did.
How do you find an Amanda? Like, she's not a VA, but
keep in mind, you know, it's funny because think about this for a second. Amanda had a job before I hired her, and the person that she worked for didn't appreciate her ability. And so it's kind of like the old, you know, I heard a buddy of mine owned a roofing company, and he hired a sales guy to go out and sell people to put a new roof on their house. And he hired the sales guy, and he wasn't turning any sales. He just wasn't selling any new roof packages. And so one day he's asking, he's like, what in the heck are you doing with all your time? He goes, you can't sell any roofs right now. Everybody out there already has one. They already have a roof. Right? So the point of that story is they're everywhere. Like, you know, of course, Amanda's one, you know, you're not going to find somebody, every single person you interview is not going to be an Amanda level person. But she was working at a different job when I hired her. You see what I'm saying? So there's two things involved. One is you have to have a really good screening process to find the best talented people. And you have that. We gave that to you. That's in your folder. Secondly, you have to have amazing training. Like, you know, luckily Amanda's really just, you know, the first couple years I trained Amanda, but from there she's basically created this stuff on her own. I just basically would give her an idea, hey, go research this and build the process, and she would do it. She might have a few questions for me regarding some specific stuff I'm looking for, but she built it. But for the first couple of years, I trained her heavily. So, yeah, right. So anyway, so it's a process, right? You have to talk to a lot of people, interview a lot of people, and you'll find somebody that will will work out. But I'm telling you, if you just focus on the core values, don't worry about what their skill sets are. Focus on core values. Are they super deadline motivated? Do they have the ambition to want to create something that's perfect? Are they always on time? Are they good communicators? Like, those are the core values that you find, and then you teach them the processes, right? You guys have those processes that we've created. You just need good core values. I don't really care. Amanda, how much real estate experience did you have when I hired you?
None. I didn't even own my own house yet.
So everything that she learned, she had all the core values. She's built as somebody that wants to do an amazing job, always on time, works hard, detail oriented, gets the job done, super deadline motivated. Those are the skill sets that you look for. And then from there, you build the skills on what the training is. Okay. This stuff is not rocket science. I mean, Amanda makes a lot of this stuff look really easy, but I mean, Amanda, like, even going through today, when you did when you were doing the RBM thing, you didn't figure that stuff out in the first try, did you? I mean, it took.
No, I mean, I get overwhelmed too, just like everybody else. When you start something new, you don't know anything. You have to learn it. So you just have to follow the steps. And after you do it a few times, it really will feel easy. You'll feel a lot more comfortable.
Yep. But you can't get anywhere if you don't start now. If you don't start looking for talented people, it'll never happen. And I just attract I literally, everybody on my team, if you really look at my team, everybody's amazing. Everybody does an amazing job. And you piece together a team. Once you grow from one VA to the next, and maybe eventually you have an office and you have a couple people that work in an office. If you need that, hopefully you don't. If you just wholesale, you won't need that piece. But then your team is only as good as the weakest link on that team. If Amanda's amazing what she does, and the next thing she does is hand it off to somebody that's terrible, everything that Amanda's doing almost is for nothing, right? Because it breaks down in the next step. So be willing to be willing to train, but also be very willing to let people make mistakes and discover how to do stuff on their own. Probably one of my best attributes is I don't solve everybody's problems for them. When they hit a problem, I say things, well, what do you think should be done to fix it? How would you fix it? What do you think we should do? Like, I ask them questions and let them figure it out on their own. Again, it's the GPS versus the landmark, right? If you follow a GPS everywhere and all you do is look at your GPS and you constantly got your phone in your hand and you just follow where it goes, you don't learn anything. But if you're searching for landmarks and, okay, I need to turn right at that grocery store down here by the gas station, you'll learn the areas. If you let the GPS do all your thinking for you, you'll never be able to live without the GPS. So be willing to let people make decisions and let them think on their own. It's really a big deal where you will grow a person. You will grow a person into an amazing asset if you let them do their own thinking. And if they're not capable of doing their own thinking, then you hired the wrong person. Hire for core values. Do not look for somebody with real estate experience. So it's a waste. Doesn't matter. You don't even know if their experience is good.
Hey, Matt, can I comment on my experience?
Yep.
So yeah, I think it was maybe 2 years ago where I heard, you guys started talking about hiring based on values. And I remember I had 36 projects going at the same time. I wasn't eating, sleeping, working out. Like, I just was kind of a mess. And I hired my operations manager based on values. And I mean, he's just crushed it. So now my team's up to 5. We've got a VA. We hire all based on values. They have amazing attitudes. They're hungry, they're competitive, they're positive, proactive, just, very solutions based. And I mean, even like, we're having our best month and best quarter, even in the middle of this quarantine. So exactly. If anything, they're like, hey man, I'm bored. I don't know what to do to add value right now, you know, because it's just kind of weird. So it's,
Yep.
you know, but it's every single one of our team members have like specific tasks and skills that they're working on, you know, so we can, you know, crush it coming out of this, you know, but actually we
Agreed.
found we're just crushing it right in the middle of it. So it's, I mean, it totally works, hiring based on values.
So exactly, 100%. It's not only does it work, it's the only way. Like, it's not like, you
Agreed.
know, I'll hire somebody that's okay, and then
Yep.
you know, like, no, it either works or it doesn't. So let's say, you know, let's say you if you want to have an amazing operation, surround yourself with people that want to solve problems. Like, they are solution oriented people. Because that being solution oriented gets through all the problems. Like, I don't get hit with, like I told you guys, that boat trip today when I was on that yacht, and I just didn't get very many emails or text messages. The cool thing is the few that I did, between the four emails and texts that I got, how I solved every one of them was I simply responded, well, what would you do? Well, I would do this. Okay, well, then that's what we're going to do. That's how I solved the problem. Because sometimes people just need a little reassurance that what they're thinking is the right thing. You know what I mean? But if you teach people to solve problems, they'll get really good at solve problems. If their one move and their one solution is, I got to ask Matt, then you will be answering questions forever.
Yeah, I liked what you said about developing your staff too. When they come to you with a question, it's, you know, it's like, I don't know, what do you think? And let them kind of, you know, let them tell you what they think. And a lot of the times they tell you exactly how you're going to answer the question anyways.
Yep.
So, and then they get confident, and then they just start solving problems, themselves. It's really effective.
It's confidence. It's building confidence. When I was in the machine shop, I'll never forget, I was learning how to program a CNC lathe. And every 5 seconds, I would get to a step. I would go over and ask my supervisor, hey, is this right? And he got tired of me asking. And finally he just said, just go freaking do it. Go do your job and stop asking me every 5 minutes. And I just basically said, okay, I'm just going to do it. And if I mess up, I mess up. Okay. Luckily, I didn't mess up very often. So I figured it out. And before long, after he made me stop asking him questions and figure it out on my own, I got so good at it that my income went from making $8 or $9, $10 an hour to $20 an hour very, very quickly, because I got really good at it. Before that, I was scared. Every time I made a move, I was afraid that I knew he was just across the aisle. I could walk over there and ask him for help, and that crutch, actually, what I thought was good, being able to walk across the aisle and ask him a question, that one crutch was holding me back.
Yep.
Same thing with you guys. You guys can be a crutch that can hold people back, or you can have people figure it out. I eventually, with Amanda, decided one day I'm just not going to solve any more of her problems. She can figure everything out on her own. She's smart enough to do it. And that's what happened. Like, I didn't have to answer any more questions for her. So she just figures it out. So now when I get something, like when we did the lead Sherpa, when we did RVM, same exact thing. I have never been on the website. I've never been on Lead Sherpa's website. I've never been on the RVM website. What I solved today with Amanda's training is the most I've ever been involved.
Yeah.
I just found an idea. Hey, this is working. I call Amanda. I say, RVM, figure it out. Let's start doing it. She figures it out from there. Same with Lead Sherpa, all that stuff. I've never ordered. I've never been on Go Big Printing and ordered. I don't even know what to do with it. Right? I research ideas. I come up with an idea that I like, and I go with it. Okay.
Now, I think last time I saw you said you were bored, that you'd like to start it all over again, because it was fun, kind of growing business.
I don't think I would want to start over now. I've got it too good now. So,
one quick question, or maybe Amanda, can you provide like a list of what you give the appraiser, like that appraiser packet?
Yeah, we can do that.
I've had a couple I've had a couple appraisal issues recently, and I expect that to be a problem. So we're already starting to create kind of an appraisal packet. We don't want the appraiser to have to like think and actually see our vision and even have to go in and do comps. We kind of want to do that for them, because as soon as they have to think, to be honest, we could have appraisals come in all across the board. So,
yeah, I'll create a template that we use and then give that to
Perfect.
Tyler to upload for you guys.
Yep.
That would
Can
be
you
awesome.
send me a copy of the purchase agreement and the sales agreement too?
Yep.
The one you sent Sam. Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Any other questions on any of that stuff? All right. If you're good, Amanda, I know you got to run. So thanks for helping us the last couple of days. You've been a big help. You know this stuff, some of this stuff better than I do. So you can kind of go do your
Stay
thing.
around until 10 and then, or 10 my time, 12 you guys, and then I'll head out to the hospital.
Okay, perfect.
One thing, Matt, real quick, on appraisals and not appraisals, but on establishing value, because now things are somewhat at a time where things may be dropping in value somewhat, maybe even if it's 10%, okay? Looking at maybe the lower two comps a little heavier than you would have before, where you're looking at the highest when everything's going like a rocket up. You varied your philosophy?
Yeah. So basically what you're doing is you are always wanting to go where the market heads, right? You want to be where the market's going, not where the market's at.
Right.
And if it's heading down in your area, 100% use the lower end comps and tighten up the distance. Tighten up the distance on when you're back the last 90 days. Maybe you go last 60 days. Definitely don't push back too far. That way you stay as tight as you can be and have a very close pulse on what's happening.
The distance and the time, the date of the solds. You might want to go, 30 to 60 days instead of 90 days out, right?
The more you can tighten that down, the better off you are.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? So Tyler's going to jump. Tyler, you ready to go?
Yeah. I'll jump in.
Tyler is going to talk about, so I told you guys you can get stuff notarized now with just an app. David, I know I was talking to you guys about this the other day, but we're going to go through how to do that right now. So you can stay at home and not even have a notary even come to your house. This is also a solution for you guys. So don't just think yourself. Always be thinking sellers, okay? Or always be thinking buyers. If you can show your buyers and sellers how to do this, and you can say, for example, if you're trying to buy a house, well, I just don't want to sell it right now because I'm afraid when I have to go to the closing agent and sign the documents, I might get sick with COVID-19. Well, no, Mr. Seller, I actually got a better solution for you. How about you stay at home and you can have either a notary come to your house. If you don't like that, I can show you how to do it all online. So Tyler's going to show you the Notarize app. Just the app looks like, let me pull it up here. Okay, he's going to show you. But there's an app now. You don't even need a notary to come to your house. You do it all through an app. So he's going to play a video, I know, to protect some just personal information, and then go through the details. Are you coming up here or are you doing it there?
I'm going to do it on here, but can you mute? All right, guys, let me share my screen. Let's see. So that's what the app looks like on the iPhone App Store, Notarize, with the little N with the banner around it. And I took a screen video. It was pretty easy to use and set up. Once you get it, you just punch your email in to start. It jumps you right in. You can snap a picture of a PDF, one page at a time, or you can upload it, like say you saved it off your email onto your phone and you can just drop it right in there. Here's me taking a snap picture of it and it scanned it in. But I'm actually going to go through this tutorial video because this is where it starts showing my info. So this covers everything A to Z on how it works. A notary actually comes in like a live notary. I don't know if you guys ever use TurboTax for your taxes, and you can get a live CPA on your taxes there to help you. It's kind of like a similar thing. A notary will pop in with both parties and have the things signed. So let's watch this video quick. Let me know if you can hear this audio real quick.
Each year, more than 1 billion documents are
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Each year, more than 1 billion documents are notarized in the United States. Online notarization brings the benefits of notarization into the digital age. Here's how it works and how your information is kept safe and secure. We begin by opening Notarize, an online notarization tool. To get started, we tap the plus to upload our document. You're able to fill out your document using tools directly within Notarize. Before meeting with an online notary, signers must go through 3 stages of identity verification. We begin by typing in the last 4 digits of your social security number. Notarize securely queries third-party databases to generate identity challenge questions that only you can answer. You must answer 5 questions within 2 minutes. If you fail to get at least 4 answers correct, you'll have to try again with a new set of questions. If you fail a second time, you'll be locked out of the app. Next, you simply snap a photo of the front and back of the ID. Behind the scenes, Notarize performs a software-based forensic analysis on the image to inspect and validate the ID. This entire process typically takes less than 1 minute. Now it's time for the main event, connecting with a live notary. The remote notary sees the incoming video call and starts the session from their end by accepting.
Hi, welcome to Notarize. I'm Amy Don. I'm a commissioned notary public in the state of Texas, and I'm authorized to notarize documents online for use nationwide. Before we proceed, do you understand and consent to having me conduct a remote notarization in Texas today?
Yes, I understand.
And do you understand that this notarization will be recorded?
Yes, I do.
And finally, Mike, are you participating in today's notarization of your own free will?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any questions before we get started?
No, all set. Thanks.
During the conversation, the notary completes the 3rd and final step of the identity verification process by visually inspecting the customer's ID and comparing it to the person on the call. If the notary has any concerns, they're able to terminate the notarization with a single click. The notary also talks with the signer to generally assess their mental state.
Do you know the contents of the document you're about to sign?
Yes, I do.
I see we're notarizing a minor consent to travel. Do you have a fun trip planned?
Yeah, my wife is taking our son to London to visit his grandparents.
Great. Well, let's get started. Please tap where it says signature to create your signature.
If this document required witnesses, like many real estate transactions, the additional signers could have joined the video meeting as well. Now, the notary completes the notarization by adding their official signature and seal. On average, this entire process takes less than 6 minutes. Online notarization also comes with greater security and more thorough record keeping than a traditional in-person notarization. Every video call is recorded and securely saved, as well as the customer's ID and other details that validate the transaction. An X509 digital certificate is attached to the document, digitally encrypting the file, so any tampering, no matter how small, will be evident. An audit trail is also created for every document, showing the date and time it was signed and notarized.
All right, I think we can end it there. I'm gonna go over the pricing real quick. Let's go for individuals. But I mean, that looked pretty cool just from that video, right? It looks super easy. I wouldn't even want to go back to having a normal notary sign my stuff. It just looks too easy. Each document, $25 per document, looks like. If you're gonna be getting a bunch of stuff notarized, it is, let's see, you can either pay as you go or just do $99 a month, it looks like. So, Matt, how much does it cost to get something notarized normally?
Yeah, it'll cost $150 to $200 to have a mobile notary come to your house.
Okay. Jump off the screen share. Okay.
Hey guys.
It's a lot cheaper too.
investors before, but usually the title company just does it as an exception. They really don't like doing it because I guess it's not like either fully embraced or is there anything that like shows that it is legal and that it, you know, I mean, I assume it's on a state by state level.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron. Yes, that's a very good question. You need to ask your title company if it's legal in your area.
Okay.
So when I found that Notarize app, I called my title company and just sent it to them and said, hey, can I start doing this instead of paying like a mobile notary to come to my house? And they researched it and got back to me and said, yes, both Illinois and Iowa, you can close with that app.
Gotcha. We've done it a few times, you know, and he's like, you know, my title rep's awesome. You know, his company's fantastic. But he, you know, he'll play around in the gray area a little bit, but he doesn't like to do this very often. So he will if they start embracing it, I guess. I'd love to show him some more proof, you know, or something that says it, you know, hey, you can probably start doing this.
Yep, I would just ask and then find out what the rules are. I'm just telling you guys, as time goes on more and more, this will be normal business, especially with everything that just happened with COVID. Everybody's looking for a reason to do everything from home. That's why this training is so important right now. Like this thing happens again, watch how fast they shut things down. Depending on how many people they end up die from this whole coronavirus thing, the rules are changing. So if they're going to say, hey, next time we even sniff a little problem, we're shutting everything down. So look how much you guys had to scramble to be able to close deals for a while there. Nobody really kind of knew what was going on. Imagine next time it's no big deal. We're already operating our business from a shelter in place. You know, I never even had to have a single conversation with a single virtual assistant that works for us about, hey, you know, shelter in place. Never had that conversation because they naturally already are a shelter in place. They all work from their own house. That's the nice thing about getting this set up. It protects you. It protects your business. And if you have start like this Notarize app is a big deal. Like start sharing this with your title company and say, hey, I'd like to close my deals without leaving my house. You know, that way they're already used to doing it. And if something like this happens again, you're already ready. They're already used to doing business with you like this. Don't let, you know, I know lots of guys in my area that had dozens of deals under contract, especially real estate agents, that they're like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm freaking out. I have all these closings set and now they're canceling them all. Like, even for a real estate agent, they were losing massive income. Make sense? Any questions on that, you guys? Any questions on the Notarize app? I know for you, Brian, with you being in another country, this could be a really big benefit for you because it's really hard to get stuff notarized when you live in another country.
Yeah, I actually used it on Christmas Day here from Germany to get something notarized in Denver.
Nice.
Christmas
awesome.
Day.
So you were familiar with that?
Yeah, we use that exact app.
Okay, because you guys realize if you don't have that app, you have to find like the embassy and like go to the embassy and have something notarized.
Exactly.
And it's like $50 a page to have something notarized.
A couple weeks to get an appointment.
Yeah, and weeks out. So this is a really big deal. So make sure you guys have anybody have any questions on that? You all good with that? Okay, so Tyler, let's do. It's 10 till noon. Yeah, let's do Podio.
Unless you want to break for lunch and then come back.
You guys decision. Do you want to keep going for a little bit and then break for lunch, or break for lunch now?
If we're doing Podio, I'd rather break for lunch now and just be fresh.
Okay.
Yeah.
But can we see the mailers though, which we said yesterday that we will have Amanda go over for a little bit?
How to actually send the mailer?
Yeah.
Like the Go Big printing, setting it up. Amanda, do you have time to do that real quick?
I could probably do a quick version of that.
Okay.
Give me 1 second though. I'm gonna get it set up on my computer before I share
Okay. And what we'll do, Robbie, do we have that process recorded in a video, Amanda?
Yeah, it's in the folder.
Huh?
It's in the folder.
Okay. So we'll go through it. We'll do a quick version, Robbie, because Amanda's got to leave and go to the hospital. But then we've got a full version of video that we'll make sure it's already in your folder, but we'll make sure that you're aware of it. But go ahead, Amanda, whenever you're ready, if you need a minute to set up. So what we'll do is we'll go through this with Amanda. We'll kind of go through how to set it up and get it set. And then we'll end up going to lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll hit Podio. And I'll also, too, guys, keep in mind, we're going to do these follow-up calls, too. I'll make sure you guys have all this stuff down. So some of the stuff we're going to do, we're going to have you guys set this stuff up so we make sure you know how to do it. So, Amanda, you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
So you guys already have this in your account. There is an affiliate link. You want to make sure that you go through this link because we actually get special pricing for direct mail, which you guys will get as long as you use this affiliate link. And there is let's see, yeah, this chart right here will show you the VIP pricing versus public pricing. So you can save a lot of money. So just make sure you use the link to set up your account. Once you have your account set up, you'll just log in. And then from there, you'll want to make sure that you upload your list. And to do that, you'll go to leads and contacts and upload your list there. And then it's going to follow the same type of format as far as matching the fields once you get this uploaded. So we'll just use a random list here for now. Click upload. And then this is where you're going to match the fields. So this is going to be the mailing, the seller's mailing information. So first name, last name here, and then mailing address. Make sure you do not put the property address here. You want it to go to the owner's mailing address. And then you can double check everything by looking up here. And if you click these arrows, sometimes if your list is missing information, you can see that here. But it looks good. So we'll just continue. And then it will take a little bit depending on how big your list is to actually upload. So while you're uploading your list, so data accepted, list uploading here, you can go and do other things. So if you go away from this page, your list is still uploading. You don't have to worry about that. So if we go back home, going back a little bit, if you guys use that link, you'll have access to all of our postcards already. So you won't need to set anything up. It should already be in your account. So you do these exact steps to send your direct mail and you should be good to go. So here are all of my favorites. And to choose your favorite, if you go to print, I'll just do that now because you guys won't have your favorite set up. 6 by 4.25 mini. There's all different kinds of options over here, by the way. So when we send property street view postcards, we send this mailing, but we have all of these that we can also use. So we'll just click one for now. Do you want me to go through the street view? You know what, I just will because
Matt said yeah, yep.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a different process with that one, so I'll just show it to you now. So let's do, this is the one we send right here. And to mark any of these, so if you end up liking a different postcard that we haven't used or usually use, you can just do this and save it to your favorites. So you can see that we have in our favorites. Click order. And then this is where you're going to enter in all of your information. So again, going back to CallRail, which we went over earlier, that's what we use for our phone number. And then we just have that forwarded onto our answering service. So we set up a totally new CallRail number for each direct mail campaign, and that's the number that goes here. Return address, so this is our business address. You guys can use whatever return address you want these cards to come back to, or you can set up a PO box if you don't want to put your personal address, whatever you guys want to use on that. Postcard information, so here we just select the white postcard. and then it already includes the message for you. So you don't have to sit there and type out this long message. Everything's already set up. If you do want to change anything, all you have to do is highlight and delete, type. So you can just type whatever you want there to change it. Otherwise, leave it as is. These little hashtags will fill in the information from your list. Okay, so I don't have to do much. It's already set up. And then just give it a name. So I usually will date it. So like, I don't know what today's date is, 4/25. And then vacant list. And then click next. Okay, and you'll find your list once it's uploaded under this little drop down arrow here. And then just click on the list that you want and then apply selection. You'll want to click this blue box here and then just again map each one of these labels. So this is not a step you have to do on any of the other postcards, but you do have to do that with the street view. So first name, last name. Okay, if everything looks good, you just click Save Changes, and then it'll turn green. And here's notes from them too. So your list will be marked green if it's appropriately mapped. So once we're ready to go, you can just re-verify the addresses. And occasionally your list might have an error message. It doesn't happen often, but if it does, you just contact their support, which there's a number right up here. And they'll actually do everything for you. So they'll fix it for you and even send you the quote, and all you have to do is approve it. So if you ever have any questions on that, their customer service is awesome. Okay, so we have one list selected. Everything looks good. We'll save and continue. And now it's going to bring you to the part where you can generate the proof. And if you're having your virtual assistant do this, they can download a large PDF of the actual postcard so you can review it before they send it. And you can get a quote too on how much it's going to cost before they actually send this out. And it takes a couple of minutes. Okay, so you can scroll down here and there's a little preview, and if you just click through these arrows, you'll see what picture is going to appear on the postcard. And then to get that PDF proof, you just click this here. And then once it's generated, it'll allow you to open that up by clicking, and you can save to your computer that way. Okay, if everything looks good, this is, you have to click all of these approve and checkout buttons before you can get an actual price. So we'll do that now. Okay, so print date. Again, like we said in the beginning, direct mail does take some time. So after we submit this, it's not like it's, you know, being put in the mailbox tomorrow. They actually have to produce your postcards. So they'll create them, they'll drop them in the mail. This entire process can take 5 to 7 business days, and then obviously a little more time for it to actually be delivered. So you're looking at probably a week and a half before you start getting leads. And then usually I leave everything default. We don't use a roll stamp for a postcard, so we just leave that as is. And I just scroll through. Let me move this box here, continue. And now here you are for the charges summary. So what I usually do is you can copy and paste that into an email with this image here and just have them get approval from you. If everything looks good and you want to proceed, you click continue. This email here, which is my email, that's where I'm going to get a copy of any of the invoices or receipts, or when I get a notification that it's been sent out. And then it does make you do this again as well. So you have to check all of these boxes each time just to make sure you understand the timeline and that you're approving this. So if something's not right and you've approved it, it's your responsibility to make sure everything's good before you send it. And this is where you're going to actually pay. So you'll have the charge here, and you can go and pay by credit card. If you set this up one time, so you go through and do the direct mail first, you will have that option to save a file or save a card on file. That way your VA just has to click each time. They don't have all of your card information, and you can just pay with that card each time. Or there is an option to call and pay as well. So if you ever want to do that, you just click that box here, put in your zip code, and then write a little note, click approve, and then call them. And then once that's done, it'll just give you your timeline and your receipt, and you're good to go. So that is how you send direct mail.
So, you guys, so notice that. So what you'll do is once you hire your VA and your VA will do this, you're going to give your VA the direction of, hey, I want to send 500 postcards or 1,000 postcards this week. They'll do this whole process, and then they'll copy and paste the proof and the cost and send that to you before they actually pull the trigger. Then you'll approve it, then they can send it. See what I'm saying? That's why Amanda said copy and paste. So you don't have to do every part of that. You just have to teach that part and let them do it.
Okay.
Is there any questions on that?
What kind of phone number you said you used on the card? You used like a different number for
Yeah.
each? Yeah.
So when we went through CallRail, I think it was yesterday, you just create the number and have that number forwarded to your call service, or if you don't have a call service, forwarded to you or whoever is going to take those incoming calls. And then you'll use that tracking number you set up in CallRail. And we do one for each campaign. So like if this was Street View and Exact Data vacant list, that would be one phone number. If we then decided to send the third notice postcard in the vacant list, that would be a totally different number. You do that for each one so you can track your marketing.
Make sense?
Yep.
What, any other questions on that? I know she went really fast, but I'm going to give you guys some homework to do, and we'll go back through that so you guys can actually have a chance to do it and see how you do with it. Again, you're going to do it once, learn it, and then you're going to hand it off to a VA, right? Ravi, that good
Yes.
for you? Okay. Not a big deal?
No, I mean, we can always watch the videos and then go from there.
Mm-hmm. Right. And we're going to have you do it hands-on for a little homework too. Keep in mind, you guys, I think Tyler sent you the schedule, but we're meeting for 4 weeks after today too, to go over questions and help with issues and any problems you have with implementation, which that means in 4 days, it's going to be on Wednesdays. In 4 days, we're going to meet again, right? Even if, however long we need to do it, typically I kind of plan for an hour, but if we have to go longer than that to make sure you guys got this stuff down, we will. And we can have Amanda jump back on and help us too.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I know, Amanda, you have to get going. So you guys, if there's is any other questions for Amanda before she takes off?
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you,
welcome.
Amanda.
You're welcome. It was good to meet you guys.
Thanks.
On those RVMs, is there a spot in Podio where it deletes duplicate numbers, or when you RVM? I mean.
No, so everything, when you get the RVM leads, you put those in yourself. You can just search to make sure it's not already in there before you add a new lead. That's what we do. When we had our Podio system set up, there was a separate web form link that was set up that helped filter those out, but I found that it didn't work very well. We were still getting duplicate leads, and we still do. We just, kind of have to watch those manually and delete them. So
you can do that in the spreadsheet when you export it, then probably be the easiest.
Oh, you're talking about for the follow-ups?
Yeah, well, I have a couple duplicate numbers I noticed, and I don't want them receiving 2 voicemails.
Yep. Yeah, just clean up your list, and then I would go back in Podio and remove one of those, so in the future when you pull this list, you don't have that same problem.
Does that make sense, David? So you're actually, the problem is you've got duplicates in Podio. You can do it once, figure out where they are, delete it, and then you never have to do that again.
Yeah, it's just some of them have 2 addresses, so they have the number. They're in there 2 separate times, and they have the same number.
Well, then you don't want to delete one. What you could do is I have different filters. So I don't know if you have it set up. When you do a sign lead, good lead, bad lead, I actually have one that says seller opt-out. which means we're not interested. So it's a bad lead, but also we don't want to contact them because we're not interested in the house. So we don't want to put them on our follow-up list. So that's just a separate thing that I added myself, just so that when I pull the bad leads, I'm not pulling those that we're not interested in, like vacant lots or flood zone properties. So you could do that with duplicates too. Mark one as like a seller opt-out instead of a bad lead.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You can filter that down.
Yeah.
You can also merge the leads too. Tyler will show you that. He'll show you that when he does Podio. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. Any other questions for Amanda before she takes off? All right, Amanda. Thanks for helping today.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Amanda.
See you guys. Bye.
Cool,
Bye.
guys. Let's do
Thanks, Amanda.
let's do lunch. We're gonna do. It's 12. It's 6 after 12 my time. We're gonna go to lunch until 12:45 my time. Okay, so you got 39 minutes for lunch. Is that good? Is that good enough for everybody? You
That's
with
good.
that?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll see you guys back here at 1/4 till. Everybody want to mute your thing real quick, Mike. All right, I'll see you in a little bit.
I don't have Podio. I have another CRM, but I'm really going to pay attention to see how your Podio compares to the CRM I use.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds good. Wait for everybody to kind of get back here. Let's see here. Everybody kind of making their way back.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Robbie's back. How was lunch, you guys?
Awesome.
Good. Tasty.
Good, good.
Good.
Hey, Matt,
Mm-hmm.
can I say a couple things?
Yep.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank you and Tyler and Amanda for kind of chunking this down for us, because I swear I have adult onset ADD, and I'm really, I'm looking forward to being able to review things that I, didn't quite understand. And then the other thing is, thank you for driving the point home about a VA, because I felt the same way. I'm thinking, I'm not ready for a VA. Why am I trying to look for someone? Because that's the whole point of this. And lastly, I just want to thank you for sharing your secrets, because not everyone would be so generous, and it's going to help all of us go further faster.
You're welcome. We're happy to do it. It's for us, it's fun. So
100% agree with Tara.
Awesome, man. We appreciate it. I think Tyler, you ready? You want to do it up here? Okay. So Tyler's going to jump up on my computer here and start going through Podio. This one section where we've got some Podio training, but I want you guys to pay close attention, ask tons of questions, because this is something that you haven't seen. So it's going to take a minute to get used to it. So feel free to ask questions. We've got plenty of time allotted for it. And make sure you understand how to use it. You've got a very powerful tool in front of you. This is a business in a box. I mean, this Podio system that I have over $100 grand of my cash wrapped up into, and paying people to program it, total custom deal. This changed my company all the way around. This is an unfair advantage. So ask a ton of questions. Make sure you know its full capabilities, and Tyler's going to go through it. He knows it so well that sometimes he goes pretty fast. So don't be afraid to tell him to slow down if you need to, and go cover something again, and we'll make sure we get through it. So Tyler, you going to jump up here?
Yep.
Okay, he's going to jump up here.
Guys, let's see. I want to write something on the board. I want to see if it is backwards on the webcam. Let's see. Does that look correct for you guys? Does it say Podio or is it backwards?
Podio.
All right. So if you're doing everything right, if you're hitting your marketing on all the different channels, you're doing direct mail, RVM, everything is running, and you're starting to build your team, you're going to run into two things. One, you're going to need a place to collaborate on in one place, and you're going to need a place for all of your leads to funnel into. That way you can all work on them in the same place, and nothing's getting missed or duplicated, or just, it wouldn't be a mess. It would be a mess if it didn't have one place to go into. So all your marketing over here, your team's up here, Podio can be in the center. You got your direct mail, you have your RVM, your texting, all that stuff. All of that is going to go into your app called Seller Leads. So let's put an S there. All those go into Seller Leads. I'm going to share my screen on this laptop. So this is the Podio main screen. When you come into Podio, you will see up on the top here, all of your apps that make up acquisitions. Everyone that purchased Podio for this event, you have the acquisition space. If you don't, if you purchased it and you don't have it yet, I still have to implement it for you. But all of your apps that make up the acquisitions process are listed up here. It starts out with your campaigns, which manages all of your marketing stuff. Then it goes into your seller leads, where it's collecting all the leads that result from those campaigns. So I'm going to open up this form. Let's see, what form? I don't think I can view it because I'm like, there we go. So this form, Podio generates this for you based on your seller leads app. You can embed this in your website. You can link to it from Facebook, Google, wherever you can link to a website from. You can push people here. You can give this to your call center, and this is your call center script to enter leads into. And this goes as soon as they fill out all the information. It's all contact information for sellers, property details that you need to collect. It doesn't go too deep onto the property because you don't want to make this call run on for 5-10 minutes because you get charged per minute on a call center. It just collects all the information you need to start off and make an offer. And as soon as they press submit, you will see a new lead come in your system, just like this one here. It'll pop in, address in there, map pops up, and then you can see it'll link to a campaign here. So now you know which marketing campaign it's linked to. That was part of one of the questions in the fill out sheet. If we back up for a minute here, we go back to the main screen. In that very first app here, the first step in the funnel, you have your campaigns. This is where you're going to list out all those different things: RVM, texting, direct mail. You just add one, and it makes it as like a dashboard. You can see all of your active ones, all of the stats for your completed campaign. So let's like say we're talking about doing RVM today. We're doing RVM plus we're gonna do follow-up leads is what we can name it. We'll do that. We'll mark it as a call campaign. We're gonna say we did follow-ups. Market area, you can just put whatever city you got. Let's see, Quad Cities for us. We dropped 5,000 RVMs. In the end, it cost us $300. Here's where you can delegate. As tasks come up for this campaign, you can put your VA in this spot so they can manage that campaign. Then you can skip over these. These are for direct mail follow-ups. Any details you want, and then you just save it down here at the green button. So you have to do this. This is one of the setup steps for Podio. You have to set up all of your marketing campaigns before you kind of press go and start funneling some leads into it. So now I have an RVM campaign. If I go to my seller leads now, we can say that, let's just say this lead came in under, I'll change this to my RVM. So now this lead, the call center would notate that this lead came in from an RVM campaign. And if the call center doesn't know, that's the point of CallRail. You can have a VA go into CallRail, look for this seller and this phone number, figure out which number, because you have all those phone numbers in CallRail that split up your marketing into different different trackable ways.
Campaigns.
Yeah, into different campaigns. They reference that, and then they can go down and click the correct campaign. As you get more and more leads referenced here, it will start to build out stats in the campaign page for that campaign. You'll get your cost per lead, you'll get your cost per closed deal, because this is carried all the way through the funnel with this lead file.
Tyler?
Yeah.
Where do you get all those phone numbers?
All the CallRail phone numbers?
Uh-huh.
You just purchase them through CallRail.
Oh, okay.
You I don't even know if you have to purchase them. I think they're free, included with your account.
Yeah.
But you when you're setting up a new campaign in CallRail, you just pick I want a local number, and then you pick from them. They give you a couple options.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks.
Numbers. It doesn't cost per number. It's just one fee.
Yeah, Matt says we have a bunch of numbers, and it's not a per number cost. So you go in there, you put in all your different marketing campaigns, give them each their own number. I just finished a CallRail guide that kind of explains it, but every marketing piece has its own trackable number. That way you know what the leads are coming in through.
Great.
So your VA gets a task. When a new lead is created, it gives your VA a task to go and review that and link it to a related campaign. They go to CallRail, do that. And then once they look at all the information, they're going to make sure all of this stuff is filled out from that initial lead sheet that I showed you here. Oops. I can't pull it up, but that lead form I showed you before. They're going to go through, make sure all this stuff is filled in. If anything's blank, if information's blank in the seller lead sheet, they end up calling the seller to fill it out, right? Okay. So a VA or someone on the team will call to fill in this blank information, like what did the current seller pay for the house? If they can't find that on a county site, they will go and contact that seller to fill that stuff in. Down here is your action section in this lead. So stage of lead contact. When they come in, they're set as new, like that. And then your VA is going to go down and mark this as a good lead if they review it and it looks good. And then it starts delegating tasks automatically. You can see down here. This role you can assign out to whoever's responsible for your acquisitions. So your acquisitions guy or gal will be tagged, hey, this lead's good. It's now in your pipeline. Come and talk to the seller, convert them into a contract. They're going to go through, and from there, they're going to use the agent action section. And they're going to try and make contact on the phone by notating that there. They're going to make a phone call at their desk. If they don't get an answer, they're going to push it to touch one, no answer. And that's going to automatically start putting the seller into a drip sequence. Over 45 days, it's going to send, I think it's 6 messages, a text and an email saying, hey, we're interested in buying your house at 123 Main Street. If you're interested, please respond to this email or text. Once they respond, let me see, I think I have my phone number attached to this file. Yeah. So I'm going to send this to myself. So that text goes out, grab my cell phone. So I just got a text on my phone. I don't know if it's probably too blurry to see. It says, hey there, my name is Tyler Smith and I'm an acquisitions team member at my fake company named TDS Enterprises. Sorry I missed you earlier, but I was reaching out because I'm interested in buying your property. Please call me back at the listed work phone number. I look forward to speaking to you. So if I text back right now on my phone, I'm interested. Podio will update with their text message. That way you're not conducting business through your agent's cell phone. It's all in one place. You see that text came through, it assigned a task because of it. And it also updated the comments here. You can see the text came back, SMS reply, I'm interested. And the status of this, if I refresh it, has been changed to like a red alert type thing, like, hey, this guy responded, he needs to be looked at. Needs internal review by manager to move forward. So that's kind of like a red flag on your main dashboard. This will pop up to the top. There is, so now that I put myself in that sequence and he texted back, he falls out of the automated drip sequence. But if he continued through, in 3 days, it would send another text and an email. In about 7 days, it would send another one. And it continues to space them out and automatically send more texts and emails until they either get marked automatically as a dead lead or they respond and fall out of that naturally. So that's how you get contact with there. Your acquisitions agent has to make contact and convert them. Once they are ready for a walkthrough, like your initial agent walkthrough to go check out the property and get those pictures and stuff. I know Matt was talking about doing it virtually, but the initial walkthrough, meet them, make sure it makes sense. They'll click this status here and notate what day they went there. And from there, they can push this to the offers app. So now this seller lead has kind of morphed from a seller lead into an offer. It's moving up the funnel in the acquisitions pipeline. And I'll go to that in a second after I show you a couple more things. Let's say you talk to this seller and they're like, well, I'm not really interested right now. Give me 3 months and then maybe I'll know something. You can go in here in the manual follow-up reminder, set a task out 3 months, say June 10th. Once June 10th comes, whoever set this box will get a reminder that, hey, this lead needs to be followed up with. You set this up 3 months ago. It's time to follow up and do this. All of the seller lead contacts are notated automatically here, just so you know what happened. If like you had an acquisitions agent, maybe he didn't work out and he left your company, your new guy can kind of pick up the pieces. And it's the same thing with these comments on the side. You have your activity and your comments. You have continuity between people. If they ever leave your company, they can always go through the file and see exactly what has been done to this lead and what they know, what's been said. You can clear out all this activity if it's too much and just strictly see the comments if you just want to see the text messages. And it's another cool thing about that. Everything's time-stamped with exact date and times of when that's happened. Another thing while we're in the comment box is collaboration. So say you're looking at this lead and you want to tell your VA to go run comps on it. You can go say at whoever your VA is, let's say it was this one. Can you run comps? You post that. It's a lot like Twitter. You at your team members and you press enter. They get a message on their phone. Hey, can you run comps? They go do that and they respond right back to you with an at, and it's all kept in one place, organized under one project, under one property. Keep going down the seller file here, internal purchase details. So if you punch in your rent estimate, your renovation estimate, your Zestimate, and your ARV, it'll automatically give you a rough max offer amount. I came out with something the other day for Freebie Friday that's similar to this, but this is just one that's built in the Podio. It takes into account your investor deduction that you set up in the back end that you have access to, but it's just a quick way to run an offer. You can train a VA to do this too, just to set that up. You can link out to your comps. You can put Zillow links in here, as many as you want, just so you have easy access to what comps you ran. And then you can see all of the tasks related to this file, what's not complete and what has been marked completed. You just check them off as they're done. And these are also on the main screen here for everyone to see. Everyone can see all the tasks for the entire acquisitions workspace. So anyone have any questions so far with seller leads?
Yeah, we're that. So on the agent actions.
Yeah.
That's basically how you start the Podio, the drip sequence.
Yep. Yep.
So it's gonna, right when you touch that, if you either got to call them manually to set it up, and then if they don't answer, then you click on that send auto email and text.
Yep.
And it's gonna automatically go out to them, right?
Yep. If you push touch 1, send auto email and text, it'll instantly send the first message.
And where is that? Can you tweak that text?
You
That
can.
it goes out.
You can. I can actually show you right now. So Podio is the face of the software, and GlobiFlow is the back end of the software. You log into it with the same login. So, Dave, this is a little bit more like advanced than the front end of it, but if you want to go in, it's not that hard. You go to globiflow.com. You can log in. I'll have you follow me here. Getting to it okay?
Yeah, in.
You're in? Okay.
Left
So,
tab, yeah. Same
on
spot.
the left map, you're going to see your company name.
Yeah.
Expand that by pressing the little plus button.
Okay.
And then go down to acquisitions. I think yours is called like acquisitions 2.0, right?
Yeah.
So expand that also. You're going to see seller leads, right?
Yeah.
Click into there. You're going to go down where it says lead funnel, touch 1 auto messages. You see that?
Yes.
Click into there. And now if you look, see where my mouse is right here on edit? Right here?
Yep.
Click there.
Jeez, that is complicated. Okay.
That's why I hide this stuff. If you scroll down, now you can see right here, look where my mouse is. You can see the email body, the subject and stuff. You can change it right there.
Got it.
And then if you scroll down, there's the text body right there. You can change all that stuff. All those blue boxes you guys see right now is information it's automatically pulling in to create these things. It's pulling in all that information from the file to automatically create these emails and text.
Okay, so don't touch the blue boxes.
Don't delete the blue boxes, work around them, and then save it. If you mess it up, like you're like, oh crap, I deleted a blue box or something, you just hit cancel and go back in.
Okay. And then it is, you do that and they reply or they don't, say they don't reply. Does it keep going every
If they
so
don't
often?
reply, so look down here. See where it says update this seller? This is what it's doing in the background. It's updating the follow-up schedule to 3 days in advance. So whenever the follow-up schedule is reached on the calendar, plus 3 days, it'll send out the next message.
Okay, so it's automatically going to do that.
So you're in touch 1 message right now. And then it's going to go to touch 2, and then touch 3, and then touch 4. It's constantly updating the date further out in advance and changing the message. So if you want to touch any of those, just go into auto messages, auto messages, auto messages, and you can edit those. Does that help you?
Yeah.
It's a little hard to navigate in there, but once you kind of look at it and get in there for a little bit, it's not too bad. All right, so David, you're looking at that. I'm going to push through to offers. So I took this seller lead, and I like to refer to these when I'm training people as buckets. So all my seller leads from all my marketing efforts get dumped into my seller leads bucket. Once those seller leads are talked to and we're ready to make them an offer, they're pushed into the next bucket, which is the offer bucket. Once those offers are signed, it gets dumped into the contract bucket. And it's going to sit in this contract bucket until it closes. There's an additional step right here where you're going to do an in-person walkthrough to get your renovation estimate and just final numbers and inspection on this property before closing. but it sits in these two things right here until the very end. These are just additional apps for some extras. Between seller leads and right here is where all your stuff takes place. So offers, if I go there, that seller lead I just pushed over is right at the top. And here is where I can generate my purchase agreement PDF automatically, and I can send it for e-signature with the push of a button to my seller. I go through, this is the purchase agreement builder section. It's carrying this information over from the seller lead file. If you want to change any of these things like personal property included, you can just write out like, hey, I want the car in the backyard, change that. You can change your offer amount, earnest money, total due at closing, inspection period, all those things that are on your purchase agreement, you edit right there. Change where your closings to be held at. You have contacts that you load into Podio here so you can quickly reference them. And a couple buttons to pick who's responsible for these different things. And then once you're done with that, you click number 1, generate offer PDF. So that created my PDF for me. If I open it up, it took all those options I just selected and built me a purchase agreement in what, 5 seconds? So your purchase agreement's all filled out with the stuff you just had there. You can see like the termite report and inspection report, who's responsible. I just click those buttons and it changes who's responsible right there. And you just review this to make sure it looks right. And these are your e-signature boxes. That's why these little tags here are there so the computer knows where to automatically populate the e-signature boxes so you don't have to place them. So if I go through and I press the next button, I reviewed that purchase agreement, it looks good. I push it for e-signature. Contract sent, if there's any issues sending it, they'll be listed below. There was no issues. And it notated when the offer was sent, the seller's signature deadline, like they have a certain amount of days, looks like it's 3 days here to sell that or the purchase agreement is void. And it notates all that there just for keeping track. I just got an email. If I jump over there, Tyler Smith has sent you the document. Hey, Tyler, congratulations. We ran the numbers and are ready to present you with our offer for 123 Main Street. Our official offer price is 45 grand. If you want to proceed, please e-sign the attached purchase agreement. Please note, you'll need a decision within the next 48 hours if you want to keep our offer price locked in. If you have any questions, please reach out to your assigned agent and it pulls us in automatically from the seller file. We appreciate your business. So they're going to go in, review and sign the document. That'll open up. They go down. They give their initial. They hop on. This works on your phone or your computer. They, do your e-signature. Click on today's date, submit, and submit. So now that's done. The buyer, so someone on your team, whoever's responsible, would probably be the main acquisition manager who gets this email. Also, they have to sign their end to complete this. Because I'm one computer, it's a little hard, but once that side is also signed, it will automatically be reattached back into Podio here as a signed version. So if you go all the way to the bottom of the file here, you'll have a file at the very bottom. It says purchase agreement 123 Main Street signed in all caps, automatically dumped in as soon as both parties sign that contract. And that's that for offers. There's if you don't want to use e-signature, there's a couple other note fields here. You can mark if you send it by another method, one of these, if you email it to them, if you faxed it to them, if you delivered it to them, mailed it. And then once it's signed by both parties and sent back, it'll automatically mark this as offer accepted. and this offer will transfer into the contract bucket. So new contract was created. This item has been pushed to contracts. You can jump there now from here. If they didn't accept it, it's pushed to the offer countered / negotiating status. And then you can manually notate if the offer is rejected, if they replied back and said, no, it doesn't work for me. You can revise that purchase agreement, generate another one, and resend it. So Matt, do you want me to break this up in half, or you want to keep going?
I want to keep going.
All right.
What we're going to do after you get through it is we're going to use somebody as a guinea pig.
To push a lead through?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so now I'm in my contracts app. This is like the top of, or the very bottom of the funnel, almost out of it before a closed deal. You have your closing status under contract, closing set, closed is the final button that closes out this entire file. Deal fell through, requested termination, or terminated. You can track your closing dates here and all of your financial numbers, occupancy, the property. This is just a way to notate all these things, because if you're doing all your marketing right, you're going to have a bunch of leads coming through, bunch of contracts, bunch of offers. You just need one spot to keep all this stuff lined up and tracked. So keep going down, just some more information. Before I get into this section, anyone have anything sticking out that they want to ask?
How did you get the offer? How did you get from seller lead to push to the offer app?
So if I jump back to a seller lead.
Yeah, you make a quick offer. How does it go to the offer app and generate the contract? I'm not.
You have to, you're in the seller lead right now. So
yeah.
You have to go down to the bottom and fill in your offer amount.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but it's recommended. That way it pulls that in and you don't have to do it twice. And you're going to go up to stage of lead.
Oh, stage of lead. Oh.
And this one right here, push to offers app.
Okay.
And that will do that. From any step in the funnel, if you're in any item throughout the funnel, you can see everywhere it's referenced. I can see there's contracts tied to this, offers tied to this. You can jump between them pretty fast.
Hey, Tara, are you there?
I am.
How are you doing with this?
Uh-huh. I'm going to have to go back and review it. Yeah.
So, yeah, I just want to make sure, because I'm like, you guys, the first time you see this, it's complicated, right? Once you've done it a few times, it's super, super easy. It's like almost automatic, but you guys aren't asking that many questions, so I'm nervous. Because if it was me, I'd be asking a ton more questions on there.
Well, I
guys,
guess I'm not asking questions because I just have to go back and look at it myself. And it's,
yeah, I
not that Tyler's
us.
going quickly, but he knows it. And I think it would take me some time to just kind of figure out what my questions are.
Okay, so what I'm going to do at the end of Tyler getting through this, somebody's going to be a guinea pig, and we are going to go through a lead start to finish. And again, GPS or landmark, like Tyler's making it look easier than easy because he's going through and picking the stuff. I want you guys to, maybe we'll do it as a group, one thing at a time, going through with a lead.
If Brian's on here, maybe we could do it with Brian. I think Brian's set up to go.
Yeah. But anyway, you guys ask questions. Like, you know what? Don't lose this opportunity to have questions. Yes, we're going to have follow-up sessions, but I still, when you do this yourself, you learn faster. So I'm just kind of nervous because you guys aren't asking enough questions.
I've used Podio for about 4 years. I use InvestorFuse, but I'm very interested, Matt, to see the rehab management. Even I don't know if that's in. I don't know if that's included in the bill.
No, that's not. But we'll talk offline on that, Ryan, because I was actually thinking about you on something else on that.
Yeah, like that, the property management, even the inventory management for your materials would be,
Yeah.
you know, a very, but I mean, a lot of it seems very similar to investor views. I'd be happy to be the guinea pig, but I think somebody else.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking I want somebody that doesn't have as much experience with it.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's keep going, but just so you know, at the end here, we're going to go back through and have you guys push one through, okay?
Jeff is set up with our system.
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, I'm the worst here, technologically speaking, probably.
Okay, so
you
Jeff,
could
be
use
ready
me as
because
the guinea pig. Yeah,
we're going to use you as the guinea pig.
Get signed in.
Yeah, the only thing though, Tyler, is I don't have remember we got stuck at the right sign, right signature.
Right signature. Yeah, Tara's stuck right there now too.
But I did come back with a login for you in a
Okay.
couple emails.
Yeah,
So
I
you
just have
might
to
be
jump in and do both of yours.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to do that.
Okay.
So
Hey,
let's
Tyler.
keep going. Let's keep going, but we're going to jump back through.
Yep. Yeah, that won't hurt us pushing things through. All you have to do is just skip the step where it emails the contract out and pretend it happened.
Okay.
All right, so I'm in the contracts app. I showed you guys where it's tracking all of your closing stats and property information, financing status. You can track here. Now, you can track your buyer, who you're gonna disposition this property to, if you got their earnest money, just a quick yes or no. Appraisal, so right here, when it starts at appraisal and goes down through the different inspections, this is where there's some more automations built in. If I choose an appraisal company, I don't know where these fake ones came from, but if I choose an appraisal company and I set an appraisal date, or actually they would go through and do that, sorry. Send appraisal request email. See that little asterisk next to send appraisal request? That means there's an automation tied to this. So if I press that, it's going to contact this appraisal company. This is a fake lead, so it came back with an error, but it's going to contact that appraisal company with an email. Hey, at 123 Main Street, we're looking to get an appraisal scheduled. Please reply back with your next available appraisal date so we can get that scheduled. That reply will come in here. Again, make a task for someone on your team who's responsible for that. And then you can schedule that appraisal right here. We were talking with Amanda about appraisal packages. You can notate if someone needs one of those made. And if you click that button, you can tie that to a task also, to a VA, if they need to make an appraisal packet. And once the packet is created, they can attach it in files at the bottom. Same thing for home inspector. So in-house inspector, since we have someone on our team who inspects it, we are able to delegate that here. I default it to you. You can change it to someone else on your team in the back end. But all that is who's going to do the final walkthrough on this property to make sure the rehab numbers look good and all that stuff. Pest inspection, pick your pest company, go through, send that email. Email goes out. And then you can notate if there's any additional status for termites, you can click that here. Same thing for utilities, just the same as what I just showed you. So that's where you track all your stuff before closing, in between contract and closing. There's an additional final step for this. If I go push this contract file to the walkthrough app, so remember, we're still between contract and closing. So if I push this to the walkthrough app, I can do my inspection before closing to make sure everything looks right. I can jump in there. Now, this is where you're going to build your renovation budget. You don't have to do the renovation budget, but it's helpful for offloading this. That way it looks like you're prepared with all the information you have for your seller. You go through, go down to property details, fill out all of this property details, your lockbox code, access information, all that stuff. All these numbers that are filled in right now, I set up for you for your specific market. I put our I put our defaults in for our market, but you can easily change these on the front end of the site, not in the back end like I showed David. It's on the front end. You can quickly change these numbers to reflect your average cost for these items. Closing costs, commissions, holding costs, all that stuff is pulled in. It's commonly forgotten about when you're budgeting these projects. All the information is pulled in from the seller file. Projected profit is a calculation here. Now, when you're physically walking this property, you're going through, taking pictures, notating the renovation needed, and building a budget for each of these different categories. You're going to go through, I'm going to need $5,000 in plumbing. Oops, $5,000 in plumbing because I need to change all my metal water lines to PEX. I need to go through, get rid of my knob and tube, and go to new wiring. You need to demo a bunch of stuff. You just start notating that and building a budget for your project. And then you keep on going.
So Tyler, we'll eventually need to know all this to train the VA to do all this.
So I have, I didn't jump to it yet, but I have a web page. How to use Podio Powerhouse with two quick overview videos and then like a 30-minute video that's broken up by sections. See those little chapters popping up?
Wait.
So I'm sure after you watch that, you can still have questions, but you can always just ask if you are stuck on something. That video should be able to carry you through pushing a lead though. There's also some additional help videos there, like how to mass text in Podio, how to import your leads, how to integrate it with some other programs, along with the whole workflow of like you purchasing the program all the way through you importing your first deal and closing deals. That's all in there.
But eventually, once we know this, we would hand this off to our VA.
Yeah, you can just give them the link to this Vimeo video and have them watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So on walkthrough sheets again, notate your pre-rehab. So before you touch it, and then post-rehab after the renovation is completed, specs that you want. Do you want the utility split? Do you want more beds or baths? Do you want more units or less units? Parking, if that's changing, that's just notated here. That way someone knows what your goal was when you went into this project and closed on it. And that's it for that. Once you fill those things out, you go back up to the top and press push to team. That's going to send an email to your team that you built in Podio, who is on the list to receive budget emails. This will send out a budget saying, hey, we're closing on this property soon. Here's the budget for it. We expect to make however much profit, 30 grand profit. And here's the breakdown of this deal. So once I push that, that PDF will spit out. Give that a sec. So I just got an email. Hey team, here's the rehab budget for this property. Any additional information regarding this property can be found in the file for it. Here's my profit we expect to make, and here is the breakdown of this project. You get all those costs that we just looked out, lined out, your projected profit, your all-in project costs that could be expected, and your sales costs. This sheet is really good to hand off to your lenders, your wholesalers, whoever your disposition strategy is, whoever's a part of that, you can hand this off to them. And all this logo and stuff, company name is changeable for your company. So that carried a lead from our marketing all the way through closing. That's pretty much it. To close out that entire file, so let's say closing day hits, that date comes up. A task will come out saying, hey, closing date was set for today on this property. Is it closed? someone will get a task to go in there and mark it as closed if it was, or change the date. So they'll go through, they press closing status closed, and that closes up the entire file the whole way back up the funnel, all the way to the related marketing campaign. So now your direct mail campaign that brought in this lead and made it go through this entire funnel gets a closed contract under it. So now you know that that campaign closed the deal for you. If I go into that campaign, I should have some stats populating. So that RVM campaign we set up in the very beginning cost us $300. We sent 5,000 units. Because we only had one lead come in that we worked with, your response rate is low, but it's there. You have your total number of related seller leads, total number of offers related to that campaign, contracts, closing, and your stats for financials on that campaign. All automated. Just because one person in the very beginning of this process linked it through CallRail to a campaign. You guys have any questions on that?
Back in between the offer and the contract.
Yep.
In order to send, how do you send the contract out automatically? There's a trigger on that offer app.
Yeah, so let me jump in there with you. If I go down, so step one is you're going to fill out the purchase agreement builder here.
Yeah.
Fill all that out, whatever's needed. And then you're going to click step one, which is generate offer PDF. Once that pops up, like it just did on mine, you can press step two.
Then you hit this send PDF for e-signature.
Yep. Or if you don't want to get it e-signed, you can press 2A and deliver it by one of those other methods. You can take that file and just email it for signature and have them scan it back, whatever you need.
Is it once you hit 2, does it go yellow or is it supposed to be green?
No, it goes yellow.
Okay, and then you go up to contracts and it should be there.
No, it only pushes to contracts once it's signed by both parties.
Okay, so they should get an email and then it
As soon as
waits
you press
for.
this yellow button, they get an email with that purchase agreement we just built. You should get an email. If you didn't, then I have to go check out your system.
Here, I got the email in there. Right. Yeah, I haven't got the email.
Did you get an email from Right Signature?
No, not yet.
Hey, Tyler.
Yeah.
Do you have to use RightSign in this program? I know we talked about HelloSign or DocuSign.
Right Signature is the only one that ties in with the automations.
Okay.
But you can have it generate the PDF for you and then just mark it as like send PDF by other method and upload it into whatever program you want.
Okay, but that would create another step.
You have the file right here. You can load it into DocuSign or whatever and send it out for signature. Someone just has to manually, once it's signed, put it back in the file.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So you can. Yep. Any luck, dude?
No, I just didn't generate the email for whatever reason.
Shoot me an email and then I can jump in with you because I have to set up Tara's and Jeff's also.
Okay. And is there a way to, my activity and comments is clear on the bottom instead of on the right side like yours is? Is there a way to switch that?
It's on the very bottom?
Yeah, like everything's taking up the whole screen. Yeah.
You're not on an iPad?
No, I'm
I've
on a
never seen
computer.
that on a computer.
Well, there's a box.
I know on like iPads, it's always on the bottom, but of every computer I've ever been on, it's been on the right side.
You don't know how to like.
I don't know if you're zoomed out all the way, or maybe that's affecting it. Anyone else have any questions when David's pulling that up?
You're probably not going to be able to see it, but anyway, it goes clear to the activity and comments are clear at the bottom, so I can't see them at the same time, you know.
What's that blue box there? What's that say?
Email.
Do you have like an extension on Podio? Like, did you install something?
I don't know.
That's not how it comes out of the box. I think you might have installed something. Like an add-on to Podio.
It just says we have a lot of apps. You would need to upgrade to the next plan in order to add more.
That's not a Podio message though. That's an extension. Check out what that is. Maybe you can take it off and it'll fix that.
Yeah, it's from Globemail.
That's what it is, Globemail.
Yeah, so that's what it says.
You can remove Globemail. I've never used Globemail.
What would be the purpose of using?
I thought that's what you were using.
Globiflow is Globiflow is what you code on to make Podio work. Globemail is like their bulk mailing service. Think of it as like MailChimp or Constant Contact. I've never used it.
You know what? Maybe that's what messed up his merge.
Yeah, maybe that captured your right signature or something. Maybe that's why it's messed up. But I can jump in there for you. Check it out. Let's see. Brian, you on here? I don't think he is. Jeff, you here?
Did we lose some people?
No, there's
I'm
not.
here. I am here. Yes.
There you are. What do you think about it, Jeff? Do you have any questions or?
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of it, but that's the only way I'm going to get it is to put a person in and run it through the chain.
Either put a person in or start playing with it yourself until you figure it out. It's not, once you understand the outline of it, the structure of it, it's not too complicated. It's like a spreadsheet that's categorized into some separate apps.
When we go through, for example, I went quickly through your training, that video that you sent us of all the different steps. If we go over that a number of times, is that going to help us as well? A lot, you think?
I think the best way to practice is to put fake leads into it. Yeah. So go back to your seller leads app in the very beginning. Go into seller leads. Press the green add seller button, make a fake seller lead, put like your cell phone number as the seller lead contact, put your email, maybe like your second AOL email in there, and then treat it as a real lead and try pushing it through. See how the automations talk to the seller, see how all that stuff works. That way you understand it full circle. Okay. And then if you mess up, there's no harm done because you're just, pushing it through on yourself.
Right.
So that's the way I would tell someone to do it. Yep. Any luck, David?
No, I'm just checking my junk folder, but I don't see it.
It might have errored out. I'll just have to check her out.
Everything's okay in the comments. It created the PDF. I know it created it. It's just not sending it out.
Okay. So let's see.
Oh, it says right signature integration not found in Global Flow.
Yep. That's where Jeff and Tara are sitting right now also.
Okay.
So yeah, I can just knock all those three out in one shot. But Jeff and Tara gave me their right signature logins. I don't know if I created right signature for you, David, or you had one before. I'll have to dig up the login.
Will you be able to set it up now that you've got that login? I mean, finish setting it up?
For you, Jeff, yeah.
Yeah.
Same for Tara. Now that I have your logins, I can get in there and finish it. The whole problem with that setup process is I'm working through your emails. Like it sends you confirmation emails.
Right.
Then you have to forward them to me to open. It kind of messes up the process. So yeah, now that I have your account username and password, I can set those up for you. Matt, what else do you think we should hit while we're here?
Could you like the mass text or the mass contact app?
Oh, do you want to see that?
I do.
Okay. So up top there, remember I told you most of your work occurs in the seller leads, offers, contracts, and walkthrough sheets. There's those extra apps I was talking about. So you have your contacts on the right here. You can bulk import contacts, or you can enter them one by one. You can enter all your appraisers, your utility inspectors, everyone that'll come in and eventually touch a acquisition lead. They have a spot in here. You can also, by going to the little wrench here, go and import a Excel spreadsheet. You have to format it first, though. You have to format it to have a first name column, last name column. It doesn't matter if it's filled in or not, but it needs a column for it. First name, last name, and then the contact type. There needs to be a column in this spreadsheet that says bulk import, and it needs to be spelled exactly like this one my mouse is on. So
where you went to the Excel import on that wrench?
Yeah, that's where you import it in, but there has to be a column on your spreadsheet that says bulk import for every single row. So see where my mouse is on my screen?
I see it on your screen, but I can't. Did you go to choose Excel file? No.
You jump out.
Where did you
Here,
go?
up here on the wrench,
Hang on.
you can do an import. I was just
Okay.
talking about how to set up your spreadsheet before you import.
Excel import. Okay.
Yep. Choose Excel file.
Okay.
Then you're just going to pick your file.
Okay. But then before that, where'd you get to where it said bulk import?
I was just showing you how it has to be, what it has to look like. That was the page where you import individual leads one by one. So I got there from pressing the green add a contact button. This is where you add like one at a time leads. Like, hey, I talked to an appraiser today. I want to add him to my system. This is where you would do that.
Okay, and then, so if I just want to import to do some mass texting, say 30 names, that's where I would go.
You can either punch them in, like have your VA punch them in one by one and mark them as bulk import, or you can import your Excel sheet, but you have to format it. You have to have your first name column, last name column, and then another column next to it that says bulk import. And then of course your phone number next to that. Then you can import it and it'll all go in smoothly and be categorized the right way.
I still don't see where you were pulling up the bulk import. If you go to mass contact and click on the add button.
I'm not in there yet. I'm in contacts.
Oh, you're in contacts.
See this?
Oh, okay. I was looking at the mass contact. I got it.
Yep.
And then
You can add them one by one, or you do your bulk import.
and that bulk import. So you click on that bulk import, say you got a spreadsheet made up with those columns in it. You click on that bulk import.
I'll give you an example here. Here, let me open up Google Sheets. I'll show you.
Okay.
let's say this is your Excel sheet. Don't even think about Podio yet. Let's just say you have your spreadsheet on your computer. I have a bunch of leads. So I'm going to need a column for first name, last name, type, and then phone. Let's say these are your contacts. You can give each of them a type, which would say bulk import, spelled just like that, capital B, capital I. That way you can give them a category and just say their phone is, just keep myself on 475. Now, once that's formatted like that and every person has bulk import next to their name, you can resave this as an Excel sheet. So I'll just download that as an Excel sheet. I jump into Podio again. I'm in the Contacts app. So I got my Excel sheet on my computer. I'm in the Contacts app in Podio. I go to the wrench. I go to import. I go pick my file off my computer. That loads up.
That was in your mass. That's in the contacts or the mass? That's in
Contacts. Contacts.
Okay.
And then you're going to go to the wrench, Excel import.
We may have to do a little bit of hit and miss training for these guys one of the Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Because I want them to go in and use it and then have them tell us.
Well, maybe the homework is to, you know, put some fake leads through.
Can you? Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do.
You getting there, David?
Yeah, I'm right with you now.
Okay. So now, remember how I just put headers on my columns and I put first and last name type? You just drag them over. First name, last name, type. You expand out this little phone one and you drag in your phone box. That's it. So now your Excel sheet is matched up with your Podio fields. Now they line up. Go through, hit next. Continue. Let that load. And now it is ready to import. So I can import those 15 people into my contacts. Give that a second to go. You now have your 15 done. Did you get that import to go, David? Okay. So if you see how mine looks now, my bulk import category now has those 15 people in it.
Yeah.
So now when I go to the mass texting app, it's going to pull on that category in my contacts app. It's going to look to the bulk import spot, pull on those 15 people and send them text messages. So now I'm in a different app. I moved from contacts. I moved into mass contact.
Okay.
I go there. There's a whole set of instructions here for this, but all you have to do is say who's going to get the replies, who's going to get notified of the replies. I'm the only member of this workspace, so I have to pick me. Who are we contacting? We're contacting our contacts, bulk import category. And then you just type out your text message and press send.
It's already like, I got a text message already filled out.
Okay. make sure you change who we'll be contacting to contacts.
And then it's got that bulk. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yep. Because you can also, instead of importing leads like we just did, you can change a filter. I mean, there's that Vimeo walkthrough video on how to do this in the How to Use Podio website, but you can contact your seller leads by quickly making a filter for who you want to contact, and then do the same thing. It'll send them text also. But I think I covered it really well in the training video. You should probably watch that one.
It's just, I'm still having issues with the filter. Like that filter doesn't work really well. I can't even filter like a city.
What filter?
When you go into the seller lead app, I just tried filtering a city and there's like 12 when there should be like 200. But there's a couple different spots where it's not picking it up. There's like 3 different cities.
I think you might have, I call it like dirty data. You might need to clean up your data, like export it and format it all, make it all clean, make your addresses all correct, and re-import it. You occasionally have to do that. We do it, I think, once or twice a year just to keep everything straight.
Okay.
Just part of data management. It's just have a VA do it.
It's like a Fiverr job, huh?
Yeah, it's tedious, but it's something that has to be done if you're using computer programs. So that's it for texting. Let's see. One more spot I'll glance over real quick. Configuration all the way on the right here. This is for everybody. Configuration on the right, you can set up your company's specific, market specific stats that Podio will look for or look to in its automations. So you can set up who's responsible for different roles. That way it knows who to assign tasks to. You can sign up all of your accounting stats that are specific to your market. That way it knows what to pull on. And all that's configurable. You can put your logo in there and stuff like that. But it comes out of the box with some default info. I just had to throw that in there before we signed off here. So, Matt, what are you thinking?
You guys give me some feedback here. How you feeling?
Do you take sellers out of this thing, or is it just like your contact?
What do you mean, Rod?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You said you were sending text to your contacts.
Hold on, I gotta figure out who's making noise here. Someone's over the top. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
You say you were sending text to your contacts.
You can send text to people you import into your contacts, or you can send text to your seller leads. So think of it as getting your seller leads out of your CRM and dumping them into Lead Sherpa or some other text blasting thing. Okay. I think this is more for like a one-off text, not like an ongoing campaign. Like say you just want to revive some leads. This is like a one-off thing. Like I just want to send a quick blast to some people. But it doesn't really, it's not set up to manage a campaign for texting.
Okay.
It doesn't comply with like the do not contact list. It's not scrubbing against those things. So you're doing already vetted leads or already vetted contacts. You just want to reach out to a lot of them really fast.
Gotcha.
So if we wanted these guys to have a lead go through their system, how would we go about doing that?
Only so many of them have Podio.
Right.
Probably half, if not,
Right. So maybe that's not a good idea for right now.
Well, whoever has it can. So Jeff, Tara, Brian Twitchell, David, you guys.
Well, it kind of sticks on that one part though, won't it?
On the signature part?
Signature, yeah.
You can move it manually yourself.
Okay.
So all it's going to do on that part is click the button to move it to contracts. You can just click it yourself.
Okay.
And it'll keep moving up in there.
Where's that at? Contracts?
That would be in offers.
Okay, because I clicked that once.
Let me go back there for you.
And you, yeah, because it was send by other method. I got that.
You can click send by other method. Instead of pressing number 2, you can press 2A, and then you can just click number 3, and that'll keep the thing moving.
Oh, then you
into
just
contracts.
You go straight to number 3.
Just click 3. It normally clicks 3 by itself automatically, but you can just click it to keep going and skip that.
Gotcha.
Why would we use hello sign if we got this?
Hello sign doesn't, you can use hello sign, but hello sign doesn't tie into the automation piece of it. By clicking one button, it's grabbing the file by itself, it's sending it by itself, it's filling out the email address, it's filling out all that stuff by itself with no human touch.
So Jeff, to answer your question, we showed you a way to sign documents through HelloSign if you had to.
Yeah.
But what you're asking is, do you need HelloSign if you have this? The answer is no. Unless you have something odd deal that needs to be signed, then you can use HelloSign. But this is what does it for you automatically.
Yeah, so this is specifically for sending purchase agreements. These buttons here connects to Right Signature to send purchase agreements. You have a Right Signature account. You can use that as just a general DocuSign type or HelloSign type program. It's the same thing, just a different name. You can go in there, upload a document yourself, send it for signature, just the same as HelloSign. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It just ties into Podio.
Like there's lead-based paint disclosure, or maybe something in Indiana.
Yeah,
where
so
it's called a sales disclosure that's not in the contract. You need to upload that and send it over, right?
yeah, you can go into HelloSign or not HelloSign. You can go into rightsignature.com, upload those documents in there, and then send them as you need to.
Gotcha.
Same thing as HelloSign.
Do we want Jeff to go through a lead?
I think it'll take too much time because we only have, 2 hours left, and I want to get these guys.
What else do you have to cover on it?
On Podio, I covered the whole way through. It's just whoever has sticking points.
But you got to fix that.
I need to fix the 3 of them. Need the right signature tweaked.
Okay. Any other questions you guys have on Podio for right now? Because what we'll do, we got a couple people we still have to set up their Podio. And then we have to tweak a couple people so that it works. So what we'll do, you guys, we're meeting back in 4 days. We're meeting on Wednesday. And this will give you some time to, guys, we're learning a lot, right? We've pounded a lot at you in a 2-day period. So I know some of you are feeling overwhelmed, but that's why I created the 4 weeks afterwards that we're going to be meeting once a week to go through this, because I don't want you guys leaving this thing thinking, oh, holy crap, I just learned so much, I don't even know what to do. Like I created those follow-up sessions so that we could dial this in with you, because I'm not going to let you guys not understand this. Okay. That's just my mission. So, we got a couple hours left here. I got some stuff I need to cover with you. Is there anything else that we need to do right now with Podio that we need to cover right now before we jump into something else? Knowing that what I'm going to do is probably Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, I'm probably going to have Tyler sit back down with you. That'll have him have a chance to dial in a couple of you guys' Podios, get a couple of you guys that need Podio loaded up with it. And then we'll do another mock session where we'll have you guys run through it. Okay. Is that kind of what you want to go, kind of how you want to proceed there? Does that work?
Yep, that'd be great.
Okay. So let's do this, you guys. Let's see here.
Where's your JT? There it is.
Huh?
No.
Okay, I want to do this. Let's take. What time is it? It's exactly 2:00 our time. Take a 10-minute break. At 2:10, we're going to come back. I'm going to jump up on the whiteboard, and I'm going to pull all this stuff together for you to give you big picture on all this stuff, okay? And then we're going to go from there into some more dial in. But take 10 minutes, grab water, grab bathroom, and get ready to kind of jump back in, okay?
All right.
All right, see you in 10. Yo, yo, yo. What's up?
Hear you now.
Who's on? Who's not?
I'm on. Ready to go.
Okay. Oh, hey, don't forget, Tyler, you're going to share that scanner.
Yeah, I need some back.
Yeah,
A bunch of stuff in their folder.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you'll add that to the folder.
What is it?
All right. Everybody back? Everybody getting here? Any questions you guys have right now? Anyone? Tara, you?
So Matt,
Yeah.
was that directions on how to send a man or woman to the moon? I am.
It was yeah. It was how to assemble a space shuttle.
I have so much work to do.
You said it isn't rocket science, but it's not far off.
You did a great job, Tyler. It has to do with me.
So here's the thing: it's when I first used Podio, I hated it. But I would not run my company without it. I wouldn't even. That's one of the first things I would do if I started over is jump right back into Podio. It's literally, it is so automated and it short steps so many things. We get a report. What is it every month, Tyler? We get a report on how many hours it saves.
Yeah, every month it saves a couple thousand hours.
So every single month, to tell you how much we use Podio and how much time and money it saves me, every single month we get a report from Podio telling us how much time it saved us, how many man hours, just because of all the automations that are in it. And it saves us, my company, over 2,000 hours a month in man hours. That's how important it is for us. I mean, it's a big deal. So don't get overwhelmed. I know you feel overwhelmed, but I'm not going to let you get overwhelmed. Don't feel overwhelmed. We will go through and I will make sure you understand Podio on a follow-up session. The key to it is watching somebody do it is totally different than getting in there and doing it yourself and learning it. It's until you actually push the buttons yourselves and actually input the data, you'll never learn it just watching a video. You have to get involved and do. So once have you ever, like, going back to the driving analogy, have you ever been with somebody in a big city and you're going across town, you're making all these turns and you're like, how in the heck do you know how to get here without even like looking around? It's just natural, right? You live somewhere long enough, you know where to go and you don't have to think about it. Same thing with this. You just have to do it a few times. Is David, are you back in? Bader? I don't know if he's back. But you've got to there you are. You've got to use, like, so I'll use David. I'll use Dave. Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm going to use David as an example. Not to pick on him at all, but I gave David, he's had Podio now for about the same amount as time as Josh Nix has, which Josh was on yesterday. You guys saw him. He's not on today. He's doing something else or something. Anyway, Josh has been using it every single day and asking questions and he's got it down. David, I can tell you haven't been using it that much because you haven't, you have a lot of questions still. But the minute you start using it, your learning curve goes just flat, right? You just learn it. So my job is to get you guys to use it so that you learn it. That's the key. So we'll do a follow-up session. I was just on the break there. One of the reasons I wanted to take a break was I was asking Tyler, like, how is the best way? I want to get some kind of interactive software so that we can easily, it's a little hard with Zoom to be like running a lead through with you guys and looking at my computer while we're looking at your computer. That's, I can do a screen share with mine, or we can do a screen share with yours, but I can't do both. But we're going to find some kind of an interactive software if we can to try to make it a little bit easier to learn that part. Okay, because I want you guys to really utilize this stuff. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Any questions right now on anything? Any questions at all? Anybody?
Just the next, for like those walkthrough sheets, are those on here, Tyler? Do you know? Is Tyler there?
The walkthrough sheet, it's in Podio, right?
Podio.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that walkthrough app was.
Yeah. Are you talking about Podio?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in there.
After the contracts, it goes to walkthrough sheet, but I'm just seeing like dummy images for whatever reason.
Hang on a second. Say that again, Tyler. Hang on, guys.
You do a paper walkthrough sheet at a property.
Yeah. So, but it could also be done in iPad.
It's not an app in there. Budget details out of that.
Oh, okay.
Key things.
Okay. So what we do, the walkthrough sheet, whoever does your walkthroughs on the property. Now we're going to be covering that in a minute. That's on my list for today. They're walking through the property, filling out the sheet. This is your picture person doing this. And then after they send that to you, the email, they'll take a picture of that walkthrough sheet. They'll send it to you or your VA. And then that's going to get put into Podio. That's how we do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how to do that.
Okay. Do we need to do a video on that and upload it later or something?
I'm just so close to being all the way through. I just want to get all the way through.
Once the property's under contract, you can push it to the walkthrough app.
Mm-hmm.
You can punch in all that information.
It's in there, David. We have a video on it. We'll make sure that.
Filling it out now. I think I found it.
Okay.
For some reason, it comes up as a dummy image, but everything's in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. And again, you guys, we'll do some further training on Podio so you get it. But the biggest thing I need to do is have you guys do an actual input a deal into Podio and follow it through, because that's going to teach you the most. Okay, I want to take a minute and I want to go through a deal start to finish on the whiteboard. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. You understand where you're going, who you're having do what, and how to get this done. So I'm going to jump up here on the whiteboard. So I'm going to let you guys tell me, okay? So step one, we got to get a deal done. What do we do first?
Market.
We got to get some marketing going, right? We got marketing to get done. Okay. Now, what are we doing for marketing to get leads coming in?
Postcards.
Okay. Postcards. What else?
Texting, RVMs.
Texting, RVM.
Cold
Okay.
call.
Now, jumping back. If we want to do postcards, how do we send out a postcard? What do we have to do first to get a postcard out?
Get a list and skip trace it.
You don't have to skip trace for postcards. That's for cold.
Oh, okay.
So for postcards, we get a list. We need a list, right? What's our list going to be? What list are we pulling?
Exact data, vacant list.
We can use exact data,
high equity,
absentee
vacant, or non-owner occupied. Who's making all that noise? Is that you, Tara?
Yeah, sorry.
Just so you know, Tara, you probably don't know this, but I probably muted you like 15 times today.
Are you serious?
You make a lot of noise.
My little microphone has been red. Uh-oh.
So anyway, if all of a sudden you're muted, that's been me.
Maybe she has to flip her thing over so the microphone's not running something.
I'm just giving you a hard time. So we're gonna send some postcards. We did a list. We've got our list from Exact Data. We got a high equity, vacant, non-owner occupied. What else can we get a list from?
List source.
We got list source, we got list stability, all that stuff, right? Okay, so what do we do next? Once we've got these lists, it's going out, we've mailed the postcards. We got the postcards from where?
Go Big Printing.
Go Big Printing. Now what? Postcards go out. Now what?
You gotta take in the phone calls.
You got leads coming in. So these leads are coming in. Where do the leads go?
Podio,
Who answers the phone?
the VA,
You can have a VA take the leads, or what?
Nexa call center.
Nexa. Okay. And they're filling out the lead sheet. Okay. So the leads are coming in. We got a VA, and they're going right into our Podio system. Okay. They are going into Podio. How do we know that they're there? How do we know we got a new lead?
You get an
we get
email.
an email.
Got an automatically notification email from Podio. You got a new lead. After you've got a new lead in there, what do you do with it now?
Have the VA or Nexa fill out a intake sheet.
Okay, we've got the lead form filled out though at this point, because the lead came in. As soon as they answer the phone, they're filling out the lead form inside your Podio is basically what's happening. So that lead comes in, it's coming. You've got the notification, it's filled out. Now what?
Quick ARV analysis.
We got to do a quick ARV to see if this is going to be worth our time. Now, how do we do a quick ARV?
The VA.
Yeah, but how? What's the steps?
Zillow. Zillow.
You can look at Zillow. What else? In
MLS
conjunction.
or RealQuest? No, it's not RealQuest.
Realtor.
Realtor.com.
Realtor.com, right.
And also, I like to do assessed value.
Oh, that's right. Assessed value.
So you can take all three and you see a quick value on each. Okay? Take all three, see a quick value on each. Now we have an estimated value that we've created. Now,
and there's a video for that step in one of these videos over here.
every single step that we have for you guys, there's a video already created in your folder. I think we uploaded over 60 videos.
Okay.
You're going to be busy. You're going to be busy watching videos. Hope you guys don't mind. Now, the reason I have so many of them, just so you guys know, I hate watching like 2-hour long videos. I like watching the short ones and I can just go right to what I want to learn. So that's why I did it that way. Okay. So real quick recap of what we just recapped. Who can pull the postcard list, the data list, and all that for you?
The VA.
VA. Who can do the fill out the lead sheet for you?
VA or Nexa.
Yep. And who's going to do the quick value, estimated value for you?
VA or yourself.
There you go. So VA. So now you've got that quick value. So now you know the quick value, you've got an estimated value. What happens next?
Contact the seller.
Well, what if it's worth 100 grand, they owe 95 and you need to buy it for 50?
Decide if it's worth if it's a good lead.
Yeah, so next thing, after you have the estimated value, you have to do what's called sort the lead. Now, this is where we talked where you guys have to create this. I don't know every single one of your areas. I can't give you an exact formula for what it is. You have to know your area. So like, for example, when we were talking yesterday, David, he can put stuff under contract with 20% equity, sell it and make money. Some of you guys need to be deeper than that. In the Quad Cities, we need to be at 30 to 40%. Okay. So it depends on your area, but you have to create that criteria. And how do you know how to create that criteria? How do you know how to do that? Well, luckily, I'm getting ready to show you in a minute.
There's a formula.
I'm gonna actually show you how to do that part, but that's in a minute. But the short answer is, you have to price stuff super cheap so it sells fast. Okay, and you gotta. We're gonna show you how to pull some comps to see what's selling fast. Okay, we're gonna go through that. But you got to price stuff that sells fast. You want to sell it fast, but you don't want to leave too much money on the table. Okay, you got to make it exciting for the person buying it, but you can't make $3,000 and they're flipping it and making 50 grand, right? I mean, you got to have a happy medium. Okay, so you sort the lead and you discover there's no equity. You cut the deal out, right? You kill the deal. What if there is equity? What do you do next?
There has to be at least 50% equity.
Okay, but let's say you've discovered that there is equity in this deal, and it's a good enough deal you can do it. What do you do next?
Make your offer.
Okay, so you've got a lead sheet filled out. You've discovered that there's equity. For example, house is worth 100 grand, quick value. Seller owes nothing. They want 80,000. Okay, there's equity. That's a good deal. We want to work on that. Seller's motivated to sell. Even though they want 80, it's worth 100. They owe nothing. They're motivated. That's a good deal. Okay, that's something we need to work on. So there is equity. So now we can do one of two things. We can either make a verbal offer over the phone to cut out a quick step. Okay, so if you make a verbal offer, here's how that goes. Now, I'm going to talk a little negotiating this afternoon too, but you're making a verbal offer. They're asking 80. You know you want to buy it for 50. Okay. Now, that number, that 50% mark, you're going to have to discover. Okay, that's something that you're going to really have to know, and I'm going to show you a little shortcut to that. But let's say in the Quad Cities, for example, we want to buy something at 50% of what it's worth. Okay, so they're asking 80. You know you have to buy it for 50 without seeing it. You know right out of the gate. Verbal offer. You could say, you could call the seller back. So now you've got the lead sitting there. You know they don't owe anything. Quick value 100. They're asking 80. You call the seller back and you say, Mr. Seller, you talked to my team, because it was the call center or the VA that they filled out the lead sheet. You talked to my team. I'm interested in your house. I like to use this line. This line works. Like, write this down. You talk to my team. I'm interested in your house, but you want 80,000 for the house, correct? And they'll say, yeah, that's kind of what my, kind of like to be in that range. I like to say, remember, I'm really good. Something I'm good at is delivering a tough message and people not hating me for it. I like to say, Mr. Seller, I don't know. I don't think I can make 80,000 work. I'd be closer to the $50,000 range. Is it worth the conversation, or is it worth continuing the conversation? Or should we just forget about the whole thing? So again, to make it smoother, Mr. Seller, I'm calling you back. You talked to my team earlier about buying your house at 123 Main Street. Correct. Well, they were saying you're asking about 80,000 for the house, correct? Yes, that's about where I'd like to be. Well, Mr. Seller, I'm not exactly sure how you came up with that price. I'd be closer to 50,000. Is it worth the conversation? Is it worth continuing the conversation, or should we just forget the whole thing? See how I haven't offered him 50? I just say I'd be closer to 50 grand as a purchase price. And I like this line. Is it worth continuing the conversation, or should we just forget the whole thing? Does that, see how that's a light blow?
Mm-hmm.
You like that? You like that one, Rod?
Yeah, because it makes them feel like they're missing out on something. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, man.
Also, like you're going to easily be able to walk away. Hey, if we
No big deal.
I'm not going to waste my time. I shouldn't waste
Nope.
your. Yeah.
No big deal. So
Yeah, it's that principal lease interest that you talk about.
Yep.
And sometimes you have to walk away from the conversation before you even start the negotiation.
Yep. So that's one method that you can do. Now, you can do another method too, and we do this a lot. You can say, now if you have an acquisitions person, you can do this next step. If you got a small team and you got you and a VA and you're trying to burn through leads and try to get something under contract fast, then you can do the verbal offer. A lot of people are going to verbal offers right now with COVID-19. Okay, they're just doing exactly what I just did. In fact, a buddy of mine, his name is Joe. I was just on the phone with him 2 days ago, and they stopped. They're doing no, and he does a lot of deals. He's in that 20 deals a month range. He's doing no. He's not even sending somebody to the house to look at it. 100% all verbal, sight unseen. So you can do that. What I just taught you, you can do. You can just verbal offer right out of the gate, see if it's worth it. Now, if the seller says, man, you're an idiot, this house is worth way more than 50, I don't even want to ever talk to you again, that's fine. You can, maybe you've way underpriced, or maybe he's not that motivated. If he says, and then you set up a follow-up routine. So if he doesn't want to continue the conversation, set up a follow-up routine. Got it? If he says, hey, I don't know if 50 will work, but I really need to sell this house, maybe you ought to come out and look at it and see what you think. At least you know he's open to the idea. Then at that point, you send your acquisitions person or your picture person to go get pictures of the house. Unless he doesn't want somebody there, then you can have him send pictures himself. If you have an acquisitions person now, or you're the acquisitions, I want you guys to outsource this position. I haven't, just so you guys know, I haven't went on a seller appointment in years. Man, 4 years, something plus, maybe 5 years. It's been. That's how long it's been since I went to somebody's house to go look at the house. You just don't need to do this part. It's very easily trainable. So if you want to send your picture person, after the lead sheet comes in, you see that it's a good deal, there is equity. If you don't want to jump right into a verbal offer, you can call the seller back and set an appointment and get the acquisitions person there. If that's you right now, that's fine, but start finding an acquisitions person that you can get it off your plate. I'm just telling you, if you want to do volume, there is no way possible to do volume and go look at a whole bunch of houses. Okay? Just not possible. Not for what it is that if you want to do real volume, like 5, 6, 8, 10 plus houses a month, there's no way you can be all over the place and do that. Not possible. So you find the acquisitions person the same way we did the VA. The only difference is instead of placing the ad on Upwork.com, you place the ad on Indeed.com. Okay? So let's say that let's say you send your acquisitions person there, or a picture person, okay? I like the picture person because it's cheap. We get it done for $25 a house. So you're almost turning a picture person into your little acquisitions person, but it's just a really cheap way to do it. So you've got your picture person. He's going there with the walkthrough sheet. He goes there, he gets 30 to 40 pictures of the house, inside and out, furnace, water heater, electrical box, AC unit, roof, windows, interior, exterior, 3 pictures of every room. Paying close attention to things like the foundation as well, and making sure anything that looks damaged, to take a picture of it. You gather as many pictures as possible. The pictures come back to you, okay? So now you've got pictures. So you either made a verbal offer here, or you sent acquisitions. That person got pictures and filled out walkthrough. Okay? You review the pictures. And let's say that the house is, it's in rough condition. It's not terrible. It's not perfect. It's not terrible, but it's not great condition. It's like any other house you buy. What do you do next? You've got pictures. You're interested. Looks like there's equity. What do you do next?
Rehab budget?
There's 2 things you can do. One is get solid ARV and comps on it. Make sure that's happened, because you only got a quick value over here, right? Estimated value. So you can do this part. You can do this part here after you've got pictures and you know you're interested. You could also slide that in here too at the same time. Either spot's fine. But you need solid value so you know exactly what this thing is worth. And then you also, with pictures, you can now do a quick rehab budget. Wouldn't it be nice if you guys had a cool spreadsheet where you could type in the rehab level, whether it be light, medium, or heavy rehab, and type in the ARV and it told you exactly what to offer?
Mm-hmm.
That would be awesome.
Well, you have that. It's in your folder. You already got it.
Podio?
Bingo.
Now they're all looking around like, where's it at? I want to find it.
Isn't it
Yeah,
on
we just sent it. We sent it to you on Friday.
It was a freebie Friday too. A freebie Friday.
That's exactly. Yeah, it's the on the freebie Friday giveaway.
Oh.
So you type that in. I'll probably have Tyler, in fact, I will have Tyler today jump through that spreadsheet with you and show you how to fill it out. Super simple. I've been using this spreadsheet. We made it pretty for you, but we've been using something like this for years and years and years. And we actually have my Daisy does this for us. She works this with Amanda. She works for Amanda, so she fills this out. So, so now you know what to offer, right? You've got the pictures. You know what the rehab level is. You know what a rehab number is. You've got the ARV. You've dialed that in. Where'd my marker go? Now what happens? What happens next?
Make your offer.
You got to make your offer. Got to make your offer. Let's say you make your offer and the offer is rejected or countered. What do you do? It's rejected or it's countered. And you've worked it back and forth and countered back and forth, and you absolutely cannot make the price work. What do you do with the lead?
Put it in for follow-up.
You got to set it up for follow-up. What percentage of houses are you going to buy where you bought them through following up?
75%.
75%. 3 out of the 4 houses you buy will be because you followed up. So you set your follow-up routine sequence. Okay, but let's say you got your offer accepted. Okay? Your offer is accepted. What do you do next?
Send out the contract.
You got to send out the contracts. Yep. You've got all that stuff automated through Podio. You click a few buttons, fill out the price, send it out, get the contract written. So send contract through Podio. Get it in a written format. Okay, so now you got the contract signed. Now what? Contract signed. This is legit. Time clock clicking.
Over to the title company.
Yep, that's one step.
Earnest
Gotta
money
get the
deposit.
contract to the title company. What else do you got to do?
Contact your buyers.
You got to get this thing, start working this thing, get it sold. Right? We got to get some buyers on this thing. So now, send to buyers list. What's the ideal way to send a house you have under contract to your buyers?
Email.
Email.
Email. Send an email, sell a house. Send an email, sell a house. Send an email, sell a house. That's how all of us pros do this stuff. We send an email and we sell a house. Okay?
Do you ever text to sell a house?
Once you have buyers that you've done business with, you'll get to the point where you'll just send a text. Yeah.
Okay.
Use MailChimp for your email, Matt?
We use MailChimp, and we're testing ConvertKit right now. MailChimp is good for a beginner marketing tool. Once you get to a certain level, I think you outgrow MailChimp, but I mean, it's been great for us so far. We're just to that point now. We're just ready for the next thing. ConvertKit's a little more sophisticated. You can do a little bit more stuff in it, but I would 100% recommend MailChimp for you guys. It's cheap, and it's a good way. Because let's say you say, I don't need MailChimp. I'm just gonna blind copy all my buyers. What's the worst thing that could happen there?
Takes forever.
You could accidentally forget to blind copy, and you send out a deal. This is my favorite way to build my buyers list too, by the way. Somebody sends me an email, forgets to blind copy. They're not using an email server service, and all of a sudden, I got every one of their buyers. Boom, right into my inbox. I did it just so you know, I did it this way for years. So you guys don't have to use MailChimp. You can blind copy your list, keep a spreadsheet, and do all that. And I did it that way for a really long time. I just would never do that now, not when I'm trying to run a real business. So with MailChimp, Tyler and Amanda send all those emails for me. We have a VA load the new names into MailChimp. But I can just tell Amanda, hey, or Tyler, hey, I want to send an email to whatever list you have. You can have all these cool lists already partitioned off inside of there. So, it's easy to kind of just target whatever list you want to use, but then you never have to worry about like making a mistake and sending your whole list to somebody else.
And you have a specific property sheet with all the details, right?
Mm-hmm. You have well, there's 2 things you can do. You can be super vague and get your phone ringing fast and hard, or your email blowing up. By being vague, let's say you have a property and you say, hey, I'm just going to, versus sending an email that has, hey, at 123 Main Street, Davenport, Iowa, I am selling a house for $42,000. The ARV's $100,000. It needs a medium rehab. Here's the pictures. Do your research first. Make sure it's something that you want. Let me know right away if it's something you want to move forward on. And then that sends out to them, and then they get the email. Now, that's super specific. That's going to say, hey, that's exactly the neighborhood I want to buy in. I like that price. I'm going to get back to them. I'm going to run by the house. I looked at the house. I drove by it. I looked in the windows. It looks good. Or if there's a lockbox, you can include that. I want to buy the house. Okay, great. I send it back. Now, that's super specific. You're going to get fewer responses doing it that way. Or you can just say, I got a Davenport property. It's 4 bedrooms, 2 bath. This is there's massive equity in this deal. If you're looking for a deal that has a ton of equity, let me know right away. And that's a very vague email, but it's showing massive equity. Now you're going to blow up. You're going to get 4 to 5 times the response on that. And you're going to see who the real buyers are in your list that are ready to buy. Now, when you respond, they're going to say, hey, send me more information on that deal right away. Then you're going to respond and say, hey, here's the details. Or, hey, let's set up a phone call. Okay, if you have a dispositions person, or you are the dispositions person, then you'll jump on the phone. If it's a something that they just want more details, then you send an email. What I found is for every 3 acquisitions per people, you can have 1 dispositions person. It should not be a 1-to-1 ratio. Selling houses is really easy. Buying them is the harder part. Okay, does that make sense? Getting rid of them is no problem. It's just a routine.
Especially if they're a good deal.
Mm-hmm. So if you are a DI personality or an ID personality, you're probably naturally good at sales. Okay, this might be the one job that you really say, hey, Matt told me my time's worth $500 an hour, and I'm going to only do stuff that I make $500 an hour on. So anytime I have a house to sell, I'm going to be the guy that sells it, because when I sell a house, I spend an hour on the phone with somebody or multiple people, and in 1 hour I can sell a house and make $5,000. Does that make sense? That's good use of your time. That's okay that you're doing that. Now, I would love to see you guys given enough time where you're even out of that, unless you just absolutely love it. You just love doing that part. Then keep doing it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What's that, Rod?
No, I was saying absolutely. Makes sense.
Okay. So of everything in that process, so let's say now you've got a buyer, the buyer wants it. Hey, I'll take it. Now what happens?
Send a contract.
Yep, you got to send the other contract, get it signed.
And ask for deposit.
Send contract, get earnest money. Somebody say something? Did somebody have a question? I couldn't hear. How much earnest money are you giving the seller when you first put it under contract?
Not much.
$1.
I do $1. I do $1.
Even if they don't ask for it?
Huh?
Even if they never ask for it?
Well, they aren't going to ask for it. It's just
You
in the
have to.
contract.
Yeah.
That's nice about these unlisted deals. You can get almost no earnest money. If there's a realtor involved and it's a listed property, you're not going to get away with $1 on that. It's just not going to happen. But I do $1 on 99% of the deals I do. Now, when you're selling the property and you've got your new buyer going to buy it, your cash buyer, what are you asking them?
$4,000.
You do $4,000. Okay, it's enough that it's painful enough that they're not going to walk away from the deal. They're going to figure out how to close. Okay, it's a non-refundable earnest money. They've already done their inspection. Okay,
So for seller, you put in contract that you're gonna be depositing $1 for the earnest money.
Yep. Yep. We've done $1 for years. A lot of people will disagree with me with that, or they'll say that's impossible, or they'll say there's no way that could ever be done. And I'm just telling you guys, I just laugh at that. I've been doing that for so long. I just can't even count how many contracts I've done for $1 earnest money. Got to be 2,000-3,000 of them, maybe more. And I used to do earnest money. And at one time, because of my volume, I was doing like $500 earnest monies, and I'd have 60 houses under contract at one time at $500. Start doing the math on how much money I got tied up. Like real money. And I was losing earnest, like I was not tracking earnest money, and I'd just lose the money. Deal would fall apart. I never asked for it back. So I just got to the point one day, I was just like, man, this is just too difficult to keep track of. I'm just going to do $1 from here on out, because my attorney doesn't make me actually put the dollar up. They just do that at the title company. So, so does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So now, once you have it, you've got you've got it under contract. Again, this contract with the new buyer is the same, closing at the same title company on the same dates listed the same. And if you notice with my contracts, which you guys have now, or Tyler's going to upload them for you. Right now. He's doing it right now. It has a cool little sentence in there that says we will close on or about a certain date. So that gives us leeway if we need to shuffle the days a couple of days here and there. That comes in handy when you're double closing, guys, because sometimes the buyers, take an extra day for some weird reason. They're always like behind. Does that make sense?
Matt, I have a quick question.
Yep.
What on average is your closing as far as beginning to end?
So that's a really good question. And this varies everywhere. Now, I've done deals in 8 or 9 different states total, and everybody's different. But in Illinois and Iowa's a little faster. We can close a cash deal in Iowa in like 10 days, 14 days. Wow. Illinois takes about 30. There's just a longer title process. So I typically put 30-day closings on all my purchase agreements, because I need time for earnest money, because I want a 14-day or at least a 10-day earnest money on the buy side, because that's my time to go get it sold to my buyer. And then when I go to sell it, I just match up that date with what's on the first contract. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what I would do if I was you guys, I just put 30 days, and we're only working with cash buyers, and they can move fast.
How are people closing in 10 days then?
What's that?
How are people closing in 10 days?
Well, if you have all cash and you're in a state that can move fast, like in Missouri, when I used to do deals in Missouri, that state is they can close deals in 4 days, 3 days. They skip a whole bunch of steps down there.
Even with pulling title?
What's that?
Even with pulling the title?
Yeah, it's crazy. We would never be able to do that in Illinois or Iowa. We don't move that quickly here. The process is different. But what I would do is put 30 days. Now, here's the one-liner I use when I have a seller ask me, well, how fast can you close? That's what sellers will ask you that all the time, because you're always advertising, I can close fast. I always say this, one-liner, always use it, always works. They say, well, how fast can you close? I say 3 to 4 weeks, just like everybody else.
So during the post-COVID-19, I've heard some people say you should give yourself more time to close, maybe 45 days. Yeah,
you can. That's an easy excuse right now to use with sellers, because they get it. Like it's, not a big deal. So if you want some extra time, definitely you can get it right now. No problem.
But why would you need extra time?
Huh?
why would you need extra time?
Well, you guys might need a little extra time. You don't have a system built that moves fast. You don't have cash buyers ready to go unless you're already selling a bunch of houses. You might need an extra little bit of time just to get them sold, right? You got to get some momentum built. You got to get hungry buyers just waiting, chomping at the bit for you to send out another deal.
How do you
And you guys your systems aren't dialed in perfectly yet, right? I mean, it's like anything else. It's like, you want to move as fast as you can, but don't push it out further than you need to, because you want to get money fast, like you want to get paid, right? But also don't cut yourself too short. Jeff, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm just curious. How do you gauge if your marketing's working right and you're closing the right percentage of deals per leads? Do you do like I close so many deals per X amount of people who called in? Is that the parameter?
Working on your cost per lead and your cost per closed contract. So, for example, this is why our Podio is so powerful. So if you're running marketing and your cost per lead is, you saw ours, we're at that $40 to $45 cost per lead, right? That's really cheap.
Yeah.
And our cost per closed contract is what, $500-600 or something. If I've got a cost per closed contract of $600 and I'm making $10,000 per average closed wholesale deal, is that a pretty good trade?
Unbelievable.
It's an unbelievable trade. So that's what you're looking at. If all of a sudden you're at $5,000 cost per closed contract and your average fee's $5,000, well, then you might as well just sit at home and do nothing, because you're getting nowhere.
You're breaking even.
Right. See what I'm saying? Any other questions so far?
Do you get paid double escrow or assignment fee?
Who asked that?
Brian.
Oh, hey, I didn't. Okay, you're there. Now it popped up. We do most of our deals are double escrow, double close. And Brian, since you are going to be doing deals, you're going to be doing some stuff in Illinois and Iowa, probably, right? Well, you're a broker. You're a broker. You're an agent.
Correct.
Yeah. So in Illinois, guys, Illinois passed a law first of the year this year that basically made assigning contracts illegal unless you're a licensed agent. So in Illinois, you have to either be a licensed agent to assign, or you have to double close. Okay. My attorney, Frank Nowinski, who, I think Brian, you said you knew him, right?
Yeah.
Frank told me if I double close, I'm safe. We're brokers too, but I don't want to have to use that unless I have to. I'm not personally a broker, but I have a broker on my team that's on salary. So typically we'll just double close in Illinois.
Okay.
In Rhode Island, you can't do both. That's what's holding me back.
Then don't buy it under as your own self. Buy it under your company.
Right. No, I have an LLC set up.
Yep, that's what you do. Any other questions on that? So going back. So now we've got both under contract. Now it's just pushing to your close, right? Close and get paid. Again, you guys, don't just set it and forget it on that part. Like, this is your payday here. So I put my team on, like, you communicate with the buyer, you communicate with the title company, and you push this thing to get it closed. So Amanda does my acquisition side transaction coordination, and then Bianca does my disposition transaction coordination. Now you don't need two, because you're not doing enough transactions yet. But when you're doing as many as I am, it's too much for one person to do full time for both, right? So, but it used to just be Amanda, and it was just like, hey, you got to communicate with the title company, checking up on them. Hey, when are we good to close? Is everything good with title? Is it all good? Is that, when's our closing date? Making sure, following up every couple of days to make sure things are going good. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
This is your money. You've done all this work up until this point. Until that thing closes, you haven't made any money yet. Okay. There's a fine line too, just so you guys know. There's a fine line with your with your title company. You don't want to follow up so much that they get frustrated with you, right? You don't want to be on the phone with them twice a day asking when is this deal going to close. You kind of learn that, what the fine line is. We just like to touch base every couple of days. What I do too is every once a week, I like to know. So my stuff is set up where I'm not involved. I'm not involved with the acquisition, and I'm not involved with the disposition. Amanda has full reign to buy whatever house she wants. So I don't say yes, buy that house, or no, buy that house. All I know is houses go under contract and houses get sold. So once a week, I ask for an update on just, hey, what are we buying this week and what are we selling this week? So Amanda and Bianca send an email to the title company, a spreadsheet. Here's what we're buying, here's what we're selling, and the title company then puts notes next to each property. Yes, this is good. Hey, we got a title issue with this. Yes, this is good. Waiting on seller docs for this, blah, 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 blah. Does that make sense? So we just do that once a week, and then I can just review it if I decide to. I don't even look at it most of the time. But you know, it's a good way to operate the whole thing. Pretty exciting.
Oh yeah.
Or
So I have a question.
Fun.
And I'm just trying to figure out from the retail to the wholesale, because I'm used to doing retail. So if I go to list somebody's house, my recommendation is that they tell me, usually I recommend they do an inspection prior to listing, because I tell them that anything the buyer finds, because it's a buyer's market, they're going to negotiate down on the offer. So is that something that you can do wholesaling? Like, can you say, I know usually a price is, price is set as far as a sale price. Can you say to a seller, hey, listen, I can give you this, but if my buyer comes in and realizes that your, I don't know, furnace is going to be $5,000, then they're going to ask for that.
So here's the deal. So first of all, buyers are buying at a wholesale price, right? You're selling these properties at a wholesale price. Now, that wholesale price, first of all, that's why I like to do the inspections first. So we can jump on both. Let's talk both sides. Let's talk on the purchase and let's talk on the sale. Okay. So on the purchase, I leave it open where we have an inspection period. Okay. We've come in, we've made an offer, we've got an offer on the price. I actually have somebody from my team after the pictures come in and we've made the offer and we've got an accepted offer and it's under contract. I have somebody after the fact come in and do an inspection on the property from my team, not a licensed person, just my own inspector. Cause we take down a lot of houses and we do rehab. Okay. So with that, Amanda runs the numbers, and her rule is that these are just parameters I've set. I always tell her, hey, after you get the rehab budget, the whole what it cost to rehab the house, we have an automatic in our Podio you guys have the acquisitions Podio. We have a whole nother side of it for rehabs and everything else. And in there, that automatically figures out what my profit will be. So once the guy that does my inspections goes through and gives me a real rehab bid, that goes in and it spits out, after all my closing costs and all the costs involved, it spits out an actual profit of what I'm going to make. If that number's less than 20,000, then we go back and it's required to renegotiate on the price.
They have a top line
before you approach buyers.
You guys have the top line version of that built into your Podio.
It doesn't calculate the rehab.
So can I ask you, before you approach buyers, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so hang on. I'm sorry, Tyler was talking. I was trying to listen to him. But Yeah, so let me jump back. So it comes back. It's at 18,000 profit for us. That's just the number I came up with, guys. The reason I use 20 is because most of the houses we work on are about the $100,000 range. I can make 20,000. Okay. And I'm at 18. So that's not good enough. So Amanda then will say, oh, we need to make 20 because that's what Matt set the parameter at. We're only going to make 18. So guess what we tell the seller?
Got to be $2,000 cheaper.
Yeah. Hey, didn't pass inspection. You got to drop the price $2,000. What out of 10 out of, if you talk to 10 sellers and ask 10 sellers out of 10 to come down 2,000 on price, how many of them will do it?
All of them.
All of them.
Because they're so far into the deal at that
They're
point.
so far into the deal.
They want to sell it.
What I found is, and I'm not telling you guys to use this to manipulate sellers, but what I found is if you're in that $3,000 to $4,000 range and you ask this far into the deal, you ask for a reduction, you're getting it. You hit 5 to 7, probably only 75% of them will take it. You get to 10,000, you might only get one out of 5 people will do that. Okay. So that's on the buy side. Now on the sales side, we, so does that what you're asking, Tara?
Right.
Now on the sales side, what were you asking?
So basically what I'm saying is I asked the buyers to, number one, at retail, do an inspection, because anything that's not on the disclosures, the buyer has a right to ask for, a credit for that. So
yeah, in the retail world, not in a wholesale.
right. But I'm just saying, so so you don't run into that at all. That the buyer comes in and says, no, it's a new furnace. I want a $5,000 reduction.
So we're wholesalers, right? We're selling wholesale.
Right.
So typically that doesn't happen very often on the wholesale side of things. We've asked the buyer to do their inspections first. So they've already done that and it's a done deal. Okay. Now the buyer's not bringing in these guys that are cash buyers. They're not bringing in home inspectors. They're walking through the house. They know they're buying a house for a wholesale price and it needs work. That's just a given. It needs work. Okay, great. Yep. It looks like a dump. That's what we buy. Great. Let's close.
That's great, because this is a whole new education for me.
Yep. It's a totally different deal. If I was buying a retail property, heck yes, I'm paying full market value. I want this thing perfect. But we're wholesalers. We're selling at a wholesale price, and people know they're buying a rehab project.
So when you talk about the $20,000, that's only if you intend to retail that house out.
Yep.
That's the criterion for that type of business. Otherwise, it's a whole different criterion on the wholesale end.
Yep. Yeah, your wholesale, like for us, like as I said before, when we wholesale a house, you're in that $5,000 to $10,000 range.
Which do you like best, Matt? I mean, I know rehabbing can be very difficult. Maybe it isn't for you guys because you got down to a science, but the wholesaling seems to be a great way to make a lot of money and properties without much headache.
Wholesaling is the ultimate return on your investment. I mean, you won't get a better return on your investment than wholesaling. But when you get to a certain level, you start doing a little bit of everything, right? For me, because I do have money, if I have a choice of making 20,000 on a house or 5,000, I'm picking the 20,000.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because I have the financial capabilities of taking it down and rehabbing it and reselling it.
Right.
In the beginning, when I first got started, I tried to wholesale everything I had. Like I just didn't have the cash to do a lot of that.
Okay.
So Matt,
what was that, Tara?
Play devil's advocate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I don't really think that whatever is going on in the world has hit the market in Providence yet, and things are still selling at a premium. I'm just, it's just the way my mind works. I'm just worried that I'm not going to get properties at the right price to make, to wholesale at the right price to make a profit, because people are going to know that, it's a buyer's market, and there's not a lot of stuff out there, and
You mean seller's market?
sellers. Yeah.
So here's the deal is I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Here's why. Who buys retail properties? People that are going to live in them, right?
Right.
So those people, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, already raised the minimum credit score to buy a house. They raised the minimum credit score already 100 points.
Wow.
Okay, that's the facts. That already happened. Chase Bank already is out of writing mortgages. They're done. Wells Fargo's right behind them. And why would a bank whose main income is to write mortgages, why would they stop doing that?
People don't have jobs.
Because they're afraid they're not going to get paid back.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's happening now. Are you still seeing stuff close right now? Yes, because it's residual. It was already under contract. They were already set to close. It got slowed down. It delayed of 3-4 weeks, but those people were already in process. So you'll see stuff on Facebook, and you'll see some. Of course, stuff is always going to sell some retail, but the retail activity is down 30%. Period, across the board. So the stuff that you see people still, you'll see people on Facebook. Oh, I still closed the deal. I closed this and whatever. Yes, that is happening. You will see that forever. That happened in 08 and 09. That did happen on some things. If it was priced aggressively, it still happened. People still come in with cash as a homeowner sometimes. However, your sales are not going to maintain. They're going down simply based on people will not qualify and banks are tightening up. Lending, so not only is credit score affected, but now banks are asking for more liquidity, more income, more show me more pay stubs. I mean, they're changing the underwriting to make it harder to get it because they know the default rate's going to go up. People don't have to pay their mortgages right now. They literally have a year free. Now, if you're a bank and you're afraid people aren't going to pay, you're going to tighten it up to make sure you're only lending to absolutely the best people.
No, you're right.
See what I'm saying? So don't let that stuff fool you. I'm speaking off of true numbers. You will see a drop. It's happening. And every day it's going to get worse. Every day, there's 20 million people, 25 million people filed unemployment. That's like beyond comprehension. That's worse than the Great Depression. It's in the flow. The only reason it's not worse right now than it was in the Great Recession in 08 is because the government gave people a bailout. People got their $1,200 checks plus $500 per kid, and small businesses got a bunch of money, and some big businesses got money. That's the only thing.
Nothing, but we won't have that conversation. So my question to you is, as far as these deals going through, are you finding that there are still enough cash buyers to purchase wholesale rather than retail?
My cash transactions have gone up since COVID-19 started.
That is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole new world for me.
Yep. So in 08, 09, 2010, 11, 12, I sold a lot of properties back then. And I was doing a lot of retail flips, but I was doing starter home price ranges, real easy, no risk, easy stuff. But I sold a lot of wholesale deals too. The difference was back then, the average wholesaler I sell to now does 3 to 5 deals a year. Okay. Those people that are buying in 2019, 2020. Moving forward, post COVID-19, that'll be different. 2008 and 9, the people that were buying, those people bought 20 to 50 houses a year and more.
Wow.
Bigger investors, more cash coming in and out of the market when the timing's right. So you'll deal with fewer buyers. You will deal with fewer buyers, but those buyers are capable of buying more. Like I said, 2 buyers that I sold a lot of properties to up until through 2014, and then they never bought from me again, contacted me in the last 2 weeks. What do you got for sale? I'm buying again.
That's awesome.
So our best buyers are going to be the buy and holds,
Mm-hmm.
not the rehabbers.
Buy and holds. One thing to really focus on is the landlords, right? You got to focus on the landlords. Those are the people you want. Those people have cash. They're buying and holding. They wait until the market goes up, and some of them keep them forever, but some of them keep them just until the market goes up. The two guys that contacted me in the last 2 weeks that stopped buying from me in 2014, every property that I had sold them, they sold. They were totally sold out. So I know one guy bought like 35, 40 houses from me, and one guy bought like 25.
God.
He bought all those houses, stopped buying in 2014, and started selling in 2016, 17, 18. Sold, both of them sold everything they had. They bought low, sold high, got cash, now start over. Repeat process.
So I got my license in 2009, and what I found was people were buying, because the people were worried about the market, they were buying multis even if they weren't showing profit, because they felt that their money was safer in real estate.
In 2009, my rents went up 15%.
What?
Yep. Supply and demand. More people became renters. Less people were buying their house. The same thing's happening right now. When we get a vacancy, we turn it over and we raise the rent. We refill it.
And you're not concerned about people not paying their rent?
We've collected the rent like clockwork. Yep. I think we're off 5% in rent collection right now as we were any other month, which is really good considering we've been on a shelter in place as long as we've been. We're only off about 5%. That was that number I checked on, I think, Wednesday.
Well, you deserve it. You worked really hard.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you guys, those are your buyers. Just like Brian, he's in Germany, but he's from the Quad Cities. I'll be a buyer. I'll buy properties he finds. If he gets a good deal, I'm a buyer because I'm buying more than ever. I want more houses. So, any other questions on that so far? Close, get paid. Close, get paid. Till you get paid, everything's an expense. Okay. Robbie, your mic's closed.
I have a question on going out of state, well, like doing deals in any other market. I'm in California, but I've been trying to do wholesaling from last 3-4 months, have a VA company calling, but whatever lead we get, either it's approached by 10, 20 people already. We're getting responses like that like the sellers are saying that I'm getting like 10 calls a day for this. Give me an offer. Give me an offer. And if you give them an offer which makes sense to you, they just hang up the phone.
What list you buying that from?
From list source and absentee owners, but I think it's just a lot of competition here.
Try, just so you know, I've had this conversation with so many people, but you got to try your exact data list. Okay. I literally just had this list source conversation with somebody last week, and he tried exact data and it changed his world.
I'll do that for sure.
None of the gurus are pushing exact data. Unless they got it from me and they're copying off me, none of them are pushing it. Because I'm the one that found that list and then got them to create a special list just for me. That's why you have to call in and ask for a specific person. If you call in and don't ask for that specific person, they'll tell you that list doesn't exist.
Yeah, I remember I texted you back a couple of months back regarding that. We were talking to somebody out of LA, which was a representative for exact data. And he was not able to help us out. And then I had to back.
Same thing, yeah.
So is that exact data? So
you have to use my name and talk to that one person exactly in order to get that list.
Yeah.
when you are through running through your vacant houses, okay, which you may never be through with it, but when you've started burning out most of those lists in your areas, are you going to then start going to like out-of-state non-owner occupied or guys who are landlords? Or
we keep pulling the same list. The list changes all the time.
Vacant, so you won't go.
So after 7 weeks of running that list, you pull a fresh list, you got a new one, it's all new again.
Is that right? Okay.
Yep.
Any tax delinquent? Do you do any of that stuff?
Nope, because it doesn't work as good.
Wow.
So jumping back, Robbie, is you were going to ask about out of state. So I want you to test your California stuff with the exact data list, but maybe you should. I mean, guys, does it really matter where you do deals?
No.
We've got somebody on this that's living in Germany that's going to be doing deals in the Quad Cities. Right? It doesn't matter. If you build a virtual business, who cares where you do? You pick somewhere and you do it.
Yeah, I mean, the basic foundation of this course is you get the ability to do anywhere you want to.
Yes.
So what factors do you consider selecting a market though?
I personally I've had so much success with the mid markets. So I don't go, you can go with the big cities, but I like the mid markets, Midwest towns. Wisconsin, Ohio, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota. You know, pick some of the Midwest towns. Missouri. Pick some of the pick a Midwest state. This is my personal opinion, by the way. Pick a Midwest state and get a mid-sized town, like 500,000 people, 500 to 1 million people, that metro area, and go to town.
I've heard, Matt, even some of the people are saying that they do that Midwest thing, but they're going, or if it's a bigger city, they're going to the outlying areas, which are like smaller burgs and smaller areas. And since there's less competition there, they're nailing it with the fact that they're escaping some of that competition that's right there in the middle of the city. You know?
Yep. Indiana, or Indiana is another good state.
I thought about that.
You can do deals in anywhere. You're going to have pluses and minuses to anything, right? The thing about for you, Robbie, in California, you're going to do less volume more than likely than I would in the Midwest. But your average wholesale fee would be way higher than mine, right? Yeah. So you don't necessarily have to do the same volume to make more money. Like I taught a friend of mine how to wholesale in Los Angeles, and he was only doing about 1 deal a month, and he was working it. But every single deal he did he was making $50,000 or more. I'd have to do 10 deals to equal his one.
Yeah.
So, but if you want more transactions, and keep doing the California thing, because why not? You've already started. Pick a different city and start working it. I just want to do some deals. Like, that's my big thing.
So the population 500 to million, and any other factors you consider, like job growth or something?
I mean, it's always good to, I mean, every place has got low unemployment. The only thing I will say right now, there's a mass migration to the South states, the Sun Belt.
Yeah.
How many baby boomers are retiring a day right now? Does anybody know?
No, I don't know. 10,000
a day. 10,000 baby boomers are retiring per day. Where are they going? Florida. They aren't definitely staying in the frigid temperatures. A lot of them, they're moving south. So there is some advantage to being in the southern states, North and South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Alabama. Those places are going to have a lot of people moving there.
Hey, Matt, can I share my experience from when I moved from California to the Midwest?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you did that. Yep.
So, I mean, I'm from Ohio, so I kind of understood a little bit about Midwest prices and stuff like that. But, I got eaten up doing high-end flips back in 2008 in San Diego. I didn't want to go through that again. So end of 2015, I picked Indy. I didn't know anybody there. I just, for like 12 years, I just had the job, population growth, everything, you know, it looked great. I struggled for probably the first 3 months because I was trying to wholesale flips. As soon as I started looking for rental buyers, bam, 2 weeks later, I did my first 2 deals. I ended up doing 53 wholesale deals that first 9 months in 2016. And and now, I've just never looked back. Probably out of those 53 deals, maybe 5 of them were flips.
Mm-hmm.
So so it's like in almost every single one of those buyers, I've done, a second or a fifth, or even, some of them I've done 15, 20, 30 deals with.
Wow.
So,
Yep.
if you are gonna, if you are in California or like one of those big markets that are really competitive and that do see those peaks and valleys, and you are gonna, like move to like a Midwest or maybe, like a, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, something like that. I would think, I mean, maybe, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, Matt, but if you start by just trying to wholesale rental properties, creating relationships with those buyers, do multiple deals with them. It's kind of it's more simplified, and you can do a good volume and kind of grow your business that way.
Yeah, no, that's a great, right now, that's the magic. When you're in a recessionary period, you want to focus where the supply and demand meets your best advantage. So right now it should be landlords. That's who your buyer should focus on. The people doing retail flips, they're out of the game. So I was talking to, during one of the breaks, a buddy of mine who does stuff in Cleveland, Ohio. He asked if I would call him real quick, and I was on the phone with him. He does a lot of volume. He's like, man, I'm just getting crushed with. He's like, my wholesale volume's cut in half. And I'm like, who are you selling to? He's like, I'm selling to retail buyers. I'm like, no, those people aren't buying right now. They're getting squeezed out. Switch it over to people that are buying rental properties. So even him doing, I mean, he does a lot of volume. He does 10, 15 deals a month. I had to kind of straighten him out on that, but he immediately, he's getting crushed. He knew enough to call me to ask, but he didn't know what to do. You gotta focus on landlords. So last night, for real quick for fun, I had my virtual assistant. I had her, this is a little trick for you guys. Here's a little trick for you. So 2 things for buyers. I had just for fun, I had my virtual assistant who's never done anything in Indianapolis. I had her, I said, hey, go do some research, Google turnkey provider in Indianapolis, and stop at 20. When you find 20 turnkey providers in Indianapolis, send me the list. So she sends me 20 and what cost me, she makes $3 an hour. So it probably she did it in like half an hour. So it probably cost me $1.50. And I got 20 turnkey providers in Indianapolis.
Excuse me, what is a turnkey provider?
That's where people that, like, I do some turnkey where I buy the house, fix it up, rent it, and sell it.
Oh, okay.
Those people are buying a lot right now. Okay. So I did that. I did it in Kansas City. We got 20 or 30 in Kansas City. I did it in one other city I had her do. But it was that simple, just to do that process. So just think about who's buying. So you can do the same exact thing with property managers. Have your virtual assistant put the list together. Build a quick process. Hey, virtual assistant, I want you to do this. I want you to go onto Google, do a search, property management company plus whatever city, put it in a spreadsheet, get their name and phone number, and send it to me, and just have a list. Now you just make it your daily routine. Okay, for between 10 and 11 o'clock, I'm going to make phone calls to new cash buyers and call them up and see if they're buying, or get their email. Have your virtual assistant pull their email address, do searches for it. That makes sense?
How are you connecting to the owner if you're dealing with the property manager?
Well, you're asking that property manager if they have any owners that are buying.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Super simple.
And the turnkey providers, you'd be selling to the turnkey provider, right?
Yep.
And they're rehabbing the house, and they're selling it to their end user, right?
Right. So, like, you've done turnkey, Jeff.
Sure have. Yeah.
So imagine finding guys like you that what you've done in the past. Are they? If those guys have people asking for buyers, to buy property right now, they're still going to buy.
Right. Yep.
Super simple.
I reached back out to the hedge funds.
There you
the
go.
Guys that are doing acquisitions for the hedge funds, and I've got possibly 9 wholesale deals in the works right now. Actually, a 6-pack. I'll clear over 100K on a 6-pack.
I love it.
I got them for a 30% discount. Guess how?
MMM.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
You guys, have you guys seen my MMM method?
Was that the news?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Your half-hour video.
Yeah.
I would have paid 50K about, like that at the beginning. We got the lead about a week before they started shutting down the sports. And then they started shutting down the sports. And then, I can't remember if it was like 2 days later or maybe it was the following week. They came down from, they wanted a little over 50. And I would have paid 50. It would have still made sense because I could have put 15K into them and sold them for 110. They were asking us if we would pay 35.
Yep.
I almost said no. Like, we'll
I would have talked them down to 25 personally.
I almost felt bad. I was like, they're really nice. And I was like, yeah, let's get it done.
So real quick, Chris asked me, Chris, can you speak on multifamily deals you have done and how this can relate? Yeah, multifamily, who's like the Class B. So here's what's going to happen in multifamily. This is crazy. So the people that have been buying Class A multifamily, like building new construction multifamily stuff, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. Their vacancy is going to skyrocket and their rents are going to drop. And those deals will not make it. So, but the people buying B and C multifamily, they're going to crush. They're going to do really well. So if you focus, you can go to ListSource and you can pull. ListSource is a good list company to pull multifamily deals. You can pull multifamily deals from ListSource and RVM them. So I mentioned when we were talking RVM earlier today, the first time I ever did RVM, the first time we tried it, I made $136,000 wholesale fee. First time out of the gate. We spent $200 total on the campaign. And that was pulling a list of multifamily buyers, and I dropped them RVM. And we got a lead on a 12-plex, dirt cheap. Guy wanted to move to Florida. And I wholesaled that deal and made $136,000. Okay, so I like the small. So my favorite wholesale deals on the multifamily stuff is anything up to 24 units, because those are typically there's a lot of cash buyers that can still take those down. You can buy the list from ListSource, RVM, cold call, direct mail the list. I like RVM and cold calling those lists, and then find buyers buying it, cash sales, move fast, make $100,000.
So you'd be calling the sellers first, RVM.
Yep.
Light up and flip it to a guy who's interested.
Yep. So I did I don't know, it's been about 3 months ago. I wholesaled a 24 unit, made $168,000 on that one. But I've done a lot of deals where 12 to 24 units wholesale and made $100,000 plus on all of them.
Are they financing them or most?
No, cash. So yes, you can do the same exact thing with multifamily. You don't do as much volume, kind of like the California thing. I don't do those deals every single week, but there are buyers for those that'll pay cash and that can take them down.
Hey, Matt, can you share what information you